In this tutorial, we will have a look how we can make a game for our Play Store as well as for mobile. If we click on this retry, we can reload the level and we will make this game for our Play Store as well for mobile, Android with touch input. As you can see, we are attacking. We can collect coins. We can collect coins. As you can see, we have enemy and the camera is shaking, so let's kill this one. And as you can see, let's kill this one as well. And I hope you get the idea what we're gonna make today. And I want to thanks Patreon supporter Lexike for donating on Patreon. And if you guys want to do that, then you can go on my Patreon page, or if you are from India, then you can do through UPI, and it helps me a lot for keeping me making videos. And without furthering delay, now let's get into the topic. Today we're gonna make this for mobile, so let's get into that right now. Open up Unity Hub quickly and then click on new project. Click on new project and it will load up, or will take a few moments for loading up our template. So we have three, so we're gonna choose 2D right over here, and in the bottom right we can see project name and the location. So I'm gonna name this something like android tutorial. You can name it whatever you want, and then you can choose a location where you want to save. Just click on this icon and you can choose a location where you want to save your project. And then after selecting that folder, I'm gonna leave with this local disk E. And then after doing that, click on this create project, and Unity will just gonna create our project, and will take a moment for loading up all of the necessary things that we need to create our game. And it will take a minute, I guess a minute, about a minute, and I will see you right there once the Unity loaded up. Let's go to hierarchy. Let's select this main camera and F2 focus on it, and let's go to inspector, scroll down camera section, just click on this background color. I want to change the background color of this main camera a little bit, something like darker, something like this. I guess it's pretty fine. And now I'm gonna go to project tab, then assets. I have the sprites right over here. I will have a link in the description of this player sprite. You can go and check that out. All of the sprites will be available in my description link. You can go and check that out. Let's select the player ID. So we have player attack and lot of animation attack too, and we have ideal animation right over here. So let's select that and go over to inspector and click on sprite editor. Now we directly get into sprite editor, and we need to cut them off individually. As you can see, we have multiple sprite, basically more than one, so that's why we will move over to sprite mode. Select sprite mode to multiple and choose pixel per unit to a less number, something like 16. And if you take a closer look, you're gonna able to see that this seems blurry. To get rid of it, we need to move over to filter mode. In the bottom, select filter mode to point no filter, and after doing all of these things, make sure you just click on this apply button. And now it's pretty fine. Now we are ready to cut it individually. So let's go to slice in the top left in sprite editor. You can leave it to automatic, and automatic, or what else you can do, you can just click on this grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 3, 6, 7, 8. So we're gonna put 8 columns and 1 row. And after doing it, click on slice and then click on apply right over here in the top right in sprite editor. Now let's go to Cine tab one more time, and we can click on this arrow of this character idle. As we can see, it's cut it off individually. So let's select the first one and drag it to hierarchy or into the scene view. As you can see, our player game object. And if you just want to make it a little bit larger, what you have to do, select the sprite sheet and just make this pixel per unit a less number. I'm gonna live with this, you can say with this I'm gonna leave it with 16, and let's select this character attack and let's rename this to something else, like player. So let's rename. So you to rename, just right click on it, rename, or what else you can do, you can select the game object and go over to inspector in the top right, and we can name it over here. So let's call this one player, and we're gonna add some components to this game object. First one, obviously the rigid body. So let's select the game object, click on add component, and let's find over there by typing rigid body 2D for gravity, and let's go to gravity scale, and I'm gonna make it something like 3, and collision detection to choose continuous. And now we will move over to this constraint. Make sure you just freeze the rotation, and if you don't, and move over to rotation and play around with z axis, as you can see this player game object is rotating weirdly. So that's why we're gonna put 0, and we have to freeze the rotation in z axis. And after doing that, let's add up one more component, which is box collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on this add component, and let's find the box collider, and let's click on this edit collider and edit the collider as the size of your sprite, player sprite. Make sure you just do that, and once you done, just click on this edit collider one more time, and now it's fine. And if we hit this play button in the top, now we should able to see this player game object will fall down due to our gravity. We added up rigid body 2D for gravity, and it will fall down that gravity scale. With that gravity scale, as you seen, it just fall down. So I'm gonna unplay this. Let's create a ground for now. Just basically let's create a ground for now. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click, then go to 2D object sprite and select this square, and let's drag it somewhere around here. So let's select this move tool right over here. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and let's scale in the x, so let's do something like 10. I guess 10 is pretty fine. And what we need to do, we need to add a collider to this square as well, or else this player game object will pass through this square or this ground. So let's call this one square to round ground, and let's add a box collider component. So let's click on this add component, and let's find box collider and attach that. And now if we hit this play button in the top, this player game object gonna fall down due to our gravity, and it's just gonna land on top of this ground because of the box collider. Both of we added basically we added collided to this both of this game object, so that's why it's just landing on top of this ground. And what we have to do now, we need to create a script to just control this player to move left and right. So in order to do that, let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, let's create, and let's create a play script folder. To do so, let's right click on assets, then create folder, and let's call this folder something like script. And now let's select this player script. I already have created. Just what you have to do, you need to go to that script by double clicking on it, then right click, create C# script, and name it to something like player. I already have created right over here, so I'm going to select that script and drag it to that script folder. And what I have to do now, let's go to script folder, and let's select this player game object, and let's choose this player just have to drag it right underneath our player game object. Basically you have to select this script and drag it to add component section, or what else you can do, you can just click on this add component. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, what else you can do, you can just click on this add component, then new script, name the script what you want, something like player, and in the bottom you can see create and end. So just click on that, it will create. And then after creating your script, just double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So by default, as you can see, we have start function and update function. So we do know that a start function get called when the game start, and update function get called over again and again and again and again. It just call all the time. So what we want to move this player game object left and right like this. In order to move it left and right, let's go to our script. And what we have to do, if we just move to Unity and just select this player, play around with position x position of this transform, as you can see we moving left and right, left and right, as you can see. So I'm going to set back to 0, and let's go to our script. Let's create a movement variable. So let's go to top of our class, let's make a public, that will be float, basically which number those comes with decimals places like 1.5, 3.1, 1.2, and also whole numbers, and is a float numbers like 1 2 3 4, also those numbers a float number. And make sure you just make this public so we can see that field right over here. You don't need to make it public, instead you can make it private. And we have to name the variable. Let's call this one movement, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's go to update function. And we do know that update function runs every single frame. So we will use this input dot get access, and into brackets we have to pass the axis name, input dot get axis name. So we want to move this player game object left and right, so that's why in quotation we will pass horizontal. And make sure you just typing as I did over here, don't miss any word or else you gonna get error. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this input dot get access horizontal over here, this function right over here gonna check on your keyboard. If you just press down a key, so this one gonna give you -1, and if you hold down D key, then it will give you +1 or 1. And if you just lift off your finger from both of those keys, then input.getAccess function will give you 0. So whatever we get, let's store into this movement variable the result. So let's set this movement equal to this. So this movement right over here can be -1, this can be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon what player presses. If the player presses or hold down a key, so this one right over here gonna give us -1. So that's why this one over here will be -1. Basically we just directly setting it. As you can see, we whatever we getting, we just storing that into this movement container. And if the player hold down D key, so this right over here gonna give us +1 or 1. So that's why this movement can will be 1. And if the player don't presses any key like A and D key, then this one right over here gonna keep us 0. So that's why this movement right over here gonna be 0. So let's save it. So Control S to save it, or what else you can do, you can just go to top left in the file, then click on this save assets script and player.cs mean C# script. So just click on that, or you shortcut key is Control plus S. So after saving it, go to Unity. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S and go to Unity, and as you can see, we are indeed able to see our movement variable, and by default is 0. Now if we just hit this play button in the top and try to hold down A and D key, we should able to see this movement can be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon what key we holding down. So if I hold down D key, as you can see this movement is 1 now. And if I just lift off my finger from D and A key, as you can see this becomes 0, and try to hold down A key, this one becomes -1. and if I lift our finger one more time, we can see that this movement right over here becomes immediately 0. So that's the thing. So what we will do, we will set this movement, we will link up this movement with this x position of our player. So this x position I'm gonna set back to 0. So if I put right over here -1, as you can see it's going left, and instead if I put right over here 1, it's going right. So that's why I'm going to replace this x position with this movement, and this movement can be -1 +1 depending upon what key we holding down. So we can go left and right. So I'm going to unplay this now. So I hope you get the logic. I'm going to set back to 0. So we need to replace this x position with this movement, and this movement can be -1 or +1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So if we hold down a key, so this movement right over here will be -1. So if we put in this x -1, it will go left, and if we put 1, it will go right. So that's the thing. So I'm gonna set back 0. So we will link up this x position. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly, and uh, for that we will use this fixed update function, sorry, fixed update function. Let me talk about a little bit fixed update calls in a constant frame rate. This update function can run in 1 second. Sometimes it can run in 1 second 60 frames, sometimes it can be 52 frames, 54, 62, 61. So it's totally gonna depend. Basically it's not a constant frame rate, but right over here this fixed update, if it's called in 1 second 60 frames, means in this next second it will still gonna call 60 frame in 1 second. So the frame rate right over here in fixed update, it's totally fixed. So that's why it's called fixed update. The frame rate right over here is a fixed. So in order to move, we need to go move over to this transform, then position. So let's go to transform dot position, and top of that we will add, so transform dot position right over here means the current position of our player game object. So basically we just moving over to this transform, then accessing this position, and top of that we will add a vector3 variable. Why? Because this transform dot position has three axes, x axis and y axis and the z axis, as you can see right over here. So that's why we need to set a new vector 3, and we do know that vector 3 has x axis, y axis and the z axis. Make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So I'm going to put right over here comma. So in the x, what we want to replace this x with movement, and now this movement can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon what player a player or what user pressing down key, means A or D key. If the player press down A key, then this movement over here will be -1, so it's gonna go to left direction. If the player hold down D key, so it will go to right direction. So this movement can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon what player press down, what key player press down. So in the y axis we don't want to move. If we hold down, we don't want to move in the y axis, we only want to jump, and we will take a look on that later. For now we don't want to move in the y axis as well as for the z axis. So that's why we're going to put in the y axis 0 and in the z axis 0, and make sure you just multiply this whole thing with time dot fixed delta time, means it will make our frame rate constant. Means in 1 second, this fixed update in my PC or laptop, you can say it's gonna call 60 frames. But in your case, if you do have a fast system, then this fixed update in 1 second can call up to 120 frames. So as you can see there is a huge difference from of frame rates. So to make it constant, so that's why we need to multiply this whole thing with time dot. So let's multiply with time dot fixed delta time. So we're doing inside fixed update, so that's why we have to use fixed or a delta time. So it's gonna make our frame rate constant, means right now whatever computer you gonna use, this will run with same frame rate in 1 second 60 frame. If you even use a fast system, in 1 second is still gonna call out 60 frames in 1 second. So that's why, so control S to save your code. And if we control this movement with some speed, so this can be -1 or +1. So that's why player will move left and right with 1 unit. So let's control this speed. Let's multiply with some numbers so we can go a little bit faster. So let's multiply with something like 5f. So instead of hard coding this, we need to come to this script and change this value over again and again to match up a correct speed. So instead of doing this, let's create a variable. So let's go to top of our class, let's make a public so we can adjust through inspector. So we don't need to come to this script over again and again to change the value. So that will be float, and let's call this one something like speed. And by default you can give any value you like, so I'm gonna give something like 5f. Make sure you just put f at the end, means float. And let's replace this 5f with this speed. So we will go left and right with this much of speed with 5 unit. But we can adjust this speed in inspector, so that's why we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So that's why we made it a variable. Makes our work too much easy, so that's why we need to use all the time variables like containers. We can put values and later on we can change them easily. So make sure you just press down Control S. Now if we just move over to Unity, we can see we will able to see an field of speed just gonna pop up underneath our movement, which will be speed. And by default we have given 5 over here, as you can see. But we can adjust this speed right over here. We can put something like 10, we can put 11. So I'm gonna leave with 5. And now if we hit this play button in the top and see the result and try to hold down A and D key, we will go left and right. So if I hold down D key, as you can see we going right direction, and if I try to hold down A key, we going left direction. And if I just lift up my both of those fingers from those keys, it just is staying at 1 point, because this movement over here became 0. So that's why this one over here became 0. Basically we just not doing at all anything. But if I try to hold down D or A key, we can see our player game object indeed going left and right. So I hope you get the idea, and you can adjust the speed in runtime. So I'm gonna make it something like 10. We're gonna go twice faster now, as you can see, and we can make it something like 2. So we will go pretty much slow. So we can also adjust this speed in runtime. Make sure you just out of play mode, and if you just do inside play mode and change something, it will not be saved. So that's why we need to get out of speed parameter. So make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna unplay this. Go to google.com. Okay, sorry, Unity Asset Store, just on Google, and then search here simple input. I'm gonna leave a link in the description of this unit to in order to play in mobile simple input. So let's go over here. So this is our simple input system. So just click on that and you need to download this one. So as you can see right over here, so just download this one first and click on open in Unity. Open in Unity and click on open in Unity editor. Then just go to Unity. You gonna able to see in window, then package manager. So you just have to download this and then click on this import button in Unity, and you are done for that. And I already have imported that simple input. I have it over here. So if I just go to prefabs, and just we have right over here. So this is one arrow all axis. So we want the horizontal one, which will go left and right. So over here we have, so we need to create in order to place these arrows, we need to create we need to go over to hierarchy and we need to create our canvas. Into that canvas we need to place this arrow horizontal. So in order to do that, just go to hierarchy, right click on hierarchy, then UI, and then select this canvas. And if to focus on that canvas, so basically canvas is a place where we need to place all of the UI elements like buttons, icons, images, collectible items, anything like that, like text will be in the canvas. We need to place all of the those things into the canvas. Then what you have to do, go over to inspector, then scroll down, says canvas scalar. So just canvas scalar, and UI scale mode says constant pixel size. So just click on that and click on scale with screen size, and in the X choose something 1920, and in the Y let's choose 1080. And what we have to do now, so select that arrow horizontal and just drag it onto this canvas onto the canvas. As you can see, indeed we just get that horizontal as horizontal arrows. What we have to do, we need to scale up, a little bit. So let's scale this, hold down also, it will scale from center. As you can see, I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, something like this, and you can choose a color. So just click on this arrow and choose both of this button by holding down shift, and go over to inspector, scroll down to image color fill, and you can choose any color you want. So I'm gonna just go to a channel, or bottom one, I'm gonna drag it down to make it transparency, as you can see right over here. So I'm gonna make it something around 50. I guess 50 would be fine. You can make it any number you want. So I'm gonna make it 60, something like that. And we need to hook this horizontal buttons with our movement. In order to do that, what we have to do, we need to open up our player script. So let's select the player game object, and what we have to do, we need to switch to Android platform. Okay, so in order to switch, before we do that, you need to go over to file in the top left. We're gonna look this a little bit later. For now, let's check this horizontal. I will teach you how you can just have to switch platform to Android. If you want to make a Android game or for a mobile, then you need to switch that. So we will take a look on that later. For now, let's open up our player script. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. And Visual Studio, so just wait, it will take a few moments for reloading our projects. And over here, as you can see, we just check input dot get axis horizontal. So what, you can remove this line, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna go to down, and we will use this input dot, sorry, not input, actually simple input. So we just going over to this simple input, means this one. Oh, okay, so we just going over to that way, and simple input. So just type that and dot get axis, and the axis we're looking for is horizontal, which is X. So let's pass in quotation. Make sure you just type horizontal correctly, or else it will not work. Make sure it horizontal, and close that up with semicolon. So we just moving over to simple input, then getting the axis. So basically we just getting over here, and we getting the horizontal axis. And what we will do now, we will store. So this right over here, simple input dot get axis, if you just press this one right over here, so this one right, this function right over here gonna give us one, as like this. And if you just press down, instead of this one instead of this one, the left one, then this right over here will be -1. And if you just don't press any of this button, this right or left, then this right over here gonna give us a 0 value. So let's store that into a container. So we're gonna store that into this mob container, as we did for our left for PC. As you can see, input.get axis, we just map up with our A and D key. So that is the thing. So I'm gonna set that equal to movement equal to this thing. So this simple input dot get access right over here can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon which we press down. If we press down this right one, so this over here this function will be 1, so that's why this movement right over here will be 1 or the plus 1 basically. And then if you just press down this left one, so this one right over here, simple input dot get axis horizontal give us -1, so that's why this movement right over here will be -1. So we're just gonna go left and right if we just click on this. So let's have a look. So make sure you just control S, press down control S to save your code, and we need to go over to Unity, and we will see that right away. So let's have a look. And if we try to click on the right one, we should go in the right direction, and if we just press down this left one, so we will go into in the left direction. So let's have a look. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's have a look. If we going left and right, so let's check that. And if we just press down the right one, as you can see, we going right. And if we just try to press down the left one, as you can see, we going left. So we going left and right, as you can see. Basically that's working fine. Or I'm gonna unplay this. So if we just move over to script, you can remove this movement for your for PC or laptop system. You just make this one a comment, so it's not gonna interrupt our code. But I'm gonna leave that because I just gonna check for a anti key. That basically you just have to use this one simple input dot get axis, which is horizontal, and you can pass right over here vertical will be up and down, which will be in y axis. So this simple input dot get axis horizontal can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon which one we just press down or click. So if we just click the right one, so that will give a +1. And if we just press down the left one right over here, so this will right over here gonna be -1. And if we just don't press any of this left and right, so this right over here gonna keep 0. So that's why this movement can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon which one we just click or press down. So that just mapped up with our movement. So I hope you get the idea of this. And now we have to switch our platform to make for Android. uh, so let's we have to do that, and we need to switch our platform from PC to Android. So just wait for to compiling our script. It's gonna take a few moments. Just wait, and once it's done, we need to go to top left in the file, and then we have to switch platform from our PC to Android. So just wait, and it will take a few moments. So just wait, and it's gonna take a few moments, and we have to do some setting in our mobile screen as well, in our mobile. So just wait. I don't know why it's taking so much time. We need to do some settings in our mobile screen as well in mobile, and we need an USB to do so. Basically get a USB, and we need to plug it with our PC or laptop. If you were using a laptop, so you have to plug it, and PC also. So just wait for a moment. Once it's done, reloading domain, it's saying completing domain. I don't know why it's taking so much time. Okay, so it's done. So what we have to do now, if we go to top left file, in the top left you can see file, and in the scroll down says build settings, so just click on that, and the shortcut key you see which is control plus shift plus B, so just click on that. I already switched platform, so if you do have Windows, Mac, Linux, then choose this Android, and in the bottom right you can see switch platform, so just click on that. And once it's done, the logo, Unity logo, will be in next to our Android logo, as you can see right over here, will be next to our Android logo. So make sure just do that. And once you are in Android, and we need to do some important settings, in order to do, just click on this player settings, and then we need to go over to editor. In the top you can find, so just go to editor, and over here says Unity remote and device says none. Make sure you just click on this none to any Android device. Make sure you just do that, or else the game will not be broadcast in our phone or in our mobile. So make sure you just do that. Go to device and select none to any Android device. So just do that, and we can install some phone. Basically you can check that out. So in order to do that, if we just go over to game view and click right over here game, and click on this simulator, and we can check, as you can see, and we can click right over here, and we can check any phone we are looking for. You can check for Apple iPhone, and Huawei, any mobile devices, and you have to click on this install additional devices, so it will install, so you can check for your mobile. So make sure you do that. So just go to simulator, and then you I'm gonna go to with game view one more time, and it's fine. And we need to do some important settings on our mobile phone right now, so let's do that. So go to your mobile screen and go to settings. Right over there we need to go to about phone, and then we have to find our build settings. So I'm gonna go to details, and we just have to tap on our build number or the version over here I have. So we need to press it multiple times until it says you are now a developer. As you can see, you are now a developer. So, and what we have to do now, we need to go back to our phone settings, and we have to search. You can search right over here, or what else you can do, just scroll down, then go to additional settings. So just click on that, just press on that, and then developer option you can find, or you can just type over here something like developer option, and it will bring up. So let's just press right there. And what we have to do, we need to go over to USB debugging. Right over here we can see, make sure you just enable that. So I'm gonna enable, and I'm gonna check for OK. So it says US is highly sensitive service, so make sure accept that. Now we accept it, and what we have to do now, we need to go to Play Store, we need to install Unity remote. So let's go to our Play Stores. So I'm gonna find Play Store. Right over here we need to find, let's click on the search, and we have to find Unity remote. So just click on Unity remote. I already have installed it. So what you have to do, you need to install that, basically download that and then install, and just click on this open button. It will open up our Unity remote. And what we have to do now is that we need to connect our phone with our laptop with a USB, with an USB. So just make sure that you have an USB and plugged your phone with your USB, and make sure you just plug that USB with your laptop or PC as well. So I hope you get the idea of it. Let's create a jump button. Once we click on the jump button, our player game object should jump. Before we do that, if you take a closer look onto this player, as you can see, there is a less pixel, we guess. So to fix that, what we have to do, we're gonna go over to our project tab first, then assets, Then sprites, I have it over here in clear. So I'm gonna select all of the sprite. So let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift, sorry, by holding down shift, and just move over to inspector. Then scroll down to the bottom, says override for Android. So just click on this box, and max size, as you can see, it's 208448. So just click on that and select this 16384. And after doing that, compression quality, we're gonna set it to normal. Let's leave it that. And after doing that, just click on this apply button, and we should hope that it will gone by now. So I guess it's not at all. Basically, the sprite sheet, it's actually look like that. We have a less pixel size, but for another sprite, if that sprite sheet have too much pixels, then you're gonna get a clear look of that player game object. But in this case, this player have less pixels, so that's why it's still looking like that. So what we have to do now, we're gonna create a jump button, and if we just click right over there, we want our player game object to jump. So to do that, let's select the player script, and let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. Before we jump, we're gonna create the button. So let's go to Unity one more time, select the canvas, right click on this canvas, then go to UI and legacy in the bottom, then select this button. And if to focus on that button, sorry, we will choose this button something like circle type. So let's call this button instead, let's call this one jump button, something like that. And let's click right over here. Let's select this button, let's scale it up. So hold down all, so it will scale from center. And what we want to do, instead of square, we're going to choose circle. To do so, let's click right over here, go to inspector, then scroll down, says image. So click right over there and choose you can choose this knob. So I'm gonna find right there circle, sorry, circle, and just click on this icon, so it will bring up. So this is circle, as you can see. So I'm gonna choose this one, so I guess it's pretty fine. And hold down all, so it will resize from center. Let's drag it down here. Instead of doing that, let's increase the text inside of that button. So I'm gonna click right over here and select the text. Let's increase the font size. So let's go over to inspector, scroll down, and font size, let's make it something 80. Let's call this jump instead. And font style, I'm going to choose bold. And you can drag any font. I'm going to choose another font for this. I can choose this one. I will have a link in the description of this font, so you can go and check that out if you like. So I'm gonna choose this one. I guess this seems pretty fine. And let's select this button and go over to inspector one more time and click, just move to erect transform, click right over here, hold down all and select this bottom right one. And let's drag it somewhere around here. The jump button seems pretty something like big, so let's scale it down. So hold down all, so it will resize from center. Let's drag it somewhere around here and hold down all. And the text seems pretty quite big, so let's select the text and let's make the font size less, something around 50. And I guess it's pretty fine. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Let's move to image component and click on this color fill, and we will select the A and let's drag it down some around 50 we can do. Basically transparency, as you can see, I guess it's fine. And if we try to scale down our screen, as you can see, the button indeed just increasing or decreasing according to our screen size, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. Now what we have to do, we need to hook this button, jump button, with a some certain function to jump. So let's select the player game object and let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's make a function for our jump. So let's go to, I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now. And let's move over to in the bottom, and let's make a jump function. Let's make a jump function. So make sure you just make this public. Why? If we just move to Unity and go to canvas and select this jump button, move over to inspector and scroll down, we can see on click, and we have to hit this plus icon, and we can call the function right over here. So that's why we need to make it public. If you just don't make it public, you're not gonna able to call that function on click of this button. So that's why we need to make that function public. So let's move to once again to that function, public void. For function we have to type void, and let's call this something like jump button and make first bracket, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And what we want to do inside this button, we want to jump, we need a reference of this rigid body. If we select this player game object, we need a reference of this rigid body, because rigid body is responsible for velocity, gravity, on all those kind of things, which basically added up to our game object to interact with our scene or in the game, which add forces, velocity, and all kind of things. So that's why we need a reference of this rigid body, then we can jump. So let's go to script our one more time, and let's go to top of our class. So let's make a public rigid body field. That is a rigid body, so that's why we have to type rigid body 2D component, and then we have to name that. Let's call it something like RB, and let's close that up with semicolon. Make sure you just making this one public so we can see the field underneath our player script. So make sure you just control S on your keyboard to save your code and just move over to Unity. We should hope that it will work out okay. So just wait for to compile. And for playing the game, if you hit this play button, make sure you just plug your phone with an USB to your PC or laptop, so the game will be broadcast on your phone right away. Make sure you just do that. Basically you have to plug with your USB, with an USB to with your phone. Basically you have to plug you with an USB to connect mobile and phone, so the game can broadcast on your phone. So make sure you just do that. So as you can see underneath our player script, we can see RB and it says none rigid body. So we don't have reference. So let's select this rigid body and drag it right there. Now we have player rigid body reference, as you can see right over here, and we can set the velocity. So let's go to script now. We have a reference of this rigid body of our player game object, and let's go to right over here. So what we want, we will create a vector to velocity variable, something like that. Velocity, sorry, a little bit velocity, and let's set equal to rb dot velocity. So this vector to velocity has two axes, which is x-axis. If I select this player and F to focus on it, and select this move tool right over here, which have x-axis and y-axis, and we set equal to rb dot velocity. Basically this velocity will be now this rigid body velocity. So basically we just moving over to rigid body, and then we setting that velocity. We just storing this rigid body velocity into this velocity vector to velocity. It will work like as a container. Now we just storing rigid body velocity means this one into this velocity variable or the container you can say. And after that we will move to this velocity dot y, and we will set equal to some unit, something like 10f. You can set it to something like 5. It's totally up to you, but for it will, so we need to come to the script and change this value over again and again and again to match up a correct height. So instead of doing that, what we will do, we will go to top of our class and we will make a variable for that as well. So let's make a public that will be float, and let's call this one something like jump height. You can call whatever you like, and by default you can set any value you can give or you want. So I'm gonna set it to something like 7f, and we can adjust this value in inspector, so we don't need to come to the script and change this value over again and again. So that's why we made a variable which make our work too much easy. Now let's set velocity dot y, we will set equal to jump height, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And after that we will go to rigid body velocity, means clear rigid body velocity, and we will set equal to this velocity now. So what we have done right over here, firstly we created a velocity vector to velocity. Basically we stored this rv dot velocity into this velocity. As you can see, we directly set velocity equal to rv dot velocity, and after modifying the y-axis, so basically we just going over to this velocity, basically we just accessing the y, and we just set equal to jump height, which is 7f by default we have given, but we can adjust. So in the y, we this much height we can jump, so in the y-axis only, we didn't modify the x, so only just y. And after modifying the y-axis, we just moving over to that rigid body velocity, means this player rigid body velocity, and again we setting to this velocity after modifying the y-axis only, as you can see right over here. Then we just moving over to rigid body velocity of our player game object one more time, and we're setting equal to this velocity after modifying the y-axis. So make sure you just control s to save your code and just move over to Unity. So we should hope it will work out okay. So just wait, and once it's done, it's gonna work out okay. So as you can see, jump height just gets pop up right over here, and by default we set it 7. So what we have to do right now, if we still move over to canvas, then jump button, go to inspector and scroll down to the bottom section, we can see on click. So what we have to do, we have to hit this plus icon, so let's click on that, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case, this player game object, so let's select that and drag it right there. And in player script, it says no function, so just click on that, and we made the function inside of our player script. So that's why we're gonna go to player script, and over there we created the jump button function, as you can see right over here, and we made it public, so that's why we are able to see it right over here. So what we have to do, we have to choose that, so we gonna click on that. So if we whenever we just click on this jump button, this function jump button function will call out. And what jump button function is doing, it's just moving or just adding a some kind of a velocity in the y-axis with this much of height. So basically we're gonna jump in the y-axis. So what we have to do, firstly we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So if I select the player game object, in player script we can see the player in player game object we can see the player script is attached. So that's why we need to drag this game object right there, and then we have to go to this script and we have to choose that function. And now if we just hit this play button in the top and try to click this jump button, we should hope that this player game object gonna jump in the y axis. and the game will be broadcast now into your phone. As you can see, we can jump in the y axis, but as much as we can, even we are in the air, we can jump. We don't want to do that once we standing. So if you just click on this jump button on your mobile phone, and this player game object will jump as we just doing in our laptop or in PC. It will do the same thing. If you just click on this jump button, it will gonna jump. It will make basically it will add up a velocity in the y-axis with this much of jump height. So that's why we are jumping. The problem is that we can jump as many times we want, even we are not standing on the ground. So we need to fix that. So make sure you just autoplay mode, and if I just move over to console, it says check failed. Unity remote requirements check failed. Basically I didn't plugged my phone with an USB to my PC or laptop, you can say. So that's why I'm just getting an error. So make sure you just do that. You just plug your phone with an USB, you not gonna get able to this error message. But if you just want to get rid of that, and if you just want to play the game in a laptop, so what you have to do, you need to go to top left file, then click on this build setting in the bottom, and then click on this player settings in the bottom we can find. So just click on that, and then go over to editor in the top. Over here we can see device and Android device. So you can just select this none. So I'm gonna select this none because I want to play the game in laptop, so that's why. But if you want to play this game in your phone, make sure you just select this device to any Android device, or else it will not work. So make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna select none because I want to play the game or want to check the game in my a laptop. So that's why I'm gonna select none. But in your case, if you just want to play the game in your phone, so then you have to select this any Android device. So that's the logic behind it. So I'm gonna select none, and let's cut this step right now. I'm gonna clear the console, and let's take a look on how we can jump one time only when we are standing on the ground. I'm gonna make the jump height a little bit higher, something like 2m, and let's go to script now. For that, we will create a bool parameter. It will check the player game object is standing on the ground or not. So let's go to top of our class, and let's make a private. I'm gonna make it public, but you should make this one private. It doesn't need to be public. For explanation, I'm gonna make this one public. That will be bool. This can be true or false, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call something like is ground, and by default I'm gonna set it to true. So public bool is ground, by default we set it to true. This right over here is ground, or this bool parameter right over here, it can be true or false depending upon what we're doing. Basically we're gonna check this one, and let's go to right over here. As you can see, we are jumping. So we are jumping. So what I want to check before we jump. I want to check if is ground is true. Is ground is equals to true, or you can leave it like this. It also means true, and make some curly brackets. And we're gonna put this whole line of code by Control X for cut, and let's paste it in between these curly brackets by Control V for pasting. And after jumping, what I want, I'm gonna set this is ground parameter to false. Now I'm gonna set it to false. So for the first time, if we call this function right over here, this jump button and jump button function, firstly it's gonna check if is ground is true, and by default we set it to true. As you can see, the condition over here is true, so that's why in between these curly brackets whatever we write, it's gonna implement, or it's gonna work. But after jumping, we setting this is ground parameter false, as you can see. So if we click on this jump button for the next time, and we do know that is ground is not anymore true, it's false. So that's why in between these curly brackets whatever we're gonna write it will not be execute, means we're not gonna able to jump for the next time. So as you can see right over here, we checking, so we just calling this jump button function, and then we checking if is ground is equals to true, or you can leave it like this, means also means true. So what we're doing, we just making our player game object jump in the y axis, and after that we're setting is ground parameter to false. Okay, and then once we click on this jump button for the next time is ground over here is not true, it's false. So that's why the condition over here getting false. So that's why whatever we write in between these curly brackets now it will not be execute, means we're not gonna able to jump for the next time. To see that, make sure you just press down Control S, and now let's move over to Unity. So we should hope that for the first time we will able to jump, and for next time we're not gonna able to jump because that is ground is false. It's not now. It's not true now. As you can see is ground by default is true, basically checked as you can see. And if we hit this play button in the top and try to click on this jump button for the first time, we will able to jump, but for next time we should not able to we're not gonna able to jump because this is ground parameter will be false. So let's take that out. So if we just click on this jump button, as you can see it's jump, but now if I just try to click on this jump button we're not able to jump because that as you can see is ground parameter is false, basically unchecked. So that's why in between this ground is not anymore true, it's false. So that's why there we are not able to jump. So basically means we need to set this is ground parameter to true one more time. If we set this to true, basically check and try to click on this jump button, now we are able to see we jump, but once this one gets false we're not able to jump. So when we should this when we set this one to true, when we standing on the ground, then we're gonna set this parameter to true. And if we set this is ground parameter to true and try to click jump button, we can see our player game object indeed jumping, but once this ones get false it's not jumping at all. So we need to set this is ground parameter to true. So I'm gonna unplay this the game now. I hit this play button one more time to unplay that. So when we should set it true, when we're standing on the ground, at that moment we need to set this is ground to true. But when we are on the air, something like right over here, so we should not set this is ground parameter to true, it will be unchecked by default. Once we are on the air, is ground is automatically gonna be false. So let's after jumping, this is ground parameter will be false, but once we collide with this ground or standing on this ground, we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true one more time. So let's go to script, and to do so let's go to bottom. We have to use if we collide with this ground, we have to use a collision function in Unity. So in order to use that, let's go to script, and for that we have to use this on collision inter 2D function. And over here this on collision inter 2D function, this function get called when we collide with something. I really apologize for the background voice coming out. So this on collision inter 2D function get called when we collide with something, and if we collide with this ground, this function gonna get called, and we can extract info what we collided with by going to this collision parameter. We can extract info like name, tag, or whatever we can. So we have to go over to this collision and we can extract info. So let's do that. So I'm gonna set to something like debug dot log, something like that. I want to extract the name of the game object we collided with. So we're gonna go to this collision, then game object, then dot tag, and make sure you just close that up with some semicolon. So we do know that this function right over here get called when we collide with something, and what we're doing, we're just printing out the name of the game object. Whatever we collided with, we going to that game object, as you can see dot game object and then dot tag. So instead of tag extracting tag, I'm gonna print out the name of the game object we collided with. So that's why we're going to that game object and then accessing the name of the game object we collided with. So control S to save your code now, and if we move over to Unity and try to collide with this ground, we should able to see the ground name just gonna pop up right away in the console. So select the console in the bottom and hit this play button in the top. So once we collide with this ground, so if we hit this play button in the top and collide with this ground, we should able to see the ground name just gonna pop up right away because we're gonna collide with that ground, and we do know once we collide with something that function gets triggered. As you can see, the ground name just get triggered, and if I clear the console and drag it this player right over here and collide with this ground one more time, as you can see, the ground message just gets pop up when we collide with this ground, because this function right over here get called when we collide with something, and we just extracting the name of the game object we collided with by going to this collision parameter and that dot game object, basically whatever we collided with. So we collided with this ground, so that's why this it's a game object basically means referencing this game object, this ground, and basically and by this ground we're just extracting the name which is ground, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna unplay this. Instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to set this, if we select this player game object, we want to set this is ground to true, and we do know if we set this one to true, we will able to jump for the next time as well. So that's why. So let's double click on this message to open that up quickly. So instead of printing out message, firstly we're gonna check, firstly we will check if collision, sorry, so we will go over to this parameter. If collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to ground, ground, and make some curly brackets. So basically what we doing, we just checking right over here. So we do know this function get called when we collide with something, and we checking whatever we collided with, we going to that game object and then accessing the tag of that game object, and we checking if that tag is equals to ground. So we need to assign this ground. If we move to Unity and select this ground game object, we need to assign this ground as a ground tag. So how you can do that? In order to do it, so let's select the ground first, move over to inspector, and it says tag, and over here you can see tag and it says untag. So just click on that and then click on add tag and hit this plus icon right over here, name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like ground, and click on that save button and go back to that ground game object one more time, and we're gonna assign, let's go to inspector once again, and tag it says untag. So just click on that and let's assign this ground as a ground tag. So we're gonna assign this as a ground tag. Now we assigned this ground as a ground tag. So over we're gonna go to script one more time, and over we checking whatever we collided, we going to that game object and then accessing that tag, and we checking if that tag is equals to ground, and we do know that we assign it that ground. If we just move to Unity and select this ground, so we're gonna collide with this ground game object. So we just accessing the tag right over here which is ground, and we checking if this ground is equals to ground. Basically whatever we collided, if that game object has tag ground, and we do know we're gonna collide with that ground, and ground has tag ground. So in quotation we have to do it. So we definitely gonna collide with that ground now. So what we have to do, we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true, and we do know if we set this one to true, this right over here, so this condition over here getting true, so is ground will be true, and if it's true then we will able to jump, as you can see. And after as jumping, we setting is ground parameter to false one more time, but once we collide with the ground, we're gonna set this is ground parameter to true. So let's set that is ground to true. And we do know, after jumping and once we collide with this ground one more time, this ground, so this is ground parameter will be true by now. So that's why we will able to jump, and after jumping we setting back is ground parameter to false. But once we collide with this ground, so we again setting this is ground parameter to true, so it will work forever. So make sure you just control S and move to Unity, it will be saved. So once we collide with this ground or standing on that ground, at that moment we will able to jump. But once we are on the air, after jumping we're not gonna able to jump twice or something like that. So let's check it. So let's hit this play button in the top and let's try to click on this jump button. We should hope it will work out okay. So let's have a quick look. uh, Now we collided with the ground, and if I click on this jump button, as you can see we are jumping. But when we click on this jump button twice, we're not able to jump in the air, as you can see. But when we standing on that ground and select this player game object, we can see is ground parameter just get true, and if I jump click on this jump, its ground gets false. And once we collide with this ground, it's automatically we set this is ground parameter to true one more time. So let's have a quick look multiple times. We can see once we collide with this ground, its ground parameter gets checked, basically means true. But when we are on the air, its ground is false. So I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just move your player game object right left and just make the jump with your inputs. It will work out okay in mobile as well. So I hope you get the idea of this. And now we have to make the animation and a lot of other things we have to work on right now. So I'm gonna unplay this now and it's fine. Let's make our animation. So let's go to project tab. Sorry, project tab, assets, sprites. I have it over here. Let's go there. So we have multiple sprites, so we need to do firstly idle, work and attack. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna find the idle, so I have it over here. Idle one, idle attack one, sorry. So let's select that, go over to inspector and click on this sprite editor. So we can see there are multiple sprite. Basically we already cut this one individually. And what we have to do now, we need animation tab. Animation tab, for that, if you can find the animation tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then go to animation in the bottom you can find. And or the shortcut key is holding down control 6, so it will bring up the animation tab right away. And also this animator tab in the bottom you can find. So I'm gonna select this animation tab, I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and we are ready to create our animation. To create, make sure you just select the player game object. Before we do that, let's create an folder into our assets, and into the we will call it something like animation. And into that animation we will place all of our animations, so to keep all of the things in organized way. So let's do that. So let's go to assets, right click on assets, then create folder, sorry, a folder. Let's call this one animations or animation. And what we want to do now, let's make sure you just select the player game object and click on this create button in animation tab. And what we have to do, we're gonna go to assets over here. In assets we created this animation folder, as you can see. So let's double click that to open up, and we want to create a subfolder for our player game object or for our player animation. So let's right click, then new folder. Let's call this one player animation. Player animation, let's open up the subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation what we want. So we're gonna call this one something like player idle, player idle. And make sure you just click on this save button, and we are ready to create our animation. To create our animation, what we have to do, we need to hit this record button right over here, the red button, to record our animation. So make sure you just click on that record button. and we need to drag all of the ideal sprite right over here. So let's go to assets, then sprites. I have it over here. So let's click on this arrow. Sorry, click on this arrow. We can see all of the sprites right over here. So let's select all of them by holding down shift and just move it over to this animation tab, and we can hit this play button to play our animation. As you can see, indeed it's playing the ideal animation, and it seems pretty quite fast. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make spaces between these animation sprites or individual sprites. To do so, let's select this and let's move it over to something 50. And now if we hit this play button, we can see animation is now quite good. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around 30 I guess. Okay, so the 30 seems pretty quite good. And once you done, make sure you just click on this record button one more time to capture the animation. And now we gonna create, I'm gonna select this player game object. So let's select the player in hierarchy. Let's select this move tool. I'm gonna drag it in the on top of this ground, and let's create other animation. Before we do that, let's find them. So we have multiple sprite dash. Let's find the run or the running or the work, you can say. So let's find that. It's pretty impossible to find, because we have a lot of animation over here. So let's find by just clicking each of them. Okay, so we have it over here, run. As you can see, run weapon. So I'm gonna select this one, select that, go over to inspector and click on this sprite editor. So we can see this is our running one. So what we have to do, we need to cut them individually, this sprite. So let's select this sprite mode to multiple, because we have more than one sprite. And let's choose pixel per unit to a less number, something like 16. And let's go to down. Let's select this filter mode to point no filter. To why? Because if you take a closer look, it seems blurry. So that's why, to get rid of it, we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, go to bottom and click on this apply button. So click on this apply button. Now it's gone, as you can see. And we have to we have to cut them individually. So let's click on this slice button in the top left in sprite editor and select automatic to grade by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has. It has four for 8 columns and 1 row. So we're going to put 8 columns right over here and 1 row. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in sprite editor. So we're going to go to this scene tab one more time. Now if we just click on this sprite sheet right over here in this arrow, we can see individually those sprite cut it off. So what we have to do now, select the player game object, go over to animation tab and just click right over here says player idle. So just click on that and click on create new clip, and we will name this clip. So make sure you just into that animation folder and into that sub animation folder of player, make sure you just do that. And we have to name this. So we're gonna call this one player space something like run, or you can call it work. I'm gonna call this one run. And after doing that, let's click on this save. And what we have to do now, we have to hit this record button to record our animation, and we need to drag all of the sprites right over here individually. You can just do that by dragging one by one, but it's better to, I'm gonna delete this, and let's select by, it's better to select all of them by holding down shift and just move it over to this animation tab. And if we hit this play button, we can see the animation, but it seems pretty quite fast. So what we have to do, we need to make spaces between these sprites, individual sprites. So we're gonna move it somewhere around 30, as we did for our ideal. Now if we hit this play button, it seems pretty quite good now. So once you done, just click on this record button to record your animation. Now what we have to do, we need to make the jump and attack. We will have a random attack. So I'm gonna find the jump one right now. So I can see no jump, rolling, run weapon. rolling no jump. So let's find the jump one. It's pretty jump movement. Okay, character jump. Just find the good one. So I guess this one, jump movement. Okay, so we're gonna select this jump one, character jump. So let's select that and go over to inspector. Let's click on this sprite editor. Just do the thing as we did for our idle and the run animation. We're gonna do the same thing for all of those animation. So let's select this multiple pixel per unit to 16, filter mode 2.0 filter, and let's click on this apply, and let's slice them. So how many? 3 6, so 6 columns. So let's put 6 column and 1 row. Let's click slice and click this apply, and now let's select this player, click right over here. Just do the thing as we did for this player idle and player run. We're gonna do the same thing for all of the animation, and let's call this one player jump. Let's hit this record button. So we're gonna find the jump. Let's select all of them. Okay, let's move it over to 30. Okay, seems pretty quite good. And now let's find the attack. So we're gonna have more than basically 3 attack we will have. So 3 attack, we're gonna call the first one attack 1 and so on. So let's select both of, I'm gonna select all of them by holding down shift. Let's go over to inspector and we're gonna choose point of multiple and pixel per unit to 16 and point no filter. Let's click on this apply, and I'm going to select the first one. So let's select that, click on sprite editor. So we will cut them off individually. So let's select, we have 3 6 7 columns. So let's put 7 columns. Let's click on this slice and click on apply in the top right, and let's select the player game object, click right over here in animation tab and click on create new clip, and we will call this one player attack 1. So this will be the first one. So let's call player attack 1, and let's click on this save, and let's hit this record button, and let's select all of them. Just do the thing. Okay, seems pretty quite good. And now let's select the second one, sprite editor. So 3 6 7 8, 8 columns. So let's put 8 columns, and what we have to do now, let's select the player game object first, sorry, player. Let's click on this create a new clip, and let's call this one, this will be attack 2. Let's click on, and we have, let's move it to 30 and hit this play button in the top. Seems pretty quite good. So now let's create the third one. So I'm gonna select the third one right over here, sorry, right over here. Let's click sprite editor, for 9 columns. So let's put 9 columns, click slice and click apply. Let's go to Cine tab and let's select all of them. Before we do that, let's select the player and go to animation tab. Let's click on this create new clip, and let's call this one player attack 3, and let's click on this save. Let's hit this record button. Let's select all of them by holding down shift. Let's move it over to animation. In this play, I'm gonna move it somewhere around 30. Okay, quite good. And now we have all of the animation. And make sure what you have to do, you need to make this player game object prefab, means copy of that game object. If we select this player and drag it to that assets folder, we can see it's turned it out into a blue, means prefab. And if I just clear the console, if I just delete this player game object from the scene view or in hierarchy, as you can see it's gone, but we can restore that immediately. I'm gonna move this animation tab right over here in the bottom because we created all of the animation. So let's go to project tab and assets. I have it the player right over here. So I'm going to select that and drag it into the hierarchy. As you can see with all of the option, we have player script and all of the things that we saved in our player game object. So those things are already attached, so that's why you need to make a prefab means copy of that game object, so you don't need to work from scratch. You don't need to add this rigid body from start. You don't need to start over it. You can just do it instantly. So that's why we just need to make a prefab means copy of that game object, so we can save, so we don't need to work from scratch and do all of these things as we did from scratch into this player game object. So that's the thing. And if we select this player now and just move over to this animator tab, we can see we have all of the option. We have player run, player jump, player attack, and player attack 2 and player attack 3. As you can see, we have all of those animation right over here. We have player run, attack, attack 2, attack 3, and the jump. And now this one player idle is default state. So if we hit this play button, you're gonna able to see this player idle animation will be played right after the game start, because it's the default one. But you can set any state default by just right clicking on that and set as default state. So let me show you that. As you can see, indeed the running animation just playing over again and again, but you can select any of them default state, but by just right clicking on that and set as layer default state. As you can see, indeed the running animation is just playing over again and again now, but I'm gonna live with this idle one. So as you can see, so basically we need to make transition between these animation states depending upon what we actually doing. So I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna unplay this now for now. So I hope you get the idea how you can make this animation. And we need to make transition between this animation state as well. So we will take a look onto that later. I hope for now you just get the idea how you can make animation of this player game object. To the left direction, let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button in the top and have a look on that. Try to move in the left side. We should look towards in the left side. We're not doing at all. So let's take a look on that. Wait a little bit, just wait a little bit and it's gonna do. So we are now, if we try to go to the left direction, as you can see we know not looking to the left direction, so we need to flip this character. In order to flip that, what we can do, we can select our player game object and move over to transform in inspector. Then rotation, if we set this one to some this y to something like -180, as you can see indeed our player game object gets flipped to the left direction. So we need to just set this y to -180, and if we set back to 0, as you can see we looking to the right direction one more time. So I'm gonna unplay this and hit this play button to get out of that play mode, and let's open up our script to control that. So we're gonna go to top of our class, and we will make a variable that will be also an a bool number. So we're gonna make this one public. It doesn't need to be public, you can make it instead private, and that will be bool. So this can be true or false, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like facing right, facing right, and by default I'm gonna set it to true. Why? If I just close that off with semicolon and move to unity, as you can see we looking to the right direction, so that's why by default I set this facing right parameter to true. So this one can be true or false, and it will keep track of which direction we looking. So that's why we created this bool parameter, which can be true or false depending upon which direction we looking. We just created this parameter to keep track which direction we looking. Okay, so that's the thing. So if we just move over to update function right over here, and we will check right over here in update function in movement. So we will check if movement is lesser than 0f and make some curly brackets. So if movement is 0f, lesser than 0f, what does it mean? So if we just moving to the left direction, we do know that this movement right over here gonna be -1, which is, we do know that movement, if this movement is -1, means we just moving to the left direction. So, and we do know that -1 is lesser than 0, as you can see. So the condition over here getting true, and we will also gonna check a second condition as well. To check or to check with second condition, we have to type an and we will pass right over here if facing right is equals to true. So we checking two condition over here. Firstly, we checking if movement is lesser than 0f, means movement will be -1, or lesser than some unit lesser than with lesser than 0f, so it can be -1. So we're gonna go to that left direction, and we also checking if we looking to the right direction over here. As you can see, if facing right is true. Firstly, we checking if we look moving to the left direction, and if we looking to right direction, what we have to do now, we need to flip our character. So in order to flip, what we will do, we will go to that transform as you seen, and we will go to Euler angles, and we will set equal to new vector 3, because these three Euler angles is a three-dimensional data which has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we have to set this one equal to a new vector 3, and we do know that vector 3 also and three-dimensional data, so it has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So if we move to Unity and select this player, go over to transform inspector, then transform rotation, and if we set it to -180, as you can see, it's get flipped to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna set this y to -180. So I'm gonna set back to 0. So transformed all the Euler angles, you can assume that we just moving over to angles of this player game object, and in the y we will set it to something like -180. So in the y we're gonna set it to -180f, and in the z we're not gonna do anything like that, so we're gonna put 0f, and the same thing goes for x-axis. And after flipping this character, if we just flip this character to the left side, something like -180, as you can see, in that situation, in this situation, we no longer gonna able to look in the right direction. So that's why after flipping this character to the left direction, we're gonna set that facing right parameter to false, because in this situation we no longer looking to the right direction. So that's why, so I'm gonna set back to 0, and let's go to script. So after flipping our character, we're gonna set this facing right parameter to false, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and let's have a look on that. So if we just moving to the left direction, we should able to see this player game objects just gonna flip right away to the left direction once we just moving to the left direction. Let's have a look on that. Basically, let's take a look, and after that we're gonna do that thing. So let's hit this play button in the top and try to move to the left direction. We should hope that it will work out okay. And let's take a look. So if I just move to the left direction, as you can see, we indeed flip to the left direction. But the problem is, now if I try to click out or try to go in the right direction, now we're not looking anyway to the right direction anymore. So what we have to do, we need to select this player. Basically, if we select this player and set this by 180 or this -180, you can say, to 0, as you can see, we're looking to the right direction. So basically we need to set this y-axis to one more time 0, and after doing that, we need to set this facing right parameter to true. Why? Because in this situation, as you can see, we're looking to the right direction. So that's why. So I'm gonna unplay this now, and let's go to our script. So else if we're gonna check, else if movement, we will check if this movement is greater than 0f. Means if movement is greater than 0f, so if we going to the right direction, we do know that this movement right over here gonna be something like zero point 0.1, zero point 0.2 or 1, so it will be greater than 0. So as you can see right over here we checking, and we also gonna check if movement is greater than 0f. At the same time, if we're not looking to the left direction, we do know if we looking to the left direction and if we just moving to the right direction, so this facing right, we do know it will be false. So we're gonna also check if this facing right, if it's equals to false, so make some curly brackets. What we have to do now, so if we just moving to the right direction and if we looking to the left direction, so we checking both of that. So what we have to do, we're gonna set this. So let's copy this line of code by Control C and let's paste it in here by Control V. Firstly we will go to transform, then Euler angles, and we will set this y to 0f, and we do know if we set it to 0f, we will look to the right direction. So after looking to the right direction, we need to set this facing right parameter to true, because in this situation we will look to right direction, so that's why. So after flipping our character, I'm gonna set this facing right parameter to true, and make sure you just Control S on your keyboard to save your code. So firstly we checking if we moving to the right direction, at the same time we not looking to the right direction. So what we doing, firstly we flipping our character to the right direction as normal, and after that we setting again back to basically we setting back this facing right parameter to true one more time after flipping our character to the right direction. So let's have a look. Make sure you just press down Control S to save whatever line of code you write. And now if we just move to Unity, so make sure you just press down Control S and move to Unity and hit this play button in the top. We should hope that once we going to the right direction, we should basically once we look to the left direction and try to go, as you can see we looking to the left direction, and now if I try to move in the right direction, we're looking right direction as you can see right over here. And after looking right direction, we set this facing right parameter to true or check as you can see right over here. And once we try to click left button or try to go to the left direction, we're looking to the left direction as you can see. And after that looking to the left direction, we're setting this parameter facing right to false as you can see through our code. So I hope you get the idea that how you can flip any character in the direction you want to go or in the direction you want to flip that character. So I hope you get the idea of that of this logic, or how you can code this to flip any character in Unity game object in the direction you want by just taking some arguments or parameters to check. So I'm gonna unplay this now. Let's make transition between these animation states. So from idle we want to go player run, and player run attack, and we will play a random attack animation. Basically we need to make transition between this animation state depending upon what player actually doing. So let's do that. So in order to do, let's right click on player idle and make transition to player run, and hit this arrow icon and go over to inspector and exit untick this has exit time, because I want to go this player run immediately instantly. Whenever the player just move, I want to go this player run animation clip right away. I don't want delay something like that, so that's why I just untick this has exit time. And also we will set this transition duration to 0, and let's scroll down. In the bottom you can see condition and it says list is empty, so we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So to set a condition, what we have to do, go to animator tab. In the left side you can see parameters, so just hit this plus icon, and for this we will choose a float condition. So let's choose that, and we have to name it. Let's call this one something like speed, or you can call something like run. So let's call it run. So what we have to do, hit this plus icon, and we will choose this run greater than with some smaller number. We can choose something like zero point 0.1, or you can, sorry, zero point 0.1, or you can choose something like 0.01, a smaller number, something like zero point 0.1 we're gonna choose. So if we set this run parameter to 1, and we do know if we set this run parameter to 1, so 1 will be greater than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. And we do know that 1 is greater than zero point 0.1, which is absolutely true. So that's why this from player idle we will go over to player run animation clip. So let me show that to you. So let's hit this play button in the top, and if we set this run parameter to 1, and we do know that 1 will be greater than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why we will play this run animation clip will be play right away. So let's check that out. So if I set this to 1, as you can see, indeed the running animation clip just playing over again and again and again. And if we set this to 0 once back, once again back, so as you we are not going back to player idle. So what we have to do, I'm gonna unplay this. We need to make transition from player run to player idle, or we will stuck in this player run animation clip forever. So let's right click on player run and make transition back to player idle, and let's hit this plus icon or click on that, go over to inspector, and we want to untick this as has exit time, because I don't want to play zero point 0.5, as you can see 0.50% of this player run animation clip. So that's why I'm gonna untick this. As soon as possible we will as soon as player standing on the ground, we should not play this player run animation clip. Right away we should play this player ideal animation clip. So that's why we untick this as exit time, and transition duration we will set to something like 0. We don't want any delay. And scroll down to the bottom side, you can see a condition and it says list is empty. So what we have to do, hit this plus icon, and we need to choose if run. We will choose if run is lesser than, with some smaller number we can check for something like zero point 0.1, sorry, zero point 0.1. So if we set this run parameter to 0, and we do know that 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why it will go back to player id. So let me show that to you. So let's hit this plus icon, sorry, play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. Let's have a look on that, and let's check that out. So if we set this run parameter to 1, as you can see run animation clip is playing over again and again. And if we set this run parameter to 0, and we do know that if this run parameter is 0 which is lesser than zero point 0.1, and we do know that 0 is absolutely lesser than zero point 0.1, so that's why condition over here getting true. So that's why it's gonna go back to ideal animation clip. So I'm gonna, if we set this one to 0, as you can see ideal animation clip now it's just playing over again and again and again, because this for 0 will lesser than is 0.1, 0 is lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why the ideal animation clip is just playing over again and again. And if we set this one back to 1, it's playing run, and if we set back to 0, it's playing idle. So I'm gonna unplay this the game. So we need to control this parameter through our code. If we select this player game object, we can see an animator component has been added once we created this animation clip, this player idle, player run, and on and so on. So this animator component gets added up at that time. So we need a reference of this animator component, then we can switch to any animation we like to switch. So we need a reference of this animated component, and this component animator is responsible for switching our animation and playing our animation. So we need a reference of this animator component to set this value. Before we do that, let's also make from this player idle, or from this player run to this jump animation clip, and also this attack attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3. So let's make transition between them. So from idle, basically from any state we want to go, we want to jump. Okay, from any state we play want to play jump animation clip. So let's make transition. So that's why we will right click on any state from and make transition to player jump, because from if we just standing or running or attacking, if we just press down right away space key, we should jump right away. So that's why from any state we want to jump. So let's hit this arrow icon and let's go over to inspector. And what we will do, we will go over to has exit time and we will leave it. We will untick this has exit time. As soon as player space key, press down space key, we want to jump immediately. Basically we also want to play this jump animation clip right away. So that's why. And we will set transition duration to 0. We don't want any delay. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we will set a second condition or second parameter. So let's go to animator, then parameters. Let's hit this plus icon, and for this now we will choose this bool, and we have to name this. Let's call this one something like jump. And this bool can be true or false, basically check or unchecked. So what we want to set that parameter. So we will set this jump and we will set it to true. So if we set this jump parameter to true, it will play this jump animation clip right away from any state we want. So let me show that to you. If we hit this plus arrow icon, because we have chosen that condition, as you can see in the bottom we can see. So let's have a look on that. So let's hit this play button in the top and try to click or check this jump parameter or set it to true, basically checked. It will play the jump animation clip right away. So let's check that. So if we set this one to true, basically check, as you can see jump animation just play it and it just stuck at jump. So what we have to do right now, we need to go back to idle or run, depending upon if we're moving. That in that situation we need to play this run animation clip. And if we are not moving, just if we are not moving, so in that situation we need to play this idle animation clip. So that's the thing. So what we have to do now, I'm gonna uncheck this and uh, let's unplay this game. Hit this play button in the top to get out of play mode. And what we have to do now, we are stuck at this jump animation clip forever. So what we have to do right now, we need to make transition from this jump to player idle as well as to this player run. So let's right click on player jump and make transition to this player idle, and as well as let's right click on player jump and make transition to player run. And now let's select this arrow and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go this player idle or player run, depending upon if the player is moving. That in that situation we need to play this run animation clip, else we need to play this player idle animation clip. So let's select this arrow, go over to inspector, and we will what we're gonna do, we're gonna untick this has exit time. So as soon as player idle or as soon as this player game object just collide with this ground, we should play this idle animation clip right away. So that's why. And what we're gonna do now, let's select this arrow one more time and we will set this transition duration to 0. And now scroll down and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go player idle. So first thing, we will check if the player is moving or not. So let's hit this plus icon and we will say choose this run parameter. If this run parameter is lesser than something like 0.1, means player is not moving. That's why run parameter is lesser than 1. So if we are not moving, then we will set this run parameter to 0. And we do know if we set this 1 to 0, so 0 will be lesser than 0.1, basically with this number compared to this 0.1. And we do know that 0 is absolutely lesser than 0 1 sorry point 1, so that's why it will play idle animation clip. Basically we are not moving, so that's why we're gonna play this player idle. And the second condition we're gonna set, so let's hit this plus icon one more time, and we will choose this jump parameter and we will set it to false. And so we will check second condition, if jump parameter, if we set this one to false, at the same time if we are not moving, so in that situation we're gonna play this idle animation clip. So that's why we just chosen the second condition. And also let's hit this arrow icon, as arrow icon, let's choose that, and let's go over to inspector. We will untick this as exit time, and transition duration we will set it to 0 because we're gonna go immediately to run animation clip, and we need to choose a condition. So first condition we will choose this run, basically which checks we are running or not. So let's hit this plus icon and we will choose this run. If it's greater than some smaller number, so we're gonna check for zero point 0.1. so if the run parameter is greater than 0.1, and we do know if that is the situation, that means player is running. And the second condition we will choose, let's hit this plus icon one more time, we will choose this jump. And if jump is false, jump is false, at the same time we are moving, then we will play this run animation clip. And what we have to do now, if we go to any state and hit this arrow, what we have to do, we're gonna take this as exit time. Okay, just take that, because basically we want to play the complete animation of this player jump. So that's why we just leave it this has exit time, and we're gonna set this exit time to 1. Once basically means 100% of animation clip. It will play the jump animation clip 100%. Then depending upon what we're doing, we will go over to idle, or else we will go over to run, depending upon if the player is really moving or not. So let's have a look on that. So let's hit this play button in the top to check that manually. If we set these parameters manually, we should able to see that. And later on we will control this gonna control this parameter through our code. So if I just try to jump, we are not jumping. Okay, so we are moving, as you can see. Sorry, if we set this jump parameter to true, as you can see jump animation clip is playing over again and again. And if I set this one to true and run is already 0, basically means we just standing. So in this situation this idle animation will be played right away. So let's have a look. If we set this jump parameter to false, as you can see idle animation is playing. Why? Because this run parameter is already 0, means we just standing on the ground, so that's why the idle animation clip is playing. But if we just move around and jump and jump, and after the jump we will see the player game object will just gonna play this run animation clip right away, because in that situation we just moving. So I'm gonna unplay this right now, and let's make transition from this attack and attack 2 and attack 3. So when we should attack, when we just standing on the ground, not jumping, not running, in that situation we're not gonna play this attack animation clip or gonna play attack animation. When we just standing like this, in that moment we just want to play this attack animation clip. So that's why we will make transition from this idle to attack 1 or attack 2 and attack 3. So in that situation we just gonna do to do so, I'm gonna track this. I guess it's pretty fine. Okay, so let's right click on player idle and make transition from this attack 1, as well as right click player idle, make transition attack 2 and attack 3. So what we have to do now, we're gonna set some certain parameters. So let's hit this arrow, and let's go over to inspector, and we will untick this has exit time, because as soon as we just click on attack or play attack, basically we need to attack, so we have to play this attack animation clip right away. We don't want any delay, so that's why we untick this has exit time, and we will set this transition duration to 0. And after that, in the bottom we have to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play the attack animation clip. So we're gonna choose a trigger. Sorry, really sorry. To choose trigger, what we have to do, we need to go to parameters, yeah, and hit this plus icon, and we will choose this bottom one which says trigger. So let's choose that, and we have to name that. So let's call this one something like attack 1, attack 1, and we will create for this attack 3 and attack 2 as well. So let's hit this plus icon one more time, and let's choose this trigger. Let's call this one attacked 2, attack, let's call this one attack 2, and then let's choose one trigger one more time, attack 3. And what we have to do right now, let's hit this arrow, and for this attack 1 we're gonna choose attack 1. So let's go over to inspector, scroll down, and condition, and it says list is empty. So let's hit this plus icon, and we will choose this attack 1. So if we trigger this attack 1 parameter, this attack 1 animation clip will be played right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, as you can see right over here. So let's check that out if it's working or not. I'm gonna clear the console. Let's go to animator tab, and let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it manually if it's working fine or not. Let's have a look on that. Okay, basically if I unplay this, for this attack 3 we need to choose attack. So we not chosen any condition for this attack 3 and attack 2. So that's why we right after the game start, it's automatically going to this attack 3 and attack 2 animation clip, because we not have not chosen any condition yet. So that's why it's just going automatically. So we need to choose condition as well for this attack 3 and attack 2. So let's select this attack 3, and we're gonna do the same thing as we did for this attack 1. So we will untick this has exit time and transition duration to 0, and let's go to bottom, and in this situation we will choose this attack 3, because this is a attack 3 animation clip. So that's why, so let's choose this attack 3, and for this one let's choose, we're gonna untick and let's set to 0, and for this one we will choose attack 2. And now if we, I'm gonna clear the console one more time. Let's select this animator tab, and let's hit this plus button in the top, hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. If we now manually trigger this parameter, which is attack 1 or attack 3 or attack 2, we should able to see those animation clip will be played right away. So let's check it. So if I just trigger this attack 1, as you can see attack 1 animation clip just playing over again and again, and we are stuck at this attack 1 parameter forever. So what we have to do right now, we need to make transition from this attack 1 to idle, as well as player run or jump, depending upon what player currently is doing. So we have to deal with it. So that's why I'm gonna unplay, and let's make transition from this attack 1 to this at idle, or as well as to this jump. So I'm gonna move the jump somewhere around here. Sorry. So what we have to do right now, so I'm gonna drag this one somewhere around here. It's already seems pretty messy. So what we have to do, we need to make transition from this attack 1 back to attack player idle, or player run or player jump depending upon if the player is moving. Then in that situation, from this attack 1 we need to play this immediately, this run animation clip. So we need to make transition from this attack to player run as well as player idle or player jump. So let's right click on player attack and make transition back to player idle, and I hit this plus click on this arrow, go over to exit time, and we will for this standing, we just standing, we not doing anything at all. So we will leave this exit, his has exit time, and we will put right over here one basically means 100%. So after playing 100% attack one animation clip, we will go over to this player idle. Okay, so that's why we just leave this has exit time, and we just set this exit time to 1 means 100% animation clip. And after playing 100% animation clip, we don't want delay, so we will choose this transition duration to 0 and scroll down to the bottom, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go back to this player idle. So first condition we will choose this run will be lesser than zero point 0.1, some small with some smaller number. So first thing is that if we set this run parameter to lesser than zero point 0.1, and we do know that if this run parameter is 0 and 0 definitely is lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why the player idle animation clip will be played. Play it, and we don't need to choose any second condition, so it will go back to automatically to this player idle right after this attack one animation clip played basically 100%, and then it will go back to player idle automatically by having this condition right over here we have chosen. So when we are not moving, we do know that we're gonna set this run parameter to 0, and we do know that 0 is lesser than zero point 0.1, so that's why the condition over here getting true. So that's the reason that ideal animation clip will be played right away. So we also need to go back to this player attack 1 to player run or into a player jump depending upon what player currently is doing. If the player is moving, then in that situation we need to play this run animation clip. So let's right click on player attack 1 and make transition to player run, and let's select this icon. And what we will do now, we will leave untick this has exit time. As soon as possible we need to play this run animation clip right after the play right after playing this attack 1. Basically we need to play this player run immediately, immediately, and we don't want any delay. So that's why we untick this has exit time, and we will set this transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go to this player run. So we will hit this plus icon, and for this now we will choose run parameter is greater than something like zero point 0.1. So if we do know that once when we are moving, we will set this run parameter to 1, and 1 is definitely greater than this zero point 0.1 number, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this player run animation clip will be played right away. We don't want to play 100% attack one animation clip because we need to go to this player run, so we need to go over to immediately. So that's why we just untick this has exit time and just did that. And we also need to make transition from this attack 1 to this player jump. So let's right click on player attack 1 and make transition to player run, player jump, and let's hit this icon, click on this icon. And if we just move to has exit time, we will untick this has exit time, and we will set this transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to jump. So if we just playing attack 1, and if we just press down jump space key on our keyboard, so we need to play the jump animation right away. We should not play the attack animation clip in that moment. So that's why we just untick this as exit time, and we set transition duration to 0, because we just want to go immediately, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to jump. So we will set choose this condition, which is jump. So let's hit this plus icon. We will choose this jump parameter and we will set it to true. And if we set this jump parameter to true, basically checked, we will play the jump animation clip right away. Away. So that's the thing. So we're gonna do the same thing for this player attack 3, player attack 2, and just do that. We're gonna do the same thing as we have done for this player attack 1. So let's hit this. I'm gonna set this for attack 3. Let's make transition. Just do the thing as we did for the first. So we're gonna select this arrow. Let's choose one. I hope you just getting the idea of this. We will choose lesser than 0.1, and let's do it. Let's run is greater than 0.1. Just doing the same thing as we have done for all of the animations of attack, basically for the first. just uh, just doing the same thing. Sorry. We'll do 0, and the list just goes on. So we will set this run parameter to 0.1, and let's make transition to attack to this player run. Let's untick and let's set this transition duration to 0, and let's choose a condition. So we will choose run parameter is greater than 0.1, and now let's right click in transition to this player jump. Let's select this arrow and we will untick, and let's set this one. Let's scroll down. We will set this jump to true. Now it's fine. I'm gonna clear the console. If we just go over to animator, it seems pretty seems like a spider web, you can say. It's pretty confusing, but it's fine now. So if we hit this play button in the top and try to just check this box or trigger this parameter, set this jump parameter to true or false, or this run parameter 0 to 1, we should able to see that transition will be happen right away. So let's check it. So if we set this jump parameter to true, basically check, as you can see jump animation clip is playing over again and again. So now if I just uncheck basically false, as you can see player idle animation is playing. And if I try to trigger this attack to parameter, we should able to see attack to animation clip will be played right away. So let's check it. So let's trigger. As you can see, after playing 100% of attack 2, it's just going over to this player idle. But if we are moving, it will go immediately. And if I now try to trigger this attack 3 parameter, as you can see attack 3 animation is playing, and after playing whole animation clip, it's just going over to that player idle. And if I now try to press down this attack 1, basically trigger this attack 1 parameter, we can see attack 1 animation is playing. And if we set this run parameter to something like a 1, we are playing this run animation clip, as you can see. And if we set this to 0, and we just playing ideal animation clip. So I hope you get the idea how you can just make transition between this animation state with some certain conditions. So I'm gonna unplay this now. So let's control these parameters through our code. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. Let's select the player and select the player script and double clicking on it. Before we make transition through our code, basically we need to set this parameter through our code. We just doing manually, we should not do that. Instead we need to control these through our code, so that's why. So before we do that, we need a reference of this animator component. Then we can switch up to any animation we like, something like from this idle to run, then attack, and the list just goes on. So that's why we need a reference of this animator component first. So let's go to our script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and let's make a public. Make sure you just making it public so you can see the field right underneath our player script. Then we can drag it. So that is a animator component, so we have to type this animator, sorry, animator, and let's call this one something like animator, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. And if we just move to Unity, we should able to see an empty field underneath our player script just gonna pop up right away. So what we have to do right now, we have to drag this animator right there, so we will have the animator reference or the link. Then we can switch up to any animation we like. So just wait for to compile, and as you can see animator and it says none. So what we have to do right now, we're gonna select this animator and let's drag it right there into that animator field. Now as you can see we have player animator, basically the reference. Now let's go to our script and let's go to bottom, and we will use this movement variable to switch to any animation we like, because this movement variable is responsible for moving our character. If this movement is 1, then we are moving left and right, and if this movement is 0 means we just standing. So that's why we will take this movement to switch up any animation of running or idling. So let's go to bottom, and over here we will check if this movement, okay, if this movement is greater than 0f, if that is the, sorry, not 0f, something like point as a smaller number we did. So we're gonna check 0.1f, because if we just move to Unity and select this animator and select this right over here, we have chosen a smaller number in the inspector, you can see, which is 0.1. So that's why we are checking right over here. So if the movement is greater than zero point 0.1, means in that situation we just moving left, right and left. So in that situation what we have to do, so let's make some curly brackets. So in order to move that, so firstly let me explain. If this movement is greater than 0.1 means we just moving left and right. So if we are move left and right, so this movement right over here gonna be something like -1 or +1, so it will be greater than. But if we just moving left direction, so this movement it will be -1, -1, and we do know that -1 is not greater than this 0.1. So the condition over here will be false. So what we have to do, we need to convert that -1, or if we just moving to the left direction, so in that moment that this movement over here will be -1, which is not greater than 0.1. So in that situation we will get an error, or we will some error, we will get some error to just play the animation. So what we have to do, we need to convert this -1 into a +1. So how we can do that, so we have to use this, so let's use, it's called mathf, sorry, mathf dot apes absolute you can call, and take this whole movement and just put it into these brackets. Now this movement, if this movement is -1, so this mathf dot apes absolute function will gonna convert this -1 into a +1. Now if we are moving to the left direction, the -1 will be +1. So and we do know that 1 or +1 is now greater than 0.1. So what we have to do, we're gonna set this run parameter. If we just move to Unity, and we gonna set this run parameter, or this run float, we will set it to 1. And we do know that if we set this 1 to 1, it will play the run animation clip right away. So that's why, so we will go to, we have a reference of that animator component. So let's go to animator, and dot, that is a float. This run over here is a float parameter, so that's why we have to use this function. It's called slate float. And first thing, it will take the value, sorry, id, or the name of the parameter. So in our case, this run, and make sure you just spelling it correct, which is run. So let's go to our script. So in quotation, we have to pass the parameter name, so which is run. And the second thing, we have to set the value we want. So if we set it to 1, so if we set this one run parameter to 1, it will play the run animation clip right away. So if we select this arrow and go over to inspector, scroll down, because we have chosen that condition, as you can see. So if run is greater than 0.1, basically if this run parameter is 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this run animation clip will be played right away. So that's why we will set it to 1f, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. Now Control S on your keyboard to save your code. And if we just move to Unity and try to move left and right, we should able to see a run animation will be played right away. So let's have a look on that, and let's check it. Just wait for to compile. And now if we hit this play button in the top, try to move left and right, the animation, which is the run one, will be played right away. And let's take a look. So if we moving, as you can see, indeed the run animation clip is just playing, but we are stuck forever into this run animation clip. So what we have to do right now, we need to go back to this player ideal animation clip. So how we can do that, if we set this run parameter to 0, 0, as you can see, ideal animation is playing. So we also need to set that run parameter to 0 when we just standing on the ground. At that moment, we will set this run parameter to 0. So we're gonna unplay this now, and let's go to our script. So we will take this movement one more time to check what we're doing. So else if we will check, else if this movement is something like greater than this 0.1f, and make some curly brackets, basically with some smaller number, as we said in animator. So if movement is greater than zero point 0.1, so we do know when the player is standing on the ground, at that moment this movement is automatically 0. And we do know that, sorry, I'm gonna take this movement. So in that situation, we do know that uh, this movement will be 0 when we just standing, and 0 is definitely lesser than zero point 0.1. So whatever we're gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute. So what we want, and in that situation, we need to set this run parameter to 0. And we do know that if we set it to 0, it will play the ideal animation clip right away. So then let's copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So what we want, we want to go to that animator, and we will set that float, which is run, we will set it to 0f. And we do know if we set that to 0f, the ideal animation clip will be played right away. So if movement, firstly we checking right over here, if movement is lesser than zero point 0.1, and we do know when we are standing and doing nothing, at that moment this moment will be 0. And we do know that 0 is lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here will be true. Basically it will run. So what we're doing, we're just setting that run parameter to 0. In quotation, we have to do it 0, and we do know if we set it to 0, it will play ideal animation clip right away. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save, and let's move to Unity. So when we are not moving, we should able to see that run animation clip, sorry, ideal animation clip will be played right away. So let's have a look on that. So let's hit this play button in the top and try to move left and right, we should able to see run animation clip will be played. And when we are not moving, the ideal animation clip will be played. So if I just press down a RW or press down these arrows, as you can see we are moving. But when we are not moving, basically standing on the ground, as you can see this ideal animation clip is playing, because we just set this run parameter 0 when we are not moving, as you can see indeed. Now what we have to do, we need to play the jump animation clip. Sorry, we're not jumping at all, so we have to do something. So what we have to do, we need to jump. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's select this player. If I select this player, sorry, this ground, we drawn, okay, basically we have done some mistake. So jump height which is 12, now we did some mistake. So what we have to do, we need to make transition from this attack 1, attack 2 or attack 3, as well as for this jump animation clip. So I hope you get the idea how you can just play run animation clip depending upon what you are doing. And we will take a look later on this jump as well as this attack animation clip. So what we have to do, actually the problem was that if we just click on this jump button, we are not jumping. So I just found that problem. So in order to do it, to jump, what you have to do, you need to go over to canvas, then jump button, and you have to scroll down, go to inspector, and then scroll down. You have to drag the game object right over here, in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case this player, so let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. So just click on that, then go to player. In the bottom you can find, and in there we created the jump button, so let's choose that. And now if we just try to click on this play button, as hit this play button and click on this jump button, we should able to jump in the y axis. So let's have a look. Let's click on this jump button. As you can see, indeed we jumping. So what we need to do right now, we need to play the jump animation clip. So I'm gonna unplay this game, and let's open up our script. Basically let's go to our script. So in order to jump, let's make a separate function for that. Let's go to bottom of our class. So we already have a jump function, we don't need it. Inside we can do. So as you can see, if we standing on the ground, and we jumping right over here, as you can see, basically we adding a some velocity through the y axis. So after jumping in the y axis, we need to play the animation which is jump. So basically what we have to do, we need to set this jump parameter to true, basically checked through our code. So let's go to our script, and over here in the bottom, after jumping, we will set basically we will go over to animator, and then we will use this set bool function. Sorry, make sure you just using this dot set bool function. Why? Because that is a bool parameter we set. If we just move to unity, we can see this jump parameter is a bool parameter, so that's why. So in quotation we have to type the parameter name, which is in our case jump. So let's type that, and the second comma we have to set the value. So we can set it to true, and if we do know that if we set this one to be true, the jump animation clip will be played. So that's why we're gonna set it to true, and make sure you just close that or put semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's go to Unity and let's have a look on that. So if we just click on this play button and try to jump on this ground, we should able to see the jump animation clip will be played right after we jumping. So just wait and let's have a look on that. Let's hit this play button in the top and try to click this jump button. We should able to jump in the y axis. So let's do that. As you can see, we indeed jumping, but the problem is that we are stuck in this jump animation clip. So what we have to do right now, we need to go back to this idle or run animation clip depending upon what we're doing. If we just standing on the ground or we not moving, so in that situation we need to play this idle, else we need to play this run. So let's get out of this play mode, and now let's go to our script. So when we're gonna set this jump parameter to false, basically if we set this one to false, it will go over to idle or run animation clip depending upon if we just standing on the ground or moving. So let's do that. So let's go over to on collision inter 2D. So over here we just colliding with this ground, as you can see right over here. We do know that this function on collision inter 2D function get called when we collide with something, and right over here we checking if we just colliding with this ground. Okay, colliding with this ground. So what we have to do, we're gonna go to that animator. So let's do it. So let's go to animator dot set bull. So make sure you just using the same function, which is set bull in our case, and make first bracket. So as a first argument, we do know it's gonna take the parameter name in the quotation. So let's pass jump, and comma we have to set the value. So let's set that to false. Basically unchecked means it's not gonna play anymore the jump animation clip. Make sure you also close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. So after we colliding with this ground, we should able to see we will move to idle or run depending upon if the player is moving or not. So let's have a look on that. Just wait for to compile, and when it's done, so let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check that out. Let's check it a little bit. So let's click on this jump button. Let's click on this jump. As you can see, jumping animation is played, but when as soon as we are standing or colliding with this ground, we just moving to our ideal animation clip, as you can see. But if we just move, we can see as soon as player landing on top of this ground, it's playing running animation clip. Why? Because we just moving around on our ground. But if we just standing and play the jump animation clip, as you can see, it just playing the ideal animation clip, because we just standing on the ground and we not moving at all. So that's the thing. But if you just click on this jump button and try to move, we can play we can see that the running animation clip just playing right after we colliding with the ground or standing on the ground, running on the ground basically. So I hope you get the idea how you can just make jump animation clip, and you can play that depending upon what player exactly is doing. So I'm gonna unplay this now. What we have to do right now, we're gonna create a attack function, and that attack function gonna take care of playing our animation clip. Or we're gonna create a some other, you can call a different something like that, different function. So let's go to our script, and for that attack function we will create a attack button over here. So if we touch on our mobile to that button, we should play the attack animation clip. So that's why to create a button, what we're gonna do, make sure you just created the canvas. If you haven't, just go to hierarchy, right click, then go to UI, and then select this canvas. Or what else you can do, you can just click on this plus icon in hierarchy, then go to UI and select the canvas in the bottom. So I already have the canvas right over here, so I'm gonna go there, and I have the jump button. So let's select the jump button and go to scene view, and if to focus on that, as you can see, this is our jump button. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate, and if you want to create the button, what you have to do, just right click on this canvas, then go to UI, and in the legacy in the bottom, and choose this button in the bottom, you can see. So I already have created right over here, so I'm gonna duplicate. So let's select this button and Control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this button something like attack button. So just right click on that, then rename, or just select that button, go over to inspector, and let's call this one attack button. And what we're gonna do, let's say click right over here. Let's change the text of this button. Instead of jump, let's call it something like attack. So let's go to inspector, scroll down text, let's call this one attack. So this is our attack button. I hope you are able to see. So this is attack button. So what we want to do now, if we select this attack button and go over to inspector, scroll down, so I'm gonna remove this. So let's hit this minus icon to remove. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna call a function right over here, some kind of attack animation function, something like that, and that function will take care of playing our attack animation. But we're gonna play a random attack animation clip. Why? Because we have more than one attack animation. We can see attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3 animation clip. So we're gonna play a random one. So let's go to our script now. Let's select the player and let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly. And let's go somewhere around here. You can create the function anywhere you want. So let's go over here and make sure you just making this one public. So you're gonna able to call that function into this attack button right over here on click. Make sure you just do that. And for function, we're gonna type void and let's call the function something like play attack animations, something like that. Play attack animation. Make sure make first bracket and some curly bracket. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to play a random attack. Basically, if we just move to Unity and try to trigger this attack 1 parameter or attack 2 or attack 3, we do know that attack animation clips just playing right away once we trigger. So we need to just trigger this parameter attack 1 and attack 2 or attack 3, but we will just gonna trigger a random one. To do so, let's go to our script. We will create a random variable. Let's use this random dot range function, and this over here it will take, as you can see, minimum inclusive and maximum inclusive. So we're gonna put right over here 0 and we will put right over here something like 3, and make sure you just close that out with semicolon. So what these functions do, this random dot range function right over here is gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3. It can be 0, 1 and 2, but it not gonna be 3. So it will accept 3. It's just gonna get off this 3. So this random dot range function is gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3. It can be 0, 1 and 2, but it not gonna include these 3. But it will include this 0. So whatever this random dot range function picks up or give us, we're gonna store into another variable. Variable are just like container, we do know, and that will be integer, because this can be 0, 1, 2, so which are whole numbers. So let's call this one something like random attack, and let's set equal to this. So whatever we getting, we just storing this storing that number into this random attack. So this random attack can be 0, 1 and 2, but it can be random. So over here in the bottom, we're gonna check if random attack, if it's equals to 0, then we will do something. Else if random attack, if it's equals to do, where so we will do something else, but else we will do another thing. So over here we created a random dot range function right over here, as you can see, which picks up a random number. So it can be 0, 1 and 2. Let's suppose this one is 0. Random dot range function right over here picks up 0. So that's why this random attack right over here gonna be 0. And over here too, we checking if random attack, if it's equals to 0, so we're gonna do some specific things. But if this random attack something like 1, then we're gonna do some specific things right in between this bracket. As you can see, we are checking right over here if random attack, if it's equals to 1. But if not both of this case, then we're gonna do something else, something like if this random attack is true, then this else condition right over here gonna be run. So what we want to do, if this random attack is equals to 0, we're gonna play the first animation. So what we have to do now, we need to go to that animator, then dot we have to use this set trigger function, and make sure you just make the first brackets, and into parentheses, into quotation, you have to pass the id. So if we just move to Unity, and we can see in animator tab, we can see attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3. Make sure you just spell that correct. So in my case, in our case, we're gonna play the first animation. So the name of that is attack 1, as you can see, parameter name. So what we have to do, we're gonna go over to animator. So basically we're just going over to animator, then dot set trigger function we using, and this function right over here in quotation, it will take the parameter name. So in quotation, we're gonna pass attack 1. Attack 1 basically means the first animation. Make sure you just close that off with semicolon. Let's copy this line of code and list it Control C, and let's paste it by Control V over here in between these statements. So for if the random attack right over here pickups, basically if this random attack right over here is 1, so in that situation, as you can see, if random attack is equals to 1, so we're gonna play the second animation. So basically we need to trigger this second parameter, which is attack 2. So that's why in quotation we're gonna pass at, instead of attack 1, attack 2, and for the other one we're gonna pass attack 3. So let me explain you one more time. So firstly, we created a random random dot range function, which picks up a random number. It's gonna pick up between 0 and 3, but it not include 3. It will include 0, 1, and 2. So this can be random. So let's suppose this random dot range function right over here picks up 1. So the we storing that one into this random attack. So this random attack is 1. So it will go to the first statement, and we do know that random attack is not equals to 0, it's 1. So that's why the second condition will be run. So what we're doing, so if the random attack is equals to 1, so in that situation we just going over to this animator. So basically this player animator, and then we just triggering the second parameter, which is attack 2, as you can see. Basically we triggering that, as you can see, and we do know once we trigger, so the attack 2 animation clip of this player game object will be played right away. So that's the thing. So I hope you get the idea, but it's gonna depend. If it's a random attack right over here 0, so it will play the first animation. Basically we just triggering the first parameter. Else if both of this statement is false, basically the random attack is 2, so in that situation we just triggering the third parameter, as you can see right over here. So we're gonna play the third animation clip. So make sure you just Control S to save your code, and we're not calling this function anywhere in our script, as you can see. So this line of code not gonna be executed, but when we will call, when we click on that attack button, as we create recently we created, so we're gonna call the this function right over there. So make sure before you do that, Control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So I'm gonna press down Control S to save, and let's go to Unity. And now let's select this attack button, go to inspector, scroll down to the bottom, says on click. So we have to call the function right over here. Before we do that, so let's click on this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this player, so let's select the player and drag it there, right there, and it says no function. So just click on that, and we do know in player game object the player script is setting, or the player script is attached. So we will go over to that player script, and in player script or in player class we created that play attack animation function, as you can see, which is responsible for playing our animation, but it can be random animation. So let's choose that. Basically we just calling, once we click on this attack button, we just calling this player attack animation function. Basically we calling this one, and what this is doing, it just playing a random attack, as you can see. So now let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look on that. If we try to click on this attack button, we're gonna play a random attack animation. Let's take a quick look on that. So let's click on this attack. As you can see, we played the first animation, and then we second and a third. It's just playing the random attack. As you can see, basically we just triggering the parameter. Just notice right over here, you're gonna able to see we just triggering a random attack. Basically attack 1 and attack 2, attack 3, we just triggering a random one. So let's see that over there. As you can see, we just triggering a random one. So I hope you get the idea of that, how you can play a random attack animation and just play this jump and all of these things. So I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just play random attack animation and jump animation clip through your code. As you can see, I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna get out of this play mode. Let's get out of sorry get out of play mode, and make sure you just save your thing whatever you have done. To save it, you just have to press down on your keyboard Control S, or what else you can do, in the top left you can see file in Unity editor. So just click on that, and in the bottom over here you can see save, and the shortcut key in the right section you can see, which is Control S. So you can click right over there as well to save whatever you have done in Unity editor. It will be saved. So I hope you get the idea of this. So if we hit this play button, camera is not moving with our player game object. So our camera should follow our player game object. So let's have a look. Let's take a look on that. So if I just move left and right, we can see the player just standing, or basically player is not following our player in the direction player is going. So that's why we're gonna make a camera follow. To follow that, I'm gonna get out of play mode. So let's get out of play mode. So we will use for it Cine machine. In order to Cine machine or to use it, we need to install that. It doesn't come with Unity editor by default, so that's why we need to install that. But how you can do that, you need to go over to window in the top, then go to package manager, and it will be assets. So choose Unity registry and scroll down, you can see Cinemachine right over here, and select that. Go over in the right section you can see install button. So just click on that. I already have installed this Cinemachine in my project, so I'm gonna cut this step. To create Cinemachine camera, I'm gonna select the first player game object and if to focus on that. To create Cinemachine, just right click on hierarchy or hit this plus icon. So I'm gonna right click, then you can see Cinemachine there, and select this 2D camera in the top. You can see, just select that. And now what we have to do, so this is our virtual camera, and if we select this main camera, in main camera a Cinemachine brain just added up. So basically this Cinemachine brain will tell what main camera actually should do. So it will just gonna uh, assist our main camera. So this virtual camera will tell what main camera actually should do. So that's why Cinemachine brain just added up to this main camera. Main camera will follow the instruction of our virtual camera. So let's select this virtual camera, and if we just move over to inspector, scroll down, says Cinemachine virtual camera, and over there we can see a slot follow, and it says none transform. So we can drag a game object right over here to follow what we want to follow. So in our case we want to follow this player game object, so that's why we're gonna take this player and drag it right there. As you can see, now if we try to hit this play button in the top, our main camera just gonna follow this player game object or the virtual camera. Basically virtual camera will give instruction to this main camera what a main camera actually should do. So and now as you can see, we indeed our main camera is following our player game object, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of this. And what we have to do now, we can go to play mode lens. We can increase this ortho size, something like this. We can zoom in and out, so I'm gonna make it somewhere around 6 seems pretty fine. And we can go to transition, then body, and we can define a dead zone with something like that. If we go to over here X stamping, sorry, we can leave this one. We can go to X screen Y. We can just do this. We can make it all the way up, all the way down, but I'm gonna leave it 0.5, basically middle. And now let's go to dead zone width. If I increase this, as you can see, the blue line right over here gets spaces. Basically in this region camera will not follow, but once you surpass this dead zone in the X, something right over here you are, then camera will follow. But if you just move around in this region or area, the camera will not follow. And we can do the same thing for y-axis. So we can go to dead zone width and we can just do that. So I'm not gonna do, I'm gonna leave. And dead zone width, I'm gonna make something like 0.1. So in this region camera will not follow, or area, in this area. Now if we hit this play button, you're gonna able to see that. And you can just play around with soft zone width, soft zone height. You can play around with these numbers and you're gonna get hang of it. So let me show that to you. So if I select this virtual camera and then body, so as you can see, when we are moving in this area, camera is not following, as you can see. But when we surpass this position or area, we can see camera indeed following. And we can do the same thing for our jump, but I'm not gonna do that. And you can just play around with this number bias X option width. So if I just all shrink down to 0, this soft zone width, camera will hardly gonna follow, rigidly gonna follow our player. As you can see, there is a no soft movement, so that's why. So I'm gonna increase the soft zone with something like, I'm gonna make it 1 seems pretty quite good. And I'm gonna do the same thing for soft zone height. I'm gonna do 1. Okay, and make sure you just out of play mode, or else this whatever you have done, it will not be saved. But if you want to just copy this number, or want to have it this number in your, when you are out of play mode, what you can do, you can copy these properties. To copy that, you need to go over to Cinemation virtual camera, just right click, or what else you can do, you can just click on these 3 dots right over here in the right section. Just click on that and click on copy component, and make sure you just out of play mode now. And you can go to once again to that. Oh, okay, so we have soft zone, as you can see, 1, it will be replaced. So what we can do, we can paste our component values. To paste it, just right click on it and paste component values, you can see. So just do that, and now as you can see, it just change it with what we have done in play mode, or the properties in when we are in play mode, the properties get pasted right over here, as you can see. So that's the thing. And just play around with this number and you're gonna get hang of it. So I'm gonna not gonna do search virtual camera. And now if we hit this play button one more time, and let's have a look how camera following our player game object. So let's have a look on that. Okay, so this seems pretty quite good. We can jump, we can attack, and lot of things we can do. Okay, this seems pretty fine. I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna play this now. Let's create our environment, basically the tiles. I'm gonna remove this ground, so let's select that and delete. Or what we can do, I'm gonna make a prefab instead. So let's select that and drag it to prefab folder or into that assets folder. So we don't have any prefab folder. So what we can do, we have to make it prefab folder. I don't know, let's make a prefab folder. To make a prefab folder, what you need to do, go over to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, create folder, and name the folder what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like prefabs. And now let's select this player prefab. I'm gonna drag it right there. As well as we're gonna do, let's select the ground and drag it into that prefab folder. Now it's turned blue, basically means prefab. Now we can delete this game object from our hierarchy, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create tile map. So let's go, I have it over here, assets, then sprites, environment, I have it over here. So I'm going to select any of them. Let's select that and go over to inspector, then sprite editor. So click on this sprite editor. So as you can see, so this is not our if I select this one, this and this, okay, so this one seems pretty good. Let's select all of them by holding down shift and then go over to inspector, select sprite mode to multiple. Why? Because we want to cut them off individually, so that's why we're gonna choose multiple, and pixel per unit to choose something 16, and go over to filter mode. If you take a closer look, it seems blurry, so that's why we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter, because this is an pixel art. And after doing all of these things, go to bottom, click on this apply button. Now it's gonna apply. As you can see, indeed it does. So I'm gonna select the first one, and let's go over to sprite editor and click on this slice button and select automatic to grid by cell size, and put in the x something like 16 and in the y 16. So let's put 16 in the x and 16 in the y. After doing that, click on slice and then click on apply a right over here, and we're gonna do the same thing for this one. So let's select that sprite, click on sprite editor in the inspector, let's slice this 16 by 16. Just do gonna do with all of this. So let's click on slice 16 by 16, let's click apply. Okay, so it's fine now. And to create a tile map, let's create a tile map folder first. So let's go to project tab, then assets, let's right click on this assets, then create folder, and let's call this folder to something like tile map, tile maps or tile maps, something like that. Now what we have to do to create tile map or the environment in tile map, just go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. So I'm gonna right click, then go to 2D object, then go to tile map right over here, and then choose this rectangular. Now as you can see, grids just created, and in this grid we are ready to place our tiles. To create tiles, so let's click right over here, open tile palette. You can see in the same tab in the bottom right, you can see. So just click on that, and then it says no valid tile, so we need to create one. To create, let's click right over here and click on create a new tile palette, and name the tile palette. So I'm gonna name it something like tile, and let's click on this create button, and we have to choose a folder in which folder we want to do. So we're gonna select this tile map folder which we just recently created. In that folder we're gonna place all of the individual tiles, so that's why. So let's select that and click on select folder. Now it's done. So what we have to do right now, we need to select, if we just move to project tab, then as assets, sprites, and then environment, where basically we cut them individually. So let's go there. So I'm going to select the first one, select don't select one by one, instead select this whole sprite sheet and drag it into right over here into tile, and we have to choose a folder. So let's go to assets one more time. In assets we created a tile map folder which is right over here. So let's select that and double click, and let's create a subfolder. So I'm going to right click, new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder something like tile 1, something like that. And now let's select this tile 1 folder and click on select folder, and it will just gonna create our tile. As you can see, indeed it did. And now what we're gonna do, sorry, I'm gonna make this tab a little bit larger. Okay, so this seems pretty good, as you can see. And now let's select the second one which we have over here. So let's select whole sprite sheet and drag it over here, And let's create for this one another folder. So let's go to tile maps, let's create a tile 2 folder. So right click, new folder, let's call this folder tile 2, tile 2. And let's open up the tile 2 folder by double clicking and click on select folder. And we also have to drag this one, which is our stuffs, like ladders, all of those things. So we're gonna drag it in the bottom. So let's select that sprite sheet, whole sprite sheet, and drag it into that tile palette. Something I'm gonna drag it right over here. And for this one, let's create another folder. So let's go to tile map, right click the new folder, let's call this one tile 3. Basically we created folders to separate all of our assets and all of the stuffs to make it a little more organized our project. So it will be pretty fine. So that's why we creating folders. So let's create tile 3 and let's select that folder and click on select folder right in the bottom. And now it's gonna just drag. As you can see, now we are ready to place our tiles, and you can see the preview. We have it some over here. So what we can do, we can just right click on this and click on properties in the bottom, and we can see this. So according to this picture, you can place your tiles. To place tiles, so let's select this tile map, or from this hierarchy, go to hierarchy, then create tile map, and we are ready to place our tile. So I'm gonna drag this one seems pretty quite good. You can drag any of them. So select that, and over here we have brush tool, brush or something. Okay, so this one is brush tool, or the shortcut key you can see, which is B. So in this brush tool we can paste our ground, something like this. I'm gonna select the edge one, something from here. So let's select the h1, let's place it somewhere around here, and let's select the middle one. So we have to find it somewhere where we have it. So we need to find it. Okay, we have it over here. So let's select that, and you can paint like this. And let's suppose you just mistakenly place a wrong tile. What you have to do, and you want to erase that. To erase that, go to tile palette right over here and select this eraser tool, or the shortcut key is for our D, as you can see, erase. And by this eraser tool we can erase any tile we want, which we placed wrongly. So we can just erase that. So let's something like this one. So I can erase like this, as you can see. And if you want to specifically want to erase one, then you can just click on that and it will erase, or it will go out. So I hope you get the idea. So we have, and let's select this brush tool right over here, and let's select this two, and we can paste. And over here we have to choose the h1. So let's select this you can say h tile, and let's place it over here. So we have, and now let's create our the bottom side to create. So let's select this tool, select this tile right over here. So we're gonna place it somewhere around here. I guess it's pretty fine. And now let's select this bottom, and let's place it over here. And what you can do, let's suppose you just want to copy this and you don't want to work from scratch. So we have a tool right over here, it's called mark tool or pickup. So just click on that, and you can select like this, and now you can paste it anywhere in the scene view, as you can see. But I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna select this eraser tool one more time, and I'm gonna just delete this. So you can just copy that and you can paste it anywhere you want by selecting this tool. It's called mark new brush. So let's select this h, I'm gonna place it right over here. Let's select this bottom, and the side goes for this one. Okay, and now we are ready to place in our middle. So let's select this one, And if you just if you want to make your work a little bit faster, then you can select this tool. It's called mark or pick tool, and you can select like this and you can paste it anywhere you want. So the so your work will be little bit faster. You can move something like this, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of this. And let's suppose you just wrongly and if you want to move this ground something right over here, how you can do that, how you can do that with whole these things. So you can select this tool. It's called select an area of the grid, or the shortcut key is S, as you can see. So select that and select what ground you want to move. So we want to move this whole ground, so we can select this whole one, and we have a move tool right over here. It's called move selection with active brush, and the shortcut key for this is M. So let's select that and we can move it anywhere into the scene view. As you can see, we can just move that. So I hope you get the idea of this. And what we're gonna do now, so this is our tile. So instead of tile map, I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. So instead of calling this tile map, let's call it something else. So I'm gonna call it ground. So let's go to inspector, and then I'm gonna call this one ground. And but the problem is that now if I just cut this and cut this one as well and try to hit this play button, we're gonna pass through this ground or this tile map. Why? Because we haven't added any collider to this tile map, so that there will be no collision detection. So that's why it's gonna pass through our ground. So we need to attach a tile map collider to this tile map as well. So as you can see, it's gone pass through, it just passed through this tile map or this ground. So I'm gonna unplay this the game. And to add a collider to this ground or this tile map, what we have to do, we need to select that first. So select that and go over to inspector and scroll down. So scroll down and click on this add component and find over there tile map collider. Now as you can see, individually tile just gets added up. And what we have to do, we need to assign this collider as a ground, or we will not able to jump. We know that we only checking for on the ground. If I just move to script of our player, as you can see, whatever we collided, that if that game object has tag ground, then we are gonna able to jump, as you can see right over here. So that's why we need to assign this ground or this tile map ground as a ground tag. So in order to do that, let's go to inspector and tag, it says untag. So just click on that and let's assign with ground. Now we are on the top of this ground. So if we hit this play button, it will gonna work fine. We are gonna able to jump as well. We can move around with in this ground. With this ground we can move around, we can go anywhere we want. As you can see, we can move, we can jump, and all kind of things we can do. So I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose you want to compile these colliders at once. You don't want to add individually to each grid this colliders, and you just want to compile it at once. So how you can achieve that? To achieve that, go to select the ground or the tile map, go over to inspector, then in the bottom click on add component and find right over there composite collider 2D, and by default it's gonna attach this rigid body, as you can see. So we're gonna set this body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, make sure you just select continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And what we have to do, we need to select this interpolate none to interpolate. And what we have to do right now, we need to go over to tile map collider right now, and we just have to check this box is called used by composite. Just check this box, and all of this individual colliders just gonna compile at once. So just let's check this box. As you can see, indeed it just gets collided or compiled at once. And we can create multiple grounds. So you can create multiple grounds, and I hope you get the idea how you can just make these tiles and just play around with it. So I hope you get the idea of that. So what we have to do right now, make sure you just make this one prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. So I'm gonna make this one prefab. So let's select that and drag it into that prefab folder or into this asset folder. You can just drag that. Now we can delete from the scene view or hierarchy. As you can see, it's gone, but we can restore that directly by going to this project tab, then assets, and then prefab folder. So I'm going to select that grip and drag it to hierarchy or into the scene view. Now it just gets directly, and we don't need to work from scratch. As you can see, we added a lot of things to this tile map, which is colliders, rigid body, all of these things. So we don't need to work from scratch. So making prefabs makes our work too much easy and too much faster, so we don't need to work from scratch. So I hope you get the idea of tile map, and now you are ready to create as many ground you can. It's totally up to you. It's totally up to you. I hope you get the idea of this. As you can see, I have created the tile map. And how you can do that, if I just hit this play button, this is back tile. As you can see, this is our trees and lot of things we have in the back. So how you can do that, let me show you first. They are behind, they are in behind. So let me show that to you. So as you can see, the trees and this board is behind, and also these chains, so behind. So how you can do that, or how you can make that? So I'm gonna get out of play mode. To do so, you need to just go over to this grid, just right click on this grid. Sorry, right click, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and create a rectangular tile, and call it something like, as we have created for this ground. I already have created for some stuffs. As you can see, I just created, and you are ready to just click on this open tile palette, and you are ready to place your tile. And make sure what you have to do, after doing that, go over to inspector, and then at a sorting layer, just go to something like this player, then sprite renderer, and over there in the bottom you can see additional settings, and it says sorting layer. So just click on that and click on add sorting layer and create some sorting layer. I already have created ground and stuff, and I just drag it this stuff all the way behind. As you can see, all the way behind, and I just created a ground and for chain as well. I just drag it the chain in front of steps and drag it all the way behind. Basically it will be behind our default layer, as well as from this ground. So that's the thing. Yeah, just you can create. As you can see, player, if we just select this player, go over to spread, and player have sorting layer, and it says default. So the default is all the way from one, and also the ground is, we just take it all the way up. And we can create for this player as well. Let's do that. To do so, it will be fine. So let's do that. To do so, let's go to select the player game object first, go to sprite renderer in inspector, scroll down, say sorting layer. So just click on that and click on add sorting layer, and let's hit this plus icon, and we're gonna call this sorting layer something like player. And I'm gonna drag this player behind of our this ground sorting layer. And let's now go to our player game object one more time, and go over to sprite renderer and sorting layer. We're gonna choose for this our player, and make sure you just go to overrides in inspector, and then click on this apply all. So whatever change you made in this player in hierarchy, it also be changed in that prefab of this player as well. Basically copy of this player game object that we made a prefab. So that's the thing. So we're gonna click on this apply all to change in the prefab as well. Now it's time to drag our some ground sorry backgrounds. So I'm going to go to project tab, then assets, a sprite. I have it over here. I will leave a link in the description of this background that I'm going to use it in this project. Will be a link in the description. Basically, whatever sprites I'm gonna use in this project, all of them will be in the description, basically the link, so you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select the first one, the first one, and we can just select the preview. Let's select this and right click on it and click on property to basically see which background is far from our this player game object will be, and which one will be the close one. So we're gonna drag the grass, I guess say. So let's select that, which will be the all the way up. So let's select that and drag it into the hierarchy or into this scene view. So we're gonna drag it into the hierarchy. It's totally up to you in which basically in where you just want to drag that. And as you can see, it seems pretty small, so we need to make it a little bit larger. To make it, we just have to make the pixel per unit a less number. To do so, what we have to do, select all of the sprite bar or this one. I'm going to select all of them by holding down shift, and after doing that, go over to inspector, and over there you can see pixel per unit says 16, sorry, 100. So I'm gonna make it less pixel means more the basically this sprite will be large. So we're gonna choose some around here 16, and after doing that, scroll down and click on this apply all, and we are able to see. So I'm going to drag this one. We okay. Okay, as you can see, but if you take a closer look, it seems blurry. As we know, pixel art, when we drag it into our project, some pixel art will be blurry. To get rid of that, what we have to do, we're gonna select one more time all of our sprite by holding down shift and go over to inspector, scroll down, says filter mode, and so we're gonna choose point no filter because this is an pixel art, so that's why. And to get rid of blurry, we need to do this thing, and after doing that, make sure you just click on this apply button in the bottom. Now as you can see, it's gone the blurry. And so I'm gonna drag it down somewhere around here. Let's select one by one and drag it into hierarchy or into the scene view. So I'm gonna select this one. Let's drag it right over here. Let's select this one, and then this one, and this one. So what we have to do now, we need to arrange them in order, like this. We have the preview right over here, so the grass or this will be the from all the way up, and this mountain will be all the way behind, and also this background will be all the way behind so the mountain will be a little bit front of our this background. So we need to arrange them. Before we do that, let's select all of these basically layers or this background. I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And let's go to transform, right click on the transform and reset it. So the position of this all of this background will be 0 0 0 0 0 in the x, y and z. And now we have to arrange them. Basically, we need to create sorting layer for this. This one will be the front one, so that's why. And this the background, which is the blue one, I say sky blue, I guess. This one will be all the way behind. So let's create some sorting layers. So to do so, let's go to inspector, sprite renderer, then additional and setting sorting layer. So just click on that and click on add sorting layer. So let's make a so we have 5 backgrounds, as you can see. So I'm gonna make this one 5, then let's hit this plus icon one more time. We're gonna make this one 4, then 3, sorry, this will be 3 and 2 and 1. Let's take the 5 one and let's drag it all the way behind, and then 4 will be in front of our player. 5, and then 3, and then 2, sorry, 2 will be all the way up. Let's drag the 2 right behind our 1. So now let's select the 5 5, which we gonna call this one will be the all the way behind, sorry, all the way up. As you can see, this will, so we're gonna call this one something like 1. Then let's call this the 4 one, something like 2. Then this one should be 3, and this one should be 4, and so on. Let's call this one 5. So now I'm gonna select the one, let's select the one and go over to inspector, sprite editor. We're gonna choose sorting layer for this one, and I'm gonna drag it over here. Let's select this two, let's assign it to sorting layer, and just do the same thing for all of these backgrounds. So let's do that one by one. And I guess for this 5, okay, now it seems pretty fine. So let's select one more time this all of this sprite by holding down shift. I'm gonna cut this preview now, we don't need it. We just drag it one by one and step by step, and we do know which background will be in front, sorry, which background will be all the way up and which one will be in behind, which one will be behind. So basically we got an idea. So that's why I'm gonna cut the preview now. And let's select on one more time, right click and reset the transform. And what I'm gonna do now, we need to make parallax. Before we do that, if we just hit this play button in the top, and let's take a look on that. Basically if we are over here, you're gonna able to see the background will be end right there, because we don't have any more background. So basically we need to copy this and we have to attach something right over here. So as you can see, we can jump, we can just play around with this platform. So we need to duplicate this background, so let's do that. So in order to do that, let's select all of them by holding down shift in hierarchy, control D to duplicate. And let's select this move tool right over here and move it somewhere around here. So we're gonna move, just match it. So I guess, okay, so 20 is a good number, so let's put 20. And let's duplicate this one more time to fill up all of this ground, to fill up this area. So let's do that. So let's select the copy one and control D to duplicate, and let's move it something 40. I guess 40 would be a pretty good number, so let's do it 40. And let's duplicate this one more time, and we're gonna move this one something right over here, or you can leave that, it's totally up to you. So leave it. And now what we're gonna do, we will make the duplicate one child of the first one. So basically select the duplicate. So in our case, as you can see, we have 5 1 and 5 2, basically the duplicate one. So let's select both of them by holding down shift and just place it top of our parent one or the first one. As you can see, now the duplicate one is a child. If I try to move the first one by selecting this move tool right over here, we can see indeed the child or the copy background just moving with it, because those are now child, as you can see. So I'm gonna put it 0. Let's do the same thing for all of our background. Let's select the duplicate one by holding down shift and just place it top of the first one. Let's do the for 3, let's do it for our 2, and so on. And now make sure you just do that, and now we can collapse it at once, as you can see. So what we're gonna do, if we hit this play button, we should able to see now it's gonna be pretty fine. Fine, and we can see the background will not gonna end at the end of our level. So let's check it. So I'm gonna check right over here. Okay, we need to fix the up one. We're gonna fix it in a way. Just wait before we do that. Okay, so this seems pretty good. Okay, now it's fine. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the parallax effect. In order to make the parallax effect, what we need to do, so go to our virtual camera. So I'm gonna drag virtual camera top of my hierarchy so I can see. Basically we have to go over to this main camera. So let's select that main camera, and go over to camera section in the inspector, then click on this camera, and it says projection orthographic. So just click on that and click on perspective. Now what we can do, if I take this the background one or this one, I'm going to drag it a little bit up, something right over here we can see, and we can click on this 2D in the top. You can see in this scene view over here in the top says 2D. So just click on that, and we can hold down alt and just move around our mouse. We can see like this. So what we're gonna do, if we take this background a little more far away from our player game object, then this background will move slowly as compared to the which one is close to our player. So I'm gonna drag select this background, I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna drag it in the Y so we can fill that up, something like this. I guess it's pretty fine. So if we take this one all the way, basically if we drag it far from our player game object, then this one will move slowly as compared to which one is close to our player game object. So I'm going to select the 4 one, and let's drag it somewhere around here. Let's drag it over. So I'm gonna move in the 4, I guess 4 in the z axis in inspector, as you can see. I'm gonna make, and let's drag it a little bit up so we can see something like this. And now let's select the third one. I'm gonna drag it somewhere around 2, and let's move it in the Y somewhere around here, I guess. As you can see, it's pretty fine. And let's take the 2 one, I'm gonna drag it by 1 somewhere around that, and let's drag it. Okay, so I guess in the Y we're gonna do 1, and let's select the first one. I'm gonna drag it something like 0.5 or zero point 0.5, and let's drag it a little bit up. Sorry. Now if we click on this 2D in the top and hit this play button in the top, and we're gonna able to see that the which one is far from our player game object will gonna move relatively slow, which one is close to our player game object. So you can see that. So if we just move around, as you can see, the background which one is all the way behind, it's moving slowly, as you can see, as compared to the close one just moving a little bit slowly, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of this, and it's working fine. And over here we have to fill this up. As you can see, we don't have anything in the bottom. We can fill that up with something, but I hope you get the idea that how you can just make the parallax effect. It's totally up to you and how you just want to achieve that. And we have some error, we need to fix that as well. To do so, what we gonna do, over here if you select this background, so if I select the 5 and the duplicate one, this one, it seems a little bit weird. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip this one. To flip that, let's go to inspector and flip. In sprite editor you can see flip. We can flip in x-axis, basically horizontally, and in y-axis means vertically. So we want to just flip that horizontally, so that's why we're gonna check the x1. As you can see now, indeed it's good. Or what else you can do, we're gonna uncheck. You can just go to transform, then in scale you can put it something like -1 in the x axis. But instead of doing that, it would be fine if we just move to sprite renderer and flip that x in the horizontally. So we just gonna check this box, and I guess it's now pretty fine. I hope you get the idea, and we're gonna do the same thing for this one. So let's click on this for a background, and now let's select the duplicate one. Duplicate. Okay, so I guess we can flip this. Flipping, okay, flipping is fine. So let's do the same thing for all of this background. So I'm gonna select this third one, the duplicate one. Let's flip in the x, and let's do the same thing for our this one. Pretty quite good. And let's select this one. Okay, so it's now fine. And what we have to do, we need to make prefab of this. Before we do, we're gonna create an empty game object, and we can call it something like background holder. It's totally up to you what you want to call. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object something like backgrounds. Backgrounds. Let's go to transform in inspector, right click on the transform and reset it, so it will set the position 0 in the x, 0 in the y, and 0 in the z. And we can select this move tool, so the basically the game object is right over here, or the background. Now we're gonna take all of this background by holding down shift and just place it top of that background. Sorry, I'm gonna select this background. Sorry, I we have to drag this all of this, so I'm gonna select and let's drag it out. I'm gonna drag this background in the top of my hierarchy so I can see it. Now let's select all of this background by holding down shift and just place top of this background. As you can see, now we can click on this arrow. Now hierarchy seems lot more cleaner, as you can see. So that's the thing, and make sure you just make this one prefab, or else you have to work from scratch. So let's select this background and drag it to assets folder or into that prefab folder we created. So let's drag it there, and if we delete from the scene view now, scene view or hierarchy, as you can see it's gone, but we can restore that immediately by going over to project tab, then assets, where we drag it that prefab, so in my case into this prefab folder. So I'm gonna select that background and let's drag it into the hierarchy or into this in view. So I'm gonna drag it into the hierarchy. As you can see, indeed we have all of the shape option, basically all of the shape things. We don't need to work from scratch. So that's the thing. So I'm gonna drag this background all the way up, basically in the top of my hierarchy, so I can see all the time. And what we gonna do now, I'm gonna make the zoom in effect or the zoom a little bit far. Basically I'm gonna select this main camera. Let's select that, go over to inspector, then camera, and field of view. I can make it sorry, we don't actually, we need to move over to this virtual camera, then cinemachine virtual brain, and we can play around with this lens field of view. Or you can see in cinemachine virtual camera, this property says lens, and we can just go over to vertical FOV, basically field of view, and we can make it zoom in and out. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. I guess it's pretty fine, but it's totally up to you. And as you can see, our tile map seems like a little bit spaces. There are you can say little bit spaces we can see. To fix that, what we need to do, we need to create a sprite atlas basically. To do so, we need to move over to this assets. Just go over to assets, right click on assets, then create. You have to go to 2D, then sprite and sprite atlas. Basically you have to find, basically go over to 2D, then in the bottom you can find sprite atlas. So just click on that, and I'm gonna call this one atlas. And now what we have to do, just select that, and we can come basically, sorry, so what we have to do, we need to go over to over inspector. We can see in the bottom objects for packing, so we need to pack our tile map, you can say. So let's go to project tab one more time, and then sprites, and we have environments right over here. So we're gonna select all of this tile map right over here, as you can see. So firstly I'm gonna go to assets. Let's select this as atlas, right click on it and click on properties. So the tab will be right over here. So we if we lost something like cut over here, select another game object, the inspector will immediately gonna change. So that's why we just create we just take it in another tab, so it's not gonna lose. So now let's go to our assets, then sprites, then environment, and let's select all of the sprite, whatever we just did right over here. We're gonna select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it into this objects for pack, as you can see over here. So let's select one by one, you can select and drag it right over here. So let's select one by one, sorry, let's select one by one. And now what we have to do, we're gonna select filter mode to point no filter, and then after doing that, after allow again, okay, so click on this pack preview, just click on that and it's now gone. As you can see, we are not able to see those things right now, and it's gone, as you can see. So we just packed that, we just compressed or the tile map, we just saw little bit spaces between tile maps, so that's why we need to do that. So I'm gonna go to console, I'm gonna clear it now, and I hope you get the idea now. If we just try to hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look, those weird spaces between tile maps or the tiles will be gone by now, because we just packed that. So you need to create the atlas first to just get rid of that, and then you have to do it. So as you can see, we cannot able to see no, those spaces between our tile maps. And what we have to do, we need to fix this over here. As you can see, it's like the background just end right over here. So we're gonna do something, or we will just gonna drag it, or some kind of we're gonna do, just do that, and it's not a big deal at all. You can do that, you can fix it. I hope you get the basics mechanic of how you can play. And the background just gets in over here. So what we can do, we can copy this background one more time, and we can just place it right over here. So it's it will fill our whole background. So that's the thing. I hope you get the idea. And so for this now, I guess you have get the idea of this. So I'm gonna get out of play mode now. Let's drag some enemies. So I have in project tab, so let's go to project tab, assets and sprite. I have it over here. I'm gonna leave a link in the description, you can go and check that out of this enemy. So I'm gonna select the first one. Let's find the idle. So over here we can find that. So instead basically choosing the ideal, we're gonna choose the work one. So let's choose that, select that, and go over to inspector and click on sprite editor over here. As you can see, so we have multiple sprite. As you can see, we need to cut them off individually. So let's select this sprite mode to multiple, because we have more than one sprite. And choose pixel per unit to a less number. Less pixel means the sprite will be large or big. So we're gonna choose some around 16. And if you take a closer look, it seems blurry. To get rid of that, we're gonna go over to filter mode, and we're gonna choose point no filter, because this is an pixel art. After doing this, scroll down and click on this apply button. Now as you can see, is it's fine. So we have to cut them individually. To cut them individually, what we will do, in the sprite editor we can see slice. So just click on that and select automatic to create by cell count, or you can just leave it to automatic and then click on this slice, and then in the top right you can see apply. So just click on that apply after all doing all of these stuffs. So I'm going to select grid by cell count instead, and count how many columns and rows it has. So it has 3, 6, 9, 10 columns. So let's put over here 10 columns and 1 row. And after doing that, let's click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right. And we're gonna go over to Cine tab now. And what we will do, we're gonna let's click on this arrow. Firstly, select the sprite sheet, you just split it individually. So we're gonna select that and click on this arrow, and let's select the first one or any of them and drag it into the scene view. As you can see, so we have our first enemy, and this enemy just gonna walk around top of this ground. So this will be our patrol enemy, and once the player get close enough to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object will attack on our player game object. So I'm gonna call this one something like enemy. So let's select that and go over to inspector, and let's name it to enemy one, you can call. I'm gonna call it something enemy one. uh, and what we're gonna do, as you can see, the enemy is looking to the right side. So what we can do, we can flip this enemy game object in the direction player is looking. As you can see, to flip that, we can go over to transform, then scale, and we can put right over here -1. As you can see, as soon as we put -1, this enemy game object just gets flipped to the left side. But we don't want to do that, so we're gonna go over to scale, and we're gonna put it 1, which one was default. And instead of doing that, we're gonna go over to sprite renderer, then flip. We can see we can flip the character in the x-axis, basically horizontally, and in the y-axis means vertically. So we want to flip this enemy game object horizontally, so that's why we're gonna check this x1, x-axis or the horizontal. Now what we have to do, we're gonna attach some component. So firstly, obvious one, we're gonna attach a rigid body, and the second thing, we will attach a you can call the box collider for collision detection. So this enemy game object can land top of this ground, so that's why. So let's do that. So let's go select the enemy game object and click on this add component in the inspector, and find right over there rigid body by typing, and let's click on this rigid body, and we can scale up the gravity. So I'm going to choose somewhere around 3, and make sure you just go to collision detection and choose continuous, and we need to freeze the Z rotation. If we don't do this, we know that if we just move to transform, then rotation, and play around with Z axis, we can see the enemy game object indeed rotating weirdly. So that to fix that, or to freeze that rotation, we're gonna freeze that Z rotation. So I'm gonna set back to 0 this Z axis, and let's click on this freeze rotation in Z axis. And now let's add up box collider for collision detection. So let's click on this add component and find box collider 2D, and let's click on this and click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. So let's select that, let's click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our enemy game object. And once it's done, let's click on this. Oh, and once it's done, if I take this select this enemy and select move tool right over here and drag it somewhere around here and hit this play button, it's gonna fall down due to our gravity, because we added up a rigid body and we also added a box collider. So it's just gonna land top of this ground for collision detection. Let's have a look. As you can see, indeed it just get fall down. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move this game object left and right, basically this enemy game object. So in order to do it, let's create a script for it. So I'm gonna get out of my play mode, and I'm gonna drag it right over here at the edge of our ground, somewhere around here. And now let's create a script. Before we do that, make sure you just make this one prefab, as we did all of ours with something like this player, create, and backgrounds. So also let's make a prefab of this enemy, so we don't need to work from scratch in order to do it. So let's select that and drag it to that prefab folder, or into assets you can drag that. But making a folder, it's folder, basically it's make a lot more cleaner, so that's why. And now let's create a enemy script. So let's go to assets, firstly project tab, assets, and let's go to script folder, right click, and then create and C sharp script. Or what else you can do, just you can just right click on these assets, then create and C sharp script, name the script what you want. Or what else you can do, you can select this enemy game object and go over to inspector, scroll down and click on this add component, and in the bottom you can see new script and name the script what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like enemy. So let's name it enemy, and in the bottom you can find click the create and add. So just click on that, create and add, and it will create our enemy script. And we need to double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio quickly, and it will take a few moments for compiling our script, basically loading up our script. And once it's done, make sure you just back to Unity once again. So it will take a few moments, and once it's done we are gonna be ready to code our script. Basically we are ready to script our enemy script, enemy class basically. Just wait for a few moments. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. As you can see, we have by default start function and this update function, and we do know that this start function get called when the game start, and this update function get called ever again and again, basically every single frame. So if we move to Unity and select this enemy game object, move over to transform and play around with x-axis, we can see our enemy is just going left and right. So what we want to do, we want to move this enemy game object in the left side, and once it's something right over here, then we're gonna flip this enemy game object to the right side, so it will go right side. And once the enemy is right over here at the edge end of the crown, then we will once again we're gonna flip to the left direction, so this enemy just gonna patrol around with this top of this ground, you can say. So what we want to do, firstly we're gonna basically what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a circle around this enemy, and around this enemy, and if this player game object, this player game object gets inside of that circle, then this enemy should stop doing just patrolling around on top of this ground. Instead this enemy should just attack on our player game object as soon as player inside of that attack range of this enemy game object. Basically we want to create a circle around this enemy game object, and once the player get inside of that circle, then this enemy is just gonna attack on our player game object. So let's script let's code it. So let's go to our script and let's move over to our update function. And we do know that update function runs every single frame, so that's why we're gonna go right there. And over here to create the circle, we have to use this physics 2d physics 2d dot overlap circle. Make sure you just using the same function as I am doing right over here. And this function right over here, as it will take as a first argument the position from where we want to create the circle, and the second thing, it will take the radius of that circle, how much radius you want, and the third thing, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So in our case we want to target our player game object, so as a layer mask we're gonna choose player. So basically we need to assign those variable before we create the circle. So let's make a comment for now. So by double slash we can make it comment, and comment just don't interrupt our code anyway. So that is the cool thing. And now let's go to top of our class because we need to assign those variable. So first thing, we need our current position, or sorry, center position, or the position from where we want to create the circle. So we don't need it because we want to create the circle itself from enemy itself, from enemy center position. So we can pass right over something like transform dot position. Basically transform dot position right over here means enemy position, enemies this. So basically we just moving over to this transform and then accessing this position. So transform dot position right over here means current position of our enemy, or you can say the center position of our enemy. So that's why we don't need the first thing, so we can just make this one comment. But we need the second thing, which is we can specify the radius. So let's create a basically public variable. So let's make sure you just making this one public, so we can adjust the field right underneath our enemy script. Basically we can adjust it over here, so we don't need to go to the script and change the value over again and again. So let's go to script, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like attack range or attack radius. So I'm gonna call it something like attack range or attack radius, and by default I'm gonna set it to something like 3f 3 unit. It's totally up to you how much you want. I'm gonna remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it for now. And let's go right over here one more time. And the third thing we need is the layer marks, basically which game object we want to target. So we want to target our player game object, and we need to assign our player game object as a player layer. Before we do, let's create a public layer mask field, and we can call this one something like target layer or attack layer. I'm gonna call it something like attack layer, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see those fields just gonna pop up underneath our enemy script right away. So the first thing will appear is that how much a radius we want, but we can adjust it. And the second thing the third thing we need is the layer mask. So just wait. So as you can see, attack range, and by default we set 3, but we can adjust it over here. We can set it to 5, we can set it to 4, any number we want. So I'm gonna set it to something like a 4. I'm gonna leave it with 4. And attack layer, as you can see, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose player, but we don't see player layer right over here. So what we need to do, we need to select the player game object. So make sure you just select the player game object and go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it says default. So just click on that and click on add layer, and name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like player, and make sure you just go to the player game object one more time and go over to inspector and assign that layer says default with player as we name it. So we're gonna assign this player. Now we assign it this player as a player layer. So we're gonna go to enemy game object now, and attack layer, as you can see, it says nothing. So let's just click on that and let's choose player. So the circle will only gonna check for this enemy this player game object. So if this player game object around that circle, then this enemy should attack. So if you take a closer look right over here into your enemy script, as you can see, and plus icon just added once we created this enemy script or we attach that. So what we have to do, basically if we try to open up this enemy one prefab game object, so let's go to assets, then prefab where we drag it. So let's go there and open up the enemy by double clicking on it. As you can see, the script has not been attached into this prefab or copy of this enemy game object, as you can see. So what we need to do, so let's click right over here in hierarchy, so to go back to our scene view. And what we have to do, we need to select the enemy game object, enemy one or the enemy, and go over to inspector and overrides, you can see over here. So just click on this apply all. So if you just click on this apply all, whatever changes you made, it will be saved into that prefab of this enemy game object as well. So that's the thing. So what we have to do, we need to go over to overrides and make sure you just click on this apply all. Now the changes we made will be saved into that prefab of this enemy game object as well. Now if we try to open up that enemy prefab by double clicking on it, as you can see, the script get attached once we just click on that overrides and apply all. This script just attached, and whatever changes we made, it's just saved into this prefab as well. So let's go to scene tab one more time by going to hierarchy, and let's click right over here to go back there. And we have to do the same thing because we changes some settings into this player game object. So let's select this player, go over to inspector and overrides, and then click on this apply all. So the changes we made into our player game object will also gonna be saved into this player prefab game object. So let's click on this apply all. Now it's saved. So let's go to our enemy script now, and let's open up by double clicking on that enemy script. So let's remove these two slashes now. So we do know that this physics2d dot overlap circle will create the circle where we want to create. So first thing, we definitely know it will take the position from where we want to create the circle. So we're gonna pass right over here transform dot position. It's basically means current position of our enemy game object. Basically we just moving over to this transform, then accessing this position which has x axis, y axis and the z axis as you can see. And the second thing, it will take the radius. So let's pass our attack radius, or sorry, attack range as a radius. And layer mask, we're gonna choose attack layer, and we do know that as a attack layer we have chosen player. So this circle only gonna check for that player game object, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this function right over here, physics2d dot overlap circle, it will create the circle from this position, center position of our enemy, with this much of radius, and gonna target this attack layer. So this function right over here can be true or false depending upon if the circle we created around this enemy game object really collide with this player game object, then this function right over here gonna be give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store into a variable collider2d. Why? Because this will work like as a collision, so that's why we're gonna put it into a collider2d variable. So let's create right over here collider2d, and we can call this one hit or hit info. So I'm gonna call it something like hit info, and let's set equal to this. So this hit info can be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with the player or not. If the circle is really colliding with the player, so this function over here will be true. So that's why this hit info will be true, because whatever result we getting, we just storing that result into this hit info variable or container you can say. And now in the next line we're gonna check, we will check if hit info if hit info equals to true, and make some curly brackets. Basically this hit info can be true or false, and we checking right over here if hit info is equals to true. Basically the circle is really colliding with that player game object. So in that situation what we want to attack our player game object. But if the circle is not colliding with that circle of our enemy game object we created, then in that situation we're gonna do something else. Basically we just gonna patrol around this ground, because the this player game object will be far from our enemy game object, or that circle, or that you can say attack range of our enemy. So that's why, so in the else condition we're gonna do something else. And we can extract info by this hit info. We can extract info whatever we collided with. We're definitely gonna collide with this player game object, and we can extract info about player game object by going to this hit info parameter. We can extract info something like name of the game object, or something like anything like that, sorry. So what we're gonna do, if the circle is really colliding with the player game object, as you can see we checking right over here. So if hit info is equals to true, basically the player game object inside of that circle. So in that situation we want to attack. For now let's print out a message. So we're gonna type debug.log for printing out message, and we want to print out a message something like uh, attack on, and top of that plus we will add the game object we collided with, or the circle collided with. How we can do that, we can go by this parameter. So we're gonna go over to hit info hit info dot, we can extract name of the game object. As you can see, we can extract the transform component of the game object we collided with, or the circle collided with. So we're gonna go to that transform, then game object, then the name of the game, basically the name of the game object we collided with. So we definitely gonna collide with this player game object. So basically what we doing over there, we're just going to hit info dot transform. Basically we just moving over to this player and then transform, and by this transform we just accessing the whole game object, and by this whole game object we accessing the name of the game object. So the name is player, as you can see right over here, we can see. So it's gonna print out. So firstly we added a custom message attack on plus the name of the game object we collided with, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. But if hit info is not true, basically this else condition will run, means the circle will not collide with that player, this player game object. So in that situation, this player this enemy game object should just patrol around on top of this ground. So what we're gonna do for now, we will just gonna do something like we can say, let's print out a message for now. So let's type debug.log and let's say patrol. It's totally up to you what you wanna see or wanna print out a message, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see a circle will be created from this enemy game object, and the radius of that circle will be attack range as we define it in our enemy script. So just wait. If we select this uh, enemy, as you can see attack range, which is the radius of that circle, but the problem is that we cannot able to see it. To see that, we need to use another function for it. So to do so, let's go to our script and let's go to bottom of our enemy class. You can go anywhere, you can just do that. So I'm gonna go in the bottom side instead, and the function is called on draw gizmo selected. Make sure you just type as I did over here, else you're gonna get some error. Make sure you just type this avoid on draw gizmo selected, and this function is responsible for drawing whatever we want to draw. So we want to draw the circle around this enemy game object. So to draw that, we have to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. Make sure you using the same function as I have done over here. As you can see, gizmos dot draw where sphere, and this function as a first argument will take the position from where we want to create the circle, so or draw the circle. So we will pass transform dot position, means the current position of our enemy game object, and the second thing, it will take the radius. So let's pass our attack range, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and we can choose a color of that circle we want. So I'm gonna change with some and by default that will be white color, but you can change it to any color you like. So I'm gonna choose a different color. To choose that, or to do, before we draw, we're gonna choose a color. To choose a color, we have to use this gizmos dot color function color, and we can set equal to any color we like. So I'm gonna set equal to color dot something like yellow, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see a circle will be with yellow color will be drawn from this enemy center position or enemy current position, and that radius will be this 4, as you can see. And what we can do, we can just make it some a little bit smaller, something like that, and I guess it's pretty fine now. Let's do it 3 instead, and let's go over to overrides, and make sure you just click on this apply all. So whatever changes you made will be saved into that prefab of this enemy game object as well. So let's click on this overrides, and let's click on this apply all, and let's hit this play button in the top. Before we do, I'm gonna select the console in the bottom, and let's hit this play button in the top. And and we do know that we're not inside of this circle, so the other else condition just gonna run. And what we're doing in else condition, we're just printing out the message in the console says petrol. As you can see, we're just printing out that. But once we get inside of this circle of this enemy game object, let's see that. As you can see, sorry, if I just clear the console, as you can see, attack on player, a message just creating popped up in the console. Firstly, we added a custom message attack on, and top of that we just extracting the name of the game object we this circle collided with. So this circle collided with this player game object, we just only checking for this player, so that's why. So basically we just going over to this player game object, then going over to this transform, and by this transform we just accessing the whole game object. As you can see in the script, accessing the whole game object, and then we just accessing the name of the game object, which is in our case this player. So that's why the player message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, what we want to attack. Before we attack, what we want to do, we want to move this. Once the player is something right over here, as you can see, if I select this enemy game object, it's just not patrolling around the ground. Instead, what we're doing, we just printing out message in the console says patrol. Instead of printing out message, what we want to move this enemy left and right. To do so, let's I'm gonna get out of this play mode, and let's double click on that message to open it up in Visual Studio quickly. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So instead of printing out message says petrol, we just want to patrol. Basically we just want to move left and right. So we're gonna move in the left direction for the first time. So I'm gonna select this enemy to move in the left. So let's go to our script. I'm gonna clear the console, and now let's go to script. To move in the left, let's remove this message. We're gonna use this transform dot translate function, and this function right over here gonna takes the direction in which direction you want to move. So in this case, we want to move in the left direction, so that's why we're gonna use uh, uh, a vector2 dot left. What does it mean? Basically minus 1 in the x and y in the 0. So we're not gonna move in the y axis, but we will move in the x axis in the negative direction. So if I put something like -1 in this enemy game object, as you can see it's indeed moving. If I just set this one -1 to something like -2, as you can see we just moving left direction. So basically that vector2 dot left right over here means -1 -1 in the x and y in the 0. Basically we're not gonna move in the y-axis, so that's why. So vector2 dot left, you can write this one as like this new vector2, sorry, vector2. And we do know that vector2 has two axes, which has x-axis, sorry, which has x-axis and y-axis. So we don't want to move in the y-axis, so that's why we're gonna put 0f in the y, and in the x-axis we do 1, so we're gonna put -1f in the x or x somewhere. So this is the same thing as vector2 dot left. So I'm gonna put instead vector2 dot left, and make sure you just multiply this thing with time dot delta time, so we can just move in the left side constantly, not too much speed over time. So that's why, to make it constant, we're gonna multiply with this time dot sorry, time dot delta time, not decimal. We get time dot delta, sorry, not time dot delta time. And if we are able to control our speed, that would be nice. So let's multiply this whole thing, or else we're gonna move in the left direction every single frame 1 unit, so it's gonna go too much slowly. So that's why we're gonna multiply with some numbers to make our speed little bit faster. So we can multiply with something like 3f. But instead of doing this hard coding this, we need to come to this script over again and again and change this value. So let's make a variable for this so we can control underneath our enemy script, so we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for our speed. So let's make a public float and we can call something like petrol speed or walk speed. I'm gonna call it instead speed walk speed, and by default I'm gonna set it to 3f, and let's replace this 3f with our walk speed, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and move to Unity. So we should able to see this enemy game object just gonna move in the left direction with three amount of unit, in the left direction, but we can adjust the speed right underneath our enemy script. So that's why we just made a variable. You can see work speed, which is 3, so I'm gonna set it to something like 2.5, and let's have a look on that. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let's hit this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. The enemy just gonna move with this much of speed in the left direction. So we should able to see, as you can see, indeed it's just moving, but the problem is that it's just going again and again. But once this player get inside of this circle, attack on player message just getting pop up, because if I just go to the script, if the circle, basically if hit info is true, means the player inside of that circle. What are we doing? We just printing out the message and not doing anything like moving our enemy game object. So that's why this enemy game object just gets stopped right over here, because we inside of that circle and we just printing out message and we are doing nothing at all. So that's the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, something like if the player if the enemy game object something right over here, what we want to do, we want to flip this enemy game object in the right direction now, because this enemy will be at the end of this ground. So that's why to flip this, what we can do, we can select this enemy, go over to transform in inspector, then rotation. If we set this y to something like -180, we can see the indeed enemy just get flipped to the right direction. And once the enemy is something right over here, we want to flip this enemy game object one more time to the left direction. So what we can do, we can set back this y to 0. As you can see, it indeed get flipped. So basically what we want to do, we're gonna create a point right over here, and from that point we're gonna shoot out a ray in the down direction. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, something, if we just move something right over here, so the ray will not collide with this ground. So in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip this enemy game object to the right direction. So I'm gonna move this one right over here. So let's create a point for that. Let's create, I'm going to select this enemy game object, let's drag it top of our hierarchy, so we can see all the time. And now what we're going to do, we're going to select this enemy, right click on it, and create an empty child game object. And let's select this game object, let's move it somewhere around here, and we can call this game object something like detect point. So let's call it instead detect point or detect position, and you can select an icon for that. So just click on this box in inspector and you can select icon you like. So I'm going to select this yellow one, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and make sure you just as you can see, and just plus icon just added up once we created this detect point. So what we need to do, we have to select this enemy game object, go over to inspector, then override, and make sure you just click on this apply all. So this detect point also gonna attach into this into prefab of this enemy game object. So let's click on this apply all now, and now we are fine. So from this point we're gonna shoot out a ray, and once the ray don't collide with this ground, so something over here, the ray will not collide with this ground. So at that moment we're gonna flip this enemy game object in the right direction. So we also need to create a bool parameter which can be true or false to keep track of which direction we are looking. So let's go to script now, and let's go to top of our class, and we can make it public, but you should not make it public, you can make it private instead. And for explanation, I'm gonna make it public, and that will be bool. Bool basically are those variable which has two values. It can be true or false, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like facing left, and by default I'm gonna set it to true. Why? Because as you can see we're looking to the left direction, so that's why I name it this bool parameter facing left, and by default we set it to true because we're looking to the left direction. So basically this parameter, this bool parameter, just gonna keep track of which direction we are looking. So let's go over here where we moving right over here. So else we just moving left direction, right over here. As you can see we're gonna go right there, and we will check right over here. Before we check, we have to create the array. So in the else condition we're gonna do, to create a array, we have to use this physics2d, physics2d dot raycast function, raycast, and this physics2d dot raycast function as a first argument will take the position from where we want to create the array. So we want to create the array from this detect positions, and we do have the position. And the second thing, we need a direction in which direction we want to shoot out the ray. So we're gonna shoot out in the down direction. And the third argument, it will take the length of the ray, how much length you want of that ray. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask, and we do know basically which game object we want to target. So in our case we just only want to target that array should only target this ground. So that's why as a layer mask we're gonna choose ground. So let's do that. So let's make this one comment by double slash, so it's not gonna interrupt our code. And let's go to top of our class. We need those variable, so let's go right over here. So first thing, we need a position, so let's make a public, that is a transform, and we do know that transform is responsible. So let's type over here transform, and we do know that transform is responsible if we just move to unity and select this detect point, and this detect point have this transform component which have position, rotation, and scale. So that's why basically you can assume this transform position as position, and we can call this one something like detect position or detect point. Let's call it instead detect point. And the second thing, it will take the direction, so we can type something like vector2 dot down. So we don't need to assign it right over here, we can do it there. But the third argument, it will take the length of the ray. So we're gonna put so let's also make a public float, and let's call this one ray length, or we can call it something like distance. So let's call it distance instead. You can call whatever you want, make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask. So in our case we want to target the ground, so let's create a layer mask field. So let's make a public layer mask, and let's call this one something like target layer. Let's call it target layer, and make sure you just close that up semicolon, control s to save your code. Now let's move to unity, so we should able to see those fields just gonna pop up underneath our enemy script. So first thing will pop up the detect point. So what we have to do, we need to drag this detect point right there, so we will have the reference of this position, then we can shoot out the ray. So let's select this enemy game object, and as you can see detect point, and it says none, basically empty. So what are we gonna do, we're gonna select this detect point and let's drag it right there. And distance or means the length of the ray, so we're gonna choose something like 1. And target layer, we're gonna choose ground. So we cannot see over here, so before we select the ground, we need to assign our ground as a ground layer. So to do so, I'm gonna go over to grid where we have our ground. So I have it over here, basically this ground, and let's assign this ground as a ground layer. To do so, select the ground, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, as we did for the first time, which we have done once we created the circle around this enemy game object. We're gonna do the same thing for our ground. So let's select the ground, go over to inspector. In the top right we can see layer, so let's just click on that, and let's click on add layer and name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna name it something ground, and let's go to this ground game object one more time, and let's assign this to ground. Now we assigned it this ground, as a ground layer. And make sure you just go to the parent game object and go over to inspector, then overrides, click on overrides and apply all, so the changes will be saved into that prefab of this ground as well. Now we assigned this ground as a ground layer, and now let's go to our enemy game object as a target layer. Now we will choose our ground, and let's go to our script by double clicking on it, enemy script, and let's remove these two slashes from right over here. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass over here detect point dot position, basically from that point, comma, second thing it will take the direction, so let's pass vector2 dot down. Basically vector2 dot down spin -1 in the y, so it will go in the down, so -1 in the y and x in the 0, so it will stop right over here, and -1. You can put vector2 dot down as a like this, new vector2, and x, basically x in the 0, 0 in the x and y in the -1, so it will go into a down direction, so that's why we're using vector2 dot down. So instead of using this, we can type this vector2 dot down, basically the same thing. And the third thing, it will take the distance, or you can call length of the ray, so we're gonna pass this distance. And the fourth argument, it will take the layer mask, or which game object we want to target. So let's pass our target layer, and we do know as a target layer we have chosen our ground, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So the ray gonna be same thing as this hit info, so this ray or this function over here gonna give us a true or false value depending upon if this ray is really colliding with this ground, then this function right over here gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So let's store the result into a raycast hit. Why? Because this is a ray, so that's why we have to type a raycast hit variable, a raycast hit 2D, and we can call the variable what we want. We're gonna call this one something like call info or hit info. It's totally up to you what you want to call. I'm gonna call it something like call info, and let's go to bottom, and over here we're gonna check if this call info is equals to true, and make some curly brackets. So if call info is equals to true, what does it means? Basically the ray is really colliding with this ground, and we do know that if the ray is really colliding with this ground, so this function over here gonna be a true value. So we storing whatever we getting into this call info, so this call info just gonna be true, and over here we checking if call info is equals to true, basically the ray is really colliding with this ground. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do nothing but if this call info is equals to false, so in that situation what we have to do, so if call info equals false means the ray is not colliding with this ground, something right over here, the ray will not collide with this ground, so that's why this condition over here will get true. So in that moment what we have to do, so the enemy just gonna be something right over here, so in that situation we need to flip this character in the right direction. And we do know if we set this rotation of this enemy or Euler angles you can call to -180, it will flip to the right direction. So basically we have to go over to Euler angles, or not rotation, basically make sure just you do that. So I'm gonna drag it out here, and let's go to our script. And if call info is false means we need to flip. For now let's print out a message in the console. For printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and in brackets is in quotation, let's say something like flip enemy, and let's close that up with semicolon, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once the enemy is right at the end of this ground, the message just gonna pop up says flip enemy, because the ray will not collide with this ground. But the problem is that we're not able to see our ray. It would be nice if we are gonna able to see our ray. To see or to draw the ray, we do know we need to use that on draw gizmo selected function. So let's go once again to that function, and over here in the bottom, and we're gonna check. Basically, to draw the circle, sorry, to draw the ray, we have to use this gizmos dot draw ray function. And this function, we do know, as a first argument it will take the position from where we want to draw. So let's pass our detect point dot position from this position. And the third thing, it will take the direction, sorry, second thing, it will take the direction. So we're gonna type vector to dot down, basically in the down direction. And also let's multiply this down with our distance so we can see the length of the ray. So let's multiply this direction with the length of the ray, which is distance, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. But we're gonna get some error. Why? Because if you haven't dragged detect point to this detect point, if we just move over to Unity, and if you haven't dragged this detect point to this detect point field, so this one over here will be none, means empty. So the function over here will still, this function gizmos dot draw ray, it will gonna still try to find that position. But we do know, if you haven't assigned, it's not gonna able to find that position. So that's why this function not gonna able to find that position. For that reason, it will throw us an error. So before we draw the circle, we need to check if we just drag it this detect point to detect point field or not. So let's go, before we draw, we will check. So if a detect point is equals to null, a null, and make some curly brackets. So what we doing right over here, we checking if detect point is equals to none. Basically this one is empty. So what we have to do, we need to stop doing this. Basically we have to stop running this line of code, or we have to stop calling this function, or basically doing this function. And what this function is doing, it's just drawing. So what we have to do, we're gonna type return. Basically after return, whatever line of code you write, it's not gonna be execute. So this function just gonna stop right there once the detect point is null. Basically this one is empty, so this function right over here gonna stop. So it will stop drawing the ray because we haven't assigned it our detect point. So in this case, we do know we assign it detect point, so this condition is not true. So that's why this return will not be call out. So that's why this function, this underneath function, or this draw function will run. So that is the thing. And we can also choose a color, what color we want with to draw our ray. So I'm going to choose something like a gizmos dot color, and we can choose any color we like to draw with. So I'm going to choose color dot yellow, something like that. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once the enemy at the end of this ground, that message just gonna pop up right away, says flip enemy. As you can see, we are able to see the ray right now, and we can adjust the ray or the length of the ray right over here in distance parameter. So I'm gonna set it to something like 0.5, basically half. I'm gonna make it a little bit somewhere around here. Now if we hit this play button, we should able to see a message just gonna pop up right away once the ray. So I'm gonna hit this pause button to pause the game, and I'm gonna make the speed a little bit lower. So I'm gonna hit this pause button to pause our game. I'm gonna clear the console. Let's make the speed some more less, something like 1. And let's hit this pause button one more time to play our game. As you can see, what when we are over here, those messages get pop up, says flip enemy. So instead of flipping enemy, I'm just gonna get out of my play mode. So instead of printing out message, what we have to do, we're gonna flip this character in the right side once enemy is right over here. As you can see, the ray will not collide, so that's why that message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna flip this enemy character in the right direction. So we're gonna set this y rotation, or the Euler angles of this enemy game object, something -180. And if we set, as you can see, it just get flipped. So that's why. So I'm gonna set back to 0. I'm gonna drag it over here. I'm gonna make the speed some around 1.5. And let's go to script. So over here, as you can see, we just printing out message. So instead of printing out message, we need to flip. Before we flip, we're gonna check which direction we're looking. So we're gonna check if facing left is equals to true, and make some curly brackets. So firstly, we're checking if the ray is not colliding at the same moment we are looking in the left direction. So what we need to do, we need to flip this character to the right direction, and after flipping we need to set that facing left parameter to false. Why? We no longer gonna able to look in the left direction. So that's why after flipping this enemy game object completely to the right direction, we need to set that facing left parameter to false. So that's why. So I'm gonna go to script one more time, and over here to flip that, we're gonna go over to that transform, and dot, we're gonna use this Euler angles, and this Euler angles have three axes, which has x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. So that's why we need to set this one equal to a new vector 3, because this transform dot Euler angles is a vector 3 variable, or vector 3, you can say component, something like that you can call. So that's why we need to set this one as a new vector 3 we can set. And we do know that vector 3 has three axes, x-axis, y-axis, sorry, a y-axis, and the z-axis. So that's why we need to set. So we just moving over to the transform of this enemy, and we just moving over to Euler angles of this enemy, basically Euler angles or angles of this enemy. And we setting equal to new vector 3, and we do know that the vector 3 has three axes, so that's why we set. So in the y, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put minus 180f, and we don't know if we set that it will flip to the right direction. So that's why. So we're gonna put minus 180f in the y, and we're gonna put in the z0, and we're gonna do the same thing for x, and now it's gonna flip to the right direction. And now after flipping our character to the right direction, what we have to do, we need to set this facing left parameter to false. Why? We will no longer able to look in the left direction. So that's why. So we're gonna set this facing left parameter to false. False, and now control S to save our code, and let's go to Unity. So once we are at the end of this crown, we should able to see this enemy just gonna flip to the right direction right away. So just wait for to compile, and we should hope that's gonna work out okay. So let's have a look on that. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. Let's hit this play button in the top and have a look on it. Wait, and let's have a look on it. So as you can see, indeed it's get flipped, but the problem is that once we are in the right direction somewhere, if I just flip this to 180, sorry, 180, as you can see, we're gonna over here, we're gonna be over here. So in this situation, as you can see, the ray is not colliding, but we're looking in the right direction. So what we have to do, we need to set back this y to 0. If we set this, as you can see, we're looking to the left direction one more time, and after looking to the left direction, we need to set this facing left parameter one more time to true. Why? Because we're looking to the left direction, as you can see. So that's the thing. So let's open up our script one more time, and over here else we will check else. Basically in the else condition, what we're gonna do, we're gonna do the same thing. So let's copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it over here by control V. In the else condition, else firstly we're checking if call info is false, basically the ray is not colliding. So over here ray will not collide. So in that moment, and the facing left parameter is false. So in that moment, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this 180 to 0, and if we do know, if we set that back to 0, it will flip to the left direction. So that's why after flipping that, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true one more time. So let's set this one equal to true, and control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity and have a look on that. So once we are in the right direction and over here it's gonna flip to the left direction, and after flipping we setting that facing left parameter to true one more time. And let's have a look on that, and let's click on this play button in the top, and let's see that what's basically happening. Have a look on it. So let's have a look on it. We're looking left and we going right. Okay, so it's working fine. As you can see, we going left and right, basically patrolling around this ground. But once we get inside of the circle of enemy, as you can see, it just stop, and the attack on player message just getting pop up. So we need to also deal with this thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea how you can just make a patrolling enemy, and you can just code that, um, and you can create a script and how you can code it, or how you can put a line of code to just patrol around on top of any game object you want. I hope you get the idea of that. Let's make the enemy attack. If I just open up the enemy script, before we do, let's hit this play button. Enemy just patrolling around this ground. Okay, enemy just patrolling on top of this ground, and once we are close enough to this enemy game object just gonna attack on our player, but we just printing out message. So let's get close. As you can see, enemy just stops right there, and it just stops right there, stopped right and doing nothing. But the problem is that enemy is not looking towards us, as you can see. uh, and if I just move right in the right direction, as you can see, enemy is not looking toward us. So what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy character in the direction player is going. So in order to do that, so I'm gonna get out of play mode. We're gonna do inside this, once the once the player inside of this circle of this enemy game object, at that moment we're gonna flip enemy game object in the direction player is going, else we're not gonna do that. So that's why we're gonna open up our script and we will go over to this else condition, because not else condition, if condition. If condition, why? Because as you can see, if hit info is true, means the player game object is inside of that circle. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we want to flip our enemy game object in the direction player is going, or player is just standing. So what we need player transform, or this player position you can say, to keep track of where player currently is. So we need, if we just select this player game object in hierarchy, we can see that transform, which is responsible position in the x, y and z. So that's why we need this player transform. So let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make an empty field of transform. So let's make public transform, and you can call this one something like player position or player. I'm gonna call it something like player. So by default this one will be empty. So once you go to this unity, you're gonna see an empty field just gonna appear underneath our enemy script, and it will be says player and non-transform. So what you have to do, you need to drag this player right there. Basically player transform means position, so we will have the player position, then we can just flip our enemy game object player standing, currently player standing in that position. So let's go to script now. Let's go to hit info, means the player inside of that circle, and I'm going to check right over here. If transform dot position, or we can, let's do this thing, player, if player, so we just going to player dot position dot x, and we're gonna check if it's greater than transform dot position dot x. So basically what we're doing right over here, and we're gonna also check n. So we have to do this n for checking a second condition, and then we're gonna put over here if facing left is equals to true, or you can leave it like this, it's also means true, and make some curly bracket. So what we're doing right over here, we're just going over to this player player, then transform, then position. We accessing this x position and we checking if this position is greater than enemy position in the x axis. Basically, if I take this enemy and select this move tool right over here and select this player uh, right over here, so as you can see, player position in the x will be greater than enemy position in the x axis, as you can see. And we also checking if this enemy is looking left direction. As you can see right over here, facing left is true, means player enemy just looking in the left direction. So what we need to do, firstly we need to flip this enemy game object in the direction player is. So we're gonna flip that. So what we have to do, we need to go over to this trans enemy, then rotation or Euler angles you can call. We're gonna set it to 180 minus 180 basically, so it's gonna flip as you can see. So that's why, so I'm gonna set back to 0 again, and I'm gonna move this player game object right over here. And now let's go to script. So we're checking if the player position in the x axis is greater than enemy position. So basically we just this transform dot position dot x means current position of enemy in the x axis. And we also checking if the enemy just looking in the left direction, basically means facing left is true. So what we have to do, we need to rotate or flip our enemy game object in the direction player is going. Basically we need to flip, and after flip we need to set this facing left parameter to false. Why? Because we're gonna look in the right direction at that moment, so that's why we're gonna set facing left parameter to false. So that's why. So firstly we need to flip that. To flip that, we're gonna go to transform, then Euler angles we're gonna access, and these Euler angles have three axes, x, y, and z. So that's why we're gonna set equal to new vector 3, which has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So we're gonna set this y to minus 180f, sorry, not 90, 180f. And if we set this to minus 180f, we do know that it's gonna flip and we're not gonna do anything in the z axis. So we're gonna put 0f in the z and in the x as well 0f. And after flipping our enemy game object in the right direction, now what we have to do, we need to set this facing left parameter to false. So let's set this facing left equal to false. So we did. Now control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity and let's have a look on that. Once we get inside of that circle, we should able to see enemy just gonna flip in the direction player is going, basically in the right direction. If the player is surpass our enemy game object in the x axis or horizontally, at that moment enemy just gonna flip in the right direction. So let's have a look on it. So I'm gonna check. So let's hit this play button in the top, have a look on it. Just wait for it to compile. And now if we just move left and right, we can see and enemy is over here now. Okay, so we got a problem is that if I get up play mode and select this console, as you can see variable player of enemy has not been assigned. Basically if I select this enemy game object right over here, as you can see player says none, basically empty. So this one is empty, so that's why this enemy game object not getting our player position. So what we have to do, make sure you just do that. We just forgot it to forgot it to do that. So we're gonna select this player and drag it right there. Now we have player transform, means player position. Now we should not get any error. So I'm gonna clear the console and let's hit this play button one more time in the top and have a look on it. So it's gonna work fine right now. So let's move in the right direction and let's jump. And if I move right, as you can see, indeed our enemy game object just get flipped in the right direction, because the player game object in the right direction on or in the right place compared to our enemy game object. But the problem is that if we move to the left direction, player now is not looking to the left direction, or the in the direction player is going. So we need to flip one more time back to left direction if the player is in the left direction, so that in the left position. So that's why. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and now let's go to our player script one more time, and we're gonna check it in the else if condition. So else if and make some first bracket and some curly bracket. So in the condition, in the brackets, we're gonna put a condition. Basically we're gonna check else if player dot position, player, we're gonna go to player, then position, and gonna access the x-axis, and we're gonna check if the player position in the x-axis is lesser than our enemy position. So transform dot position dot x, if it's the case, and we're gonna check if and if we looking to the right direction, means facing left is false, facing left is false, sorry, equals false. If that is the case, so firstly what we're doing, we're checking if our player position in the x-axis lesser than our enemy position in the x-axis. Basically enemy player is something right over here, because enemy position in the x-axis will be lesser than sorry, player position in the x-axis will be lesser than our enemy position in the x-axis, and this enemy is not looking to the left direction, it's looking to the right direction. So what we need to do in that condition, we need to flip this enemy game object one more time to the left direction, and after that we're gonna set that facing left parameter to true one more time. Why? So it's gonna look to the left direction, so that's why. So we're gonna go to script one more time, and let's copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it right over by control V. So we're gonna set back to 0. If we set it to 0, so it's gonna flip to the left direction. So that's why after flipping to the left direction, we're gonna set this facing left parameter to true one more time. So let's set equal to true now. Control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once the enemy game object once the player is right over here, enemy just gonna flip in the left direction. If the player is in the left direction, enemy will flip in that direction, but if the player is in the right direction of compared to enemy game object, then this enemy game object will flip in the right direction, because a player in the right direction. So let's have a look on that. So let's click this hit this play button in the top and have a look on it. So just wait for to compile, and now if we jump, so as you can see, indeed enemy just looking in the direction player is going, but once we get out of this attack range or attack radius of this enemy game object, it's just gonna land or just gonna patrol around on top of this ground. So as you can see, indeed it's doing, but once we get close enough, it's just looking in the direction player is going, or we are going, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of this. Now what we have to do, we need to make the animation, which is for the first one is that it's just gonna walk around on top of this ground, and the second one will be the attack one. So let's do that. So in order to do, let's go to project tab, then sprites, enemy, and enemy one. So we have it over here. I'm gonna select the work one or work sprite. So let's select that and click on sprite editor. We already cut them, we cut it off individually, so we don't need to do that one more time. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the animation. To make the animation, we will prefer a fast way. So what we can do, just click on this arrow after cutting individually, and select all of this animation by holding down shift, and just place it top of this enemy game object. Make sure you just place it top of this enemy game object, not the child one, and it's gonna create the animation right away. And we want to place this animation of enemy into animation folder. So we're gonna go to assets folder. In assets folder, we created a animation folder, as you can see. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder for our animation to keep all of the things organized. So right click, new, new folder, and let's call this folder something like anime animation. So let's call this one anime animation. Basically we creating a subfolder to keep it more organized. Now let's open up that subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So this one will be the work animation of our anime game object. So what we gonna do, we're gonna set something like anime one work, you can call. So I'm gonna call it anime one work because we're gonna have multiple enemies more than one. So that's why I'm just calling this one anime one work animation. And after doing that, make sure you just click on this save, and it's gonna create the animation right away. To see the animation, we're gonna go over to this animation tab and select the enemy game object and hit this play button right over here. As you can see, indeed the work animation is just playing over again and again. And what we have to do now, before we do that, let's have a look on it. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's take a look, let's take a quick look on our anime game object, which just patrolling around top of our ground. Have a look. As you can see, indeed, if we just get closer, as you can see, indeed it's totally fine, and basically it's working okay and fine. So let's make the another animation, which will be the attack one. Once the enemy player game object inside of this circle, then this enemy game object should play attack animation clip. So let's make that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Make sure you just out of play mode, and let's go to project tab one more time. Then the assets, sprites, and enemy one, I have it over here. So let's find the attack from right over here. So I'm gonna select this one. So it says attack one, this is attack one. So let's select that and go over to inspector, and make sure you just click on this sprite editor. And as you can see, we have multiple sprite, and we need to cut them off individually. So that's why we're gonna move over to sprite mode, and we will choose multiple because we have more than one sprite, and choose pixel per unit as we did for our work one. Same pixels per unit, choose the same pixel per unit. So I'm going to choose 16, which I have done already with our work one. And let's go to bottom, and we're going to choose filter mode to point no filter because this is an pixel art. And after doing that, make sure you just click on this apply button in the bottom. And right now what we have to do, we need to cut them off individually. So let's go to slice in the top left, and select, you can just leave it to automatic, or what we can do, we have done to our with our first sprite sheet grid by cell count. So that's why we're gonna choose grid by cell count and choose how many columns and rows it has. So it has 4, 8, 12, 8, 9, 10, 11 columns. So we're going to put 11 columns in 11 columns, as you can see, and one row. And after doing that, click on slice, and then click on apply button in the right in sprite editor. So just click on that, and if we're going to select this scene tab one more time. And what we have to do right now, we just have to click let's go over to that sprite sheet which we cut them individually, and just click on this arrow. As you can see, those sprite just gets cut off individually. So we're going to select the first to the end by holding down shift, and just drag it on, place it top of this anime game object. It's gonna create the animation right away. So just let's just drag it right there, and let's go to assets. And in assets we created that animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's open that up animation. Before we do that, I'm gonna name it something like anime one, because we're gonna have multiple enemies. So that's why we're gonna create multiple folders of anime. So I'm gonna call this one something else, something you can call something like anime one animation. So I'm gonna just right click on it, rename, and I'm gonna call this one anime one animation. And after doing that, let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's call this one something like anime one. We can call this one attack. And after doing this, let's click on this save button, and now it's gonna create the animation right away. To see that, let's select the enemy game object, go over to animation, and let's select over right over here enemy one attack, and let's click on this play button. As you can see, enemy attack animation just playing over again and again. As you can see, let's create other animation, which one will be the die and the you can say the take damage or hit. So let's find them and let's do the same thing with all of them as we have done for our work and with our attack. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's find that. I'm not gonna explain, but just do the same thing as we have done for our work and attack. So we're gonna do the same thing. Let's slice them. So we have 4 8 12 13, so 13 columns. So let's put 13 columns and one row. Let's click on slice, click on apply all. Let's select this heart one, basically taking damage, and let's click on this. We're going to choose 16. Make sure you just doing or putting the same number for all of your sprite sheet or the pixel per unit number. Make sure you just do that, or else you're gonna seem weird behavior. And let's point out filter, let's slice them. So I'm gonna put 4 columns. Let's click on slice, click on apply. Now let's go to Cine tab and let's select this die one. Let's select all of them, just place top of this enemy game object. Let's go to asset, animation, enemy one animation. Let's call this one enemy one dead or die, we can call. And let's do the same thing for our hurt. So let's drag, or damage we can call, and let's enemy one damage, sorry, damage. And now if we select this enemy game object and move over to animation tab and select the die animation right over here and hit this play button, as you can see die animation just played. And if we just select this hard one or damage one basically and click on this play button, as you can see indeed our animation or enemy damage animation or hurting just playing over again and again. And what we want, we don't want to loop this animation clip. Firstly, the die one, we don't want to loop that. So if we select the die one and hit this play button, we don't want to play this animation over again and again. Once the enemy loses all of his health, this die animation should play just one time, and after it we need to destroy this enemy game object right away completely. So that's why we don't need to play this over again and again, and also for the hurt or the damage. So to stop that, what we have to do, we're gonna go over to project tab, then asset, and in assets we created that animation folder. So let's go there, and we also have created a subfolder enemy one animation. So let's select that, and over here we can see animation attack, damage, and die. So what we're gonna do, and we have it over here, so I'm gonna drag it right there, all of this animation. Sorry, it's not happening, so we can just leave that, cancel. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to enemy one animation folder. Right over there we created, and we can see the animation right over here. So this is the damage one, this is die one. So let's select that and go over to inspector. You can see loop time. So for the die one, we don't want to loop this animation clip. Once we take all of this animation or sorry, once we lose all of our animation, basically enemy health, and then we just want to play this one time, and after that completely we just want to destroy this enemy game object right away. So that's why we're gonna uncheck this loop type, we don't want to loop. And same things we're gonna do that for heart one, the enemy heart. So let's select that, or the damage. Let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna check uncheck this loop time. and I'm gonna leave the enemy walk and attack to be looped because those animation clip should be looped or should be play over again and again and again. So that's the thing. And if we select this enemy game object and move over to animator tab, we can see we have walk 1, die, and this damage, as you can see. So we need to make transition between these animation states. And firstly, if you can find the animation, basically animation tab or this animator tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top and scroll down. You can see animation, or the shortcut key is control 6, and as well as this animator tab. And I'm gonna select this one game object. We can see worked animation clip, attack, and the die and the damage we can see right over here. So we need to make transition between this animation state. Why? Suppose if the I'm gonna select this, sorry, we don't have the work one, so let's create our work animation. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this enemy one. I really apologize. Basically, just create a folder and place all of the animation right there. Make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna create the work or animation of this enemy game object one more time. To do so, let's go to assets, then sprites, and enemy one. I'm gonna choose the work one right over here. So let's select all of this by holding down shift, and let's just place it top of this enemy one game object. And I'm gonna go to assets, then animation folder, then enemy one animation folder, and I'm gonna replace this enemy work, or I'm gonna call enemy work or enemy petrol, enemy one petrol we can call, something like that, and then click on save. And now if we just go to animator tab, as you can see, we have enemy one petrol, or you can say the work one. So we have work, so we can ignore this animation which is enemy one petrol, we can ignore this. And if we hit this play button in the top, we should able to see this enemy just gonna play this animation clip which is the work one right away, and it's gonna play over again and again. Why? Because this enemy one is a default state. So let's have a look, but it's not playing. So what we have to do, we're gonna just create the petrol. So I'm gonna go to project tab, let's go to project tab, assets, and enemy one. We have the petrol, let's find right over here the petrol. Let's select that and drag it on top of this enemy game object. Now if we move over to animator tab, we can just right click on this enemy one petrol, and we can just set as layer default state. Now the animation will be played, the petrol animation clip will be played right away when the game start of this enemy game object. So let's have a look on it. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's take a look on it. It should play the work. As you can see, the petrol, you can say, petrol animation clip just playing over again and again. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we have to do right now, we need to make transition between, I'm gonna just delete this work one, instead I'm gonna leave with petrol, or you can say this is the work one. So we need to make transition from this petrol to attack. So if I select this enemy game object and this player game object, something right over here inside of this circle, at that moment we need to play this attack animation clip. So that's why we need to make transition from this petrol to attack. In order to do that, let's right click on petrol and make transition to attack. And now what we have to do, we need to select this arrow and go over to inspector. We can see has exit time, so we're gonna uncheck, because as soon as a player is close enough to this enemy game object, then this enemy game object should play this attack animation clip right away. So that's why we just uncheck that, and we're gonna set this transition duration to 0 and scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this attack animation clip. So we're gonna set a some certain parameter as we did for our player game object. To set that, in the animator tab in the left side we can see layer and parameters. So just select the parameter and hit this plus icon or click on it, and we're gonna choose a bool parameter, and we have to name that. I'm gonna call it something like attack. And basically this bool parameter can be true or false. So if we set this to true, so we're gonna choose this condition first. So to choose that, select the arrow, let's go over to inspector one more time, scroll down and condition, and it says list is empty. So what we're gonna do, just click on this plus icon and we're gonna choose this attack parameter and we're gonna set it to true. So if we set this attack parameter to true, so the condition over here getting true, as you can see, basically checked right over here, so it will play right away the attack animation clip. So let's have a look on it. Let's hit this play button in the top and just manually check that box, basically set this attack parameter to true. It will play right away attack animation clip and it will play over again and again because we just uncheck we just leave it loop time. So if I check this attack parameter to true, basically check this one or set this to true, as you can see attack animation just playing over again and again. But we are stuck. If I set this to false, we never going back to patrol. So what we just forever stack in this attack animation clip. So we also need to move over to this patrol enemy once the enemy just out of that circle of this enemy attack range. Sorry, I'm just having the tea in the morning. So what we gonna do, let's get out of play mode. So we also need to make a transition from this attack back to our patrol. So let's right click on attack and make transition back to patrol. And now let's select this arrow, go over to inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as player out of that attack range or that circle, and then this enemy just should patrol around. So that's why we untick, and we're gonna set this transition duration to 0, scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we're going to take this attack parameter. So let's hit this plus icon and we're going to choose this attack and we will set it to false. So if we set this attack parameter to false, basically unchecked, then this patrol enemy will be played right away, will be played right away, because we have chosen that condition. As you can see, if attack is false, then we're gonna move over to this patrol enemy because we have chosen that condition. So let's have a look on that as well. So let's click on this basically play button in the top and let's take a look on that. As you can see, it's playing patrol. And now if I check this attack parameter to true, basically check this one or set it to true, attack animation is just playing over again and again. But if I set this one to false, basically unchecked, we can see right away the patrol enemy animation clip just played. So what we have to do, we need to set this parameter through our code. So before we do that, we also need to make transition from this animation state to damage or die. So how we can do that? So damage, firstly let's take a look on damage or hurt. Enemy just gets hurt or take damage, so we just want to play this damage animation clip. So it can be from anything. So if we just patrolling around the ground or attacking, we should instantly play this damage animation clip right away. So from any state we need to move over to this damage while this enemy game object just taking damage. We need to play no matter what state we are in, we need to play this damage once the enemy take damage or basically take damage or loses health. We need to play this damage or hurt animation clip of enemy right away. So that's why we're gonna right click on any state and make transition to enemy one damage, and let's select this arrow and we're gonna move over to this inspector, and we're gonna untick this has exit time, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0 because we're just gonna go immediately. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, and in which condition we want to play this enemy one damage parameter. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose a second condition for this. To do that, let's go to parameter tab in animator one more time and click on this arrow, and for now we're gonna choose this trigger, and we have to name the trigger, and let's call this trigger to something like a damage or hurt. Let's call it instead hurt. Sorry, hurt. And if we're gonna choose this condition, so let's click on this plus icon. Instead of attack, we're gonna choose this hurt. So, and what we have to do right now, we also need to make transition from this damage to patrol or attack depending upon if the player is right over here. So it's gonna play this attack animation clip, else it will just gonna play patrol around. So let's right click on this damage and make transition to patrol, and as well as let's right click on damage and make transition to attack. And now let's select this arrow for the patrol. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to inspector, and we're gonna set we're gonna leave this as exit time, and exit time we're gonna choose right over here. One basically means 100%. So after taking damage, or this once this enemy game object takes damage, we just gonna play heart animation clip or damage animation clip 100%. And after that we're gonna go over to this patrol enemy one patrol. So that's why we put exit time to 1 means 100%. And after that we're gonna set this transition duration to 0. So after playing 100% animation clip or damage or hurt of this enemy, we're gonna go immediately to this patrol or attack. So that's why, and we need to choose a condition. If we just scroll down, so what we're gonna do for this patrol, we're not gonna choose any condition, so it's just gonna go immediately or automatically, you can call. So after taking damage, playing the animation clip of damage, it just gonna go automatically to patrol. And but for this enemy attack, we're gonna check if the player is right over here. At that moment we need to play the attack animation clip. After playing the damage or the heart animation clip, we need to play right away this attack animation clip. So that's why we're gonna choose this arrow, and we're gonna put this exit time to 1 means 100% playing of damage or heart animation clip. Then we're gonna go over to this attack. So we're gonna choose this transition duration to 0. We don't want any delay, and we need to choose a condition, in which condition we just want to play this attack parameter, attack animation clip. So we're gonna choose this attack parameter. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna set this attack to true. When we're gonna set this attack to true, because when the player game object is right over here or close enough to this enemy game object, at that moment we're gonna set this attack parameter to true. And we do know, if we set it to true, that attack animation clip will be played right away, or else this patrol enemy animation clip will be played, because enemy not gonna be inside of that circle. So let's have a look on that. So let's hit this play button in the top, and let's check it. If we just manually trigger this heart parameter, we should able to see the heart animation will be played right away. So let's do that. Let's go to animator, and let's trigger this heart parameter. As you can see, it's playing the heart animation or the damage of this enemy animation. The it's playing, and after that it's just going over to automatically this patrol enemy. Why? Because the player game object not inside of this circle of this enemy game object, that's why. But if if the player game object something right over here, then it will play. After playing this damage animation clip, it's gonna play right away this attack one. So we just manually doing, and if we set this attack, it's just playing attack. And if we set this false, it's just playing just patrolling. And if we just trigger this heart parameter, we can see heart animation clip of this enemy game object, it's just playing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and one thing we have left to do is that we need to make transition from this any state. So even we taking damage or attacking our player or patrolling, we need to play this die animation clip once the enemy loses all of his health, no matter what state or what animation we just playing. If the loses all of his health, if the enemy game object player loses all of his health, that at that moment we need to play this die animation clip right away, no matter what animation clip at that moment we are playing or what state we are in. So that's why we're gonna right click on any state and make transition to enemy type, and from this enemy type we're not gonna make transition from any enemy type to patrol, attack or damage, because enemy will lose all of his health and we need to destroy. So that's why we're not gonna make from this tie to any transition back to this attack, patrol or damage. So we need to, let's select this arrow and we're gonna go over to inspector and we will put has exit time to check, and exit time we're gonna choose to 1, means 100%. So 100% this enemy tie animation clip will be played, and we're gonna set this transition duration to 0 and scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this die animation clip. For this one we're gonna choose or we will set a parameter as well. So let's go to parameter tab and let's click on this plus icon or hit this, and we're gonna choose trigger for this die as well. So let's choose that and we're gonna call it something like die, and we're gonna choose this condition. So let's select this arrow, go over to inspector and click on this arrow, and we're gonna choose this die. Now if we just trigger this die parameter, it should play die animation clip right away, no matter what state or what animation we playing. It's just gonna go immediately to this die animation clip. So let's have a look. I'm gonna clear the console first, and now let's go to project tab, then animator, and select this enemy, and let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done we should able to see that just gonna happen. So if we trigger this die parameter or die parameter, as you can die parameter, as you can see die animation just played, and try to one more time trigger this die animation just played, and after that we need to destroy this enemy game object right away. So let's do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead of manually just triggering this parameter or setting, we're gonna control this parameter through our code. I'm gonna clear the console one more time, and let's go to animator and select this enemy game object in hierarchy. So we're gonna control this parameter through our code. So if we take a look on this enemy game object and go over to inspector, in the bottom side we can see an animator component just added up once we created all of this animation, and we do know that this component is responsible for switching our animation and playing them. So we need a reference of this animator component, then we can manually we can set these parameters through our code or via our script. So that's why we need a reference of this animator component. Before we do that, let's go over to inspector, then overrides, click on it and click on apply all to just add this animator component in the prefab of this enemy one game object as well. And now let's double click that enemy script to open that up in Visual Studio. So we need a reference of this animator component. So let's go to top of our class and let's make sure you just make this public so we can see in the inspector, and the component we looking for is animator. So let's type, or we have to type this animator, and we have to name it. So let's call it something like anim or animator, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we're gonna see an empty field just gonna pop up underneath our enemy script, and that will be animator. So what we have to do, we need to drag this animator component right there. So we're gonna have a reference of this animator component then we can switch up any animation we like to switch in that animation. So as you can see animator and it says none, basically means empty. So let's select this animator component and drag it right there. Now we have animator anime1 animator reference or this animator component reference. Now we can set this parameters through our code through code by going over to this animator, and we can set this. So let's open up our script by double clicking on it one more time, and let's go right over here. As you can see over here, we checking if hit in is true, hit info is true, basically means if I select this enemy game object, basically that means enemy is inside of this circle. So that's why if hit info is true, so at that moment what we have to do, we need to play the this attack animation clip, and we do know that we have a reference of this animator component. So this by animator reference we're gonna set this attack parameter to true or false depending upon if the player inside of that circle of this enemy game object or not. So let's go to our script, and over here we're gonna go over to animator. We have a reference we do know, and for this we're gonna use this set bool and make sorry this will be set dot set bool and make first bracket. And we do know that basically this set bool we have to use this set bool function. Why? Because we created this as a bool parameter, so that's why. And set bool function right over here as a first argument in quotation will take the parameter name, so which in our case this attack, as you can see parameter name. And the second thing, it will take the value what you want to set. So we're gonna make sure you just doing in quotation, and the parameter name is attack, and the comma, second thing, it will take the value you want to set. So we're gonna set it to true, basically check. And we do know if we set it to true, it will play that attack animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna set it to true, and make sure you just close that off with some semicolon. And over here in the else condition, else means the this player game object not inside of this circle. So at that moment we need to stop playing that attack animation clip. Instead we need to play the petrol. And if we select this back transition, we can see if we set this attack parameter to false, it will play this petrol animation clip. So let's go to script. So over here we do know that a player not inside of that circle or attack range. So at that moment we're gonna go over to animator. So let's do that. Animator dot, we have to use the same function which is set bool, and in quotation as the first argument will take the parameter name. So we're going to pass attack, and we have to set the value. So we're going to set it to false, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon and control S to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see once the enemy inside of this circle, this enemy game object just gonna play attack animation clip right away. And once we outside of that circle of this enemy game object, this enemy, then this enemy just gonna play petrol ring animation clip. So let's have a look on that. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's check it. Just wait for to compile, and we should able to see that's just gonna, as you can see, just playing petrol. And once we get inside of that circle of this enemy, as you can see, it's just playing the attack animation clip. But the problem is that a player is still not too much close. So what we basically need to do, we need to make this circle of this enemy game object a little bit less. Something like we can just play around with this attack range, we can make it a little bit small, something like this. Okay, so this must seems pretty good, or we can make it little. So you can just play around while play mode, and make sure you just out of play mode and copy the number. So what you can do, you can just go over to this anime script, and in the right side you can see three dot. So just click on that, or right click on this anime script, right click, and then make sure you just click on this copy component, And once you are out of play mode, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, so just click on this top in the top this play button, so you will be out of that play mode. And go over to that enemy script one more time and right click and then paste the component value. As you can see, paste component value, which was 1.68 something like that. So let's click on that. As you can see, indeed it just pasted right over here. Now this one will be perfect, so let's click on this play button one more time. Make sure you just do in out of play mode, basically copy while you are play mode. Make sure you just copy that, and once you out of play mode, just paste it that one more time, the value of the component. So I'm gonna go inside that circle one more time, and as you can see, this is a pretty fine number. And if we just move over, as you can see, it's indeed we just playing. So that is the cool thing. And the second thing is to cover that taking damage of player. So player can play the die animation clip as well as the take damage animation clip. So I hope you get the idea of this for now. Okay, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to play enemy game object one more time and go over to inspector, then overrides, click on it and click on apply all. So whatever changes you made, it will be saved or saved into that prefab of this enemy game object as well in project tab. Project, then assets, where we just create drag it the prefab right there, it will be saved. Make sure, and we're gonna do the same thing for our player. If we so don't have in player, and once you done, or if you want to save your project in Unity, whatever you have done so far, and you just want to save, what you need to do, you need to go over to file in the top left, you can see that. So just click on that and click on save right over here, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section, which is Control S. So you can just press down Control S to save your, just hit Control S to save your code, or you can just go to top left, then top left file, and then click on this save. So whatever you have done so far in your project or in your Unity editor, it will be saved. Okay, so I hope you get the idea of this. Let's give some help to our player game object. Before we do that, we wanna give basically we wanna take damage, or we should give some health to this enemy game object first, and then we're gonna take a look, because this enemy has to play two animation clip. One is dying and one other one is getting damaged. So let's do that. So let's open up our enemy script. Let's go to our enemy script, let's go to top of our class, and let's give some help to our enemy game object. So let's create a public. Make sure you just making this one public, so we can adjust in inspector. That will be int, means whole number, like 1 2 3 4, and we have to name it. Let's call this one something like max health. Let's call it max health, and by default I'm gonna give something like 5 unit of health. I'm gonna give something like 3 unit of health is so equal to 3. And what we want to do, we're gonna make a take damage function. So let's go to bottom, or anywhere you just can make that function, it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna go underneath our bottom update function, and over here I'm gonna make a function which will just gonna subtract from our max health some unit. And I'm gonna make this one public. Why? Because we want to call this function from another class or script, you can say. So that's why we need to make this function public. And for function we have to type void, and we're gonna call this one something like take damage, and make some first bracket and some curly brackets. Okay, so what we want to do in between this take damage function, we want to subtract from our max health, from this max health some unit. So let's go there. So we're gonna go over, and this at the take damage function gonna take some arguments. So we're gonna pass a int damage. So let's pass in damage. Basically in damage, this is taking an argument, and we can later on we can replace replace this damage easily. We can replace this with 1 2 any number we like. So I'm gonna go over to max health. max health, and I'm gonna subtract from max health minus equal this damage parameters. So let's subtract damage and make sure you just close that up with some my colon. And as you can see, public void take damage over here. So we made a function called take damage, and it takes an argument, and we do know that by default we have given 3 unit of health to our enemy game object, as you can see. So if we call this function for the first time, so this max health is 3, so 3 minus damage, and let's assume as a damage parameter you pass, basically you replace this damage with 1. So the max health is 3, so 3 minus 1 over here gonna be 2. And let's suppose we call this function for the next time, so max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 will be 1. And let's try to call third time, so max health is now 1, so 1 minus 1 will be 0. Somehow our max health of enemy game object gonna hit 0. uh, but before we subtract, we need to check. Let's suppose if we call this function, let's suppose max health we have 0, and if we try to call this function, so max health is 0, so 0 minus 1 will be minus 1, which will go to a negative value. So before we subtract, we need to check if our max health, or if the enemy game object loses all of his health or not. So before we subtract, we're gonna check if max health, if max health is lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation, we have to stop doing this thing. Basically we have to stop subtracting our max health. So make some curly brackets, and then what we're gonna do inside this curly brackets, we're gonna type return. And we do know that, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be execute anymore. So this max health just gonna start at 0. A 0, let's suppose max health is 0, so over here we checking if the max health is lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation, we just typing return, and after return, whatever line of code you write, it will not be 0, sorry, it will not be call out. So the max health is gonna start at 0. And we also need to create a die function to check if we lose all of our health, and then at that moment we need to play that animation, and after that we have to destroy our enemy game object right away. So let's go to bottom, and let's create a function for our dying. You can create wherever you want in your class. I'm gonna go over to bottom, and let's create over here. It doesn't need to be private or public, so we can make it directly type void for function. And if you just don't assign with public or private, by default this is gonna be a private function. And let's call this function something like die mix first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we just want to destroy our enemy game object right away. So before we destroy, what we have to do, we need to play the die animation clip, and after that we want to destroy our enemy game object right away. So what we're gonna do for now, let's print out a message. Actually player sorry, enemy game object is dying or not, or loses all of his health or not. So let's check it. So for that we're gonna type debug, sorry, not this, we're gonna type debug dot log, and let's say in quotation something like this dot name. So we're gonna type this dot transform dot name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So make sure you just type this plus a symbol and quotation. You can add on top of this message or a name, whatever message you want to see, something like I'm gonna say diet, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. What we basically doing, we just going itself transform. Basically this is our enemy game object, so by this enemy game object we just moving over to this transform component, and by this transform we just accessing the name of the game object. So in our case this enemy, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And as you can see, and top of that, so the name will be enemy 1, and top of that we just adding this message which is died. So the message should print out enemy 1 plus died, basically means enemy 1 died. And we also need to call this function, but when we will call this function when the enemy game object loses all of his health. So let's go to update function. Why? Because this update function runs every single frame, and this will be a perfect time to call because we need to keep track of our enemy health every single time. So that's why we just gonna move over to this update function, and we will check right over here. We will check if we're gonna do the same thing if max health is lesser than or equal to 0. So in that situation, basically enemy game object loses all of his health, and make some curly brackets. So what we want, we're gonna call this die function, and what die function will do, it's just gonna print out the name of the game object, which is enemy1 plus died message. So enemy1 died, so it's just gonna print out the message says enemy died. So let's call this one right over here. So let's call die and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And now if we just move over to Unity, but anyway we're not calling that take damage function of enemy game object, so enemy will not lose health anyway, so we need to call that take damage function. But when we call it, when this player game object attack on this enemy game object, at that moment we're gonna call that take damage function. For now let's call it somewhere, anywhere, anywhere you can call. For now I'm just gonna open up my player script, so let's double click that to open up that by double click, and let's go over. You can check anywhere you want, so I'm gonna call this one something right over here. Okay, so as you can see, we're gonna make a separate function for that. So let's make a separate function for that. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. Let's make it over here, and I'm gonna make it public. Why? Because I want to call this function. If we just go to Unity and select this player, then animation tab, and choose at any attack, something like this, attack 1 or attack 2, I'm gonna call it somewhere around here. So how we can call that? In the left side you can see add event, so you just have to click on that, and then you can select the function you want to call. So I'm gonna call that function. For now I'm gonna delete it. So that's why we have to make it public. So that's why we gonna able to call this function through our animation event. So I'm gonna make this one public, and for function we're gonna type void, and let's call this function something like attack. Let's call it attack and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this player attack function, basically we doing inside our player script. As you can see, we just created a attack function, and what we want to do inside this function, we're gonna call that take damage function of enemy. For now you can say so what we're gonna do, we need a player script reference, sorry, not player, enemy script reference. And if we have enemy script reference, then we can call the function through our enemy script, because we made the function take damage function in our enemy script. So that's why we need a reference of this enemy class or enemy script, you can say. So let's go to player class or script, and let's go to top of our class, because we need enemy script reference. So that's why we're gonna go to top of our class, and we will make a field. Make sure you just making it public so we can see through inspector. That is enemy class or enemy class reference you can call, and you can call it anything you want. So I'm going to call it something like enemy, and make sure just close that up with semicolon and control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So we should able to see, make sure you just press down control S surely, and just move to Unity. And in underneath our player script, we're gonna see an empty field of enemy script just gonna appear. So what we have to do, we need to drag this enemy one game object right there, because we need a reference of that enemy class or enemy script. Then we can call that take damage function in our enemy class. So let's select this player. and as you can see enemy and it says none empty. So what we have to do, we need to select the enemy game object, basically in which game object the enemy class or the script is sitting on. So in our case this enemy, so that's why we're gonna select that and drag it right there. Now we have enemy one script or the enemy script as you can see. Now we can call the function which is take damage from this enemy class. So let's go to our script, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to here. Now we have a reference, so let's go to enemy, sorry, let's go to enemy enemy dot take damage, and as a parameter you can pass any number you like. So I'm gonna pass 1, so it will subtract every single time 1. And if you just put right over 3, right away enemy game object lose health right away, it's gonna destroy it right away. So that's why I'm gonna put 1, so every single time it will subtract by 1 units. And make sure you just close that off with semicolon. So basically what we're doing right over here, let me explain. Basically we just moving over to this enemy class or enemy script you can say, and then over here we calling this take damage function. As a damage parameter we pass 1, so every single time we're gonna subtract 1 unit. And we do know that what this take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health by 1 unit every single time. So now let's go to our player script, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code, and let's go to Unity now. So we should able to see when we just attack or just play that attack animation clip, we should able to see this enemy game object just gonna lose health by 1 unit every single time. So let's select this enemy game object. So as you can see max health by default is 3. Now what we have to do, we need to call the function. So let's select the player game object one more time and go over to animation tab and select attack 1 or attack 2. So I'm gonna select the attack 1. I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. So as you can see this will be the perfect time. So how we can call that attack function, to call that in the left side in in the animation tab we can see add event. So we just have to click right there and go over to inspector, and it says no function selected. So just click on that, and we need to move over to this script. So in which script, which is our player script, in player script we created the attack function. So let's go there, attack and methods. Basically you can call methods means function, and let's call the attack function as you can see right over here. Make sure you made it public, so that's why we are able to see it right over here and we can call. So let's click, basically we calling, and we're gonna do the same thing. Basically we will select our attack to animation clip as well, and we will move over somewhere around here. So this will be the perfect time. So let's click on this add event and animation tab. Let's go to inspector, and we will go over to player methods, basically function. Let's choose this attack, and now let's choose our attack 3 as well, and let's move it over somewhere around here. Okay, so this would be perfect time. So let's click on this add event. Let's go over to inspector and let's call the function which is attack. And now if we select this enemy game object and click on this play button and try to basically play the attack animation clip, we should able to see this enemy game object right away just gonna lose his health by 1 unit every single time. So if I just click on this or this attack button, we should able to see, as you can see indeed it lose health for the first time. And if we just play the attack animation clip second time, so we calling that take damage function, and we do know what take damage function is doing. So let's do second time. As you can see max health became now a 1. And now if we just attack third time, as you can see enemy loses all of his health, basically enemy max health becomes 0. And if we select the console over here, as you can see enemy 1 tired message just calling over again and again. Why? Because once we loses all of our health, if we just move over to enemy script and move over to update function, as you can see once we loses all of our health, then we calling this die function. And what die function is doing, it's just printing out the message in the console says player died. So that's the thing happening. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and once we taking damage, what we want to play that heart animation clip of this enemy game object. As you seen, if I select this enemy one chance, then move over to animation tab and choose enemy one damage or the heart one and play, we want to play this enemy animation clip once we take damage. So we do know if we select this animator tab, we need to trigger this hard parameter, and we do know if we trigger this, it will play that take damage or hard animation clip right away of this enemy game object. So let's do that. So let's go to our enemy script. Make sure you just go there, and over here we just subtracting our max health. Basically we just taking damage, and after taking or losing 1 unit of health or this amount of health, we also want to play that animation clip. So we're gonna go to animator, we have the reference and dot. For that we have to use this set trigger function and make this first packet. Why? Because is a this one is a trigger parameter. If we just move over to unity, so we need to trigger that, so that's why we have to use this animator dot set trigger function, and in quotation, in this brackets in quotation, we need to pass the parameter name, which is we can see heart, and make sure you just spelling it correct and basically type that correctly, else it will not gonna work. So we're gonna do it right over here, which is heart. Now let's close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's move to unity. So we should able to see once the enemy take damage, and that basically heart animation clip will be played right away. So let's have a look on that. And now if we hit this play button or click on this play button and play some attack animation clip, we should able to see that animation, which is the hard one, will play, or the take damage one animation clip will be played right away. So let's click on this attack. As you can see, it's played the heart animation or the damage animation of this enemy game object, as you can see. And once it loses all of his health, we need to destroy this enemy game object. Before we destroy, what we have to do, we need to play the die animation clip. As you can see, we have die animation right over here. So basically we need to trigger this die parameter, and we do know once we trigger this die parameter, as you can see, die animation it just played, and after die basically completing this whole animation clip, we need to destroy this enemy game object right away. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script, and we want to delay. Firstly, what we want to play the animation clip, and after completing the animation, we want to delete our game object right away. So basically we want some delays to delay some line of code or a specific thing you want to delay. We need to use coroutines. So just right after me, you're gonna get hang of it. To do so, we're gonna use something like let's create a function for that. Let's go over here and make sure you include this namespace. It's called using unity engine in top of your class. Sorry, not using, it's called system dot collection. Make sure you just include this namespace, as or else you're not gonna able to use basically that function, which is enumerator. It's called enumerator. To do so, let's go right over there. What we generally type, we type void, but in this case we have to type this I enumerator. It's little bit weird, but just right after me, you're gonna get hang of it, and we have to name the function, and we can call it something like destroy enemy game object, something like that. We can call anything we want. Let's call something like play die animation, and make sure you just make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we have to do, we can assign, we will do, so I'm gonna make a comment. So we're gonna do something like play die animation, play time and animation, and we will take a moment or time, and after that we're gonna do something else. To do or to delay, we have to type this yell return new, wait for a second, make sure you just typing as I am doing right over here. Just make sure you do that. Yield return new wait for second, and into these brackets you can pass a time, and after that amount of time, whatever line of code you're gonna write after this line of code will be execute. So what we want to do, and after that we want to destroy our enemy game object right away. So something like destroy enemy. And so we're gonna put a time. So we need to check basically how much time we taking to play our animation clip of enemy game object. So let's go to Unity and let's select this enemy game object, then go to animation tab and let's select the animation right over here. So we completing the whole animation clip something right over here, which is, as you can see, point you something like, I guess, okay, so point 5 you can say, not point 5, it's point 90. So point 9 amount of time we just completing, or 1 second. So this right over here is 1 second. So we're gonna go step ahead right over here, so which is 90, I guess it would be. So point 90 or point 9 amount of time we just completing our whole animation clip, as you can see. And after this amount of time we need to destroy our enemy game object right away. So let's do that. So what we're gonna do, so we're gonna put right over here 0.9f, or we're gonna put something like 0.901f, it would be perfect. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So after this amount of time, what we want to destroy our enemy game object. So to destroy, we do know we have to use this destroy function, and this function will take the game object you want to destroy. So we're gonna put this dot game object, this dot game object basically. And this dot game object, what does it mean? This dot game object basically this enemy game object referencing itself, whole itself, basically itself. So basically we just destroying itself. Before we destroy, we do know we're gonna play the animation, which is that time one. To play that, we're gonna go over to animator. We do know we have a reference and we have to trigger the parameter, so that's why we're gonna use this set trigger function and make first bracket, and in quotation we have to pass the parameter name, which is our case die. So let's pass it and make sure close that up with semicolon. So firstly we playing our animation, and after this amount of time, which is 0.901 f, basically completing the whole animation clip with this much of time. And after that, what we're doing after this amount of time, we just right away destroying our enemy game object. We destroying our enemy game object right away. So we need to call this function. To call this function, so instead of printing out message in the die function, as you can see, player enemy, basically enemy one died, what we want to do, we want to call this function. And what this function will do, firstly it will play the die animation, and after this amount of time it will destroy itself. So let's call it. To call a enumerator function, we need to use a weird syntax. It's basically a little bit weird, just right after me, you're gonna get hang of it. So to call that, we have to type firstly start coroutine and make this first bracket, and into this bracket we need to pass the function name. So in our case this play die animation. So let's copy it by control right click, and let's copy this and let's paste it right over here. And also make sure you just making brackets after this play die animation function, or else it's not gonna work. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So in start coroutine we have to type, and in this bracket we have to fit the function name and the first bracket, basically as we just call. But we just have to make a step further, which is start coroutine. And now control S to save your code, and let's go back to Unity. We should able to see that after playing die animation clip of enemy game object, it will be destroyed right away. So just wait for to compile, and I'm gonna select the enemy game object one more time, and let's do that. So let's select this enemy game object. Let's click on this play button in the top and try to click on this attack button multiple times, like 3 times we should, because we have given by default 3 unit of health to this enemy game object. So after 3 times or 3 attacks, this gonna destroy right away. So let's do that. Let's click 1, so this one becomes 2, then 1, and as you can see, after playing that die animation clip, it just get destroyed right away. So I hope you get the idea of this. So instead of doing that, I'm gonna get out of play mode. So what we need to do, we're gonna create a circle around the sword. If I select this player game object and go over to animation tab, then select this attack one or any attack animation clip, we're gonna create a circle around this sword, you can say. And if that sword collide with this enemy game object, then this enemy game object should take damage. And what we're doing for right now, we're just calling right away, even the sword is not colliding with this enemy game object. So that's why we're gonna create a circle somewhere around here. We're gonna create a point, and from that point we will create a circle, and if that circle collide with this enemy game object, then we will call that take damage function. So that's why we're gonna move over to script. Let's go to our player script, and over here we're doing, so let's make a comment by double slash, so it's not gonna interrupt our code. And make sure you just print control S on your keyboard, and let's go to Unity, and we will create a point into this enemy game object, and from that point we will create a circle around this sword. And if that circle collide with this enemy game object, then this enemy game object's gonna take damage. So let's select this app player and if to focus on it, and let's right click on this player, and let's create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object something like attack point. And let's select this move tool right over here and move it somewhere around here. And if you want to see that point, go over to inspector and click on this box, and you can select an icon for it. So I'm gonna select this one, and now I guess this is pretty fine place to do. And what we have to do right now, to create a circle, we have to use a function. Before we do that, as you can see, n plus icon just added up into this attack point. So what we have to do, let's go over to inspector overrides, and make sure you just click on apply all. So whatever changes you made in player game object or the game or the child game object you made, it also gonna be attached into prefab of this player game object or the change. So let's click on this apply all, so the change will be saved into prefab of this player game object as well. Now let's open up our player script, and to create a circle, we're gonna go over to this attack function, and over here to create a circle we have to use this. It's called physics2d dot overlap circle. Basically, as we have done for our enemy game object, once we just doing our patrolling, or once the player game object gets close enough to our enemy game object or in that attack range, we're gonna do the same thing. So to create a circle, we do know we have to use this physics2d dot overlap circle, and as the first argument it will take the position from where we want to create the circle, and we do know we have the position. And the second thing, it will take the radius of that circle you want to create. Basically radius you have to specify. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object you want to target. So in our case, we want to target this enemy game object, so as a layer mask we're gonna choose this enemy. So let's assign those variable first. So let's make this one commit, so it's not gonna interrupt our code. And let's go to top of our class right over here. So first thing, we need our position, so let's make a public transform means position you can call. Let's call this one attack pose or point, attack point. And the second thing, we need a radius, so let's make a public float. Let's call this one attack radius. And by default I'm gonna set it to something like 2f or 1f. Let's set 1f. And the third thing, it will take the layer mask, so let's create a public layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. And let's call this one target layer or attack layer. Let's call it instead attack layer. and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code and move to Unity. So we need to assign those variable one by one. So the first thing will appear the position from where we want to create the circle. So what we will do, we will drag this attack point to attack point field because we want to create the circle from this attack point. As you can see attack point and it says none, basically empty. So what we'll do now, let's select this attack point and drag it right there. Now we have the attack point, and by default we set attack radius to 1 and we can adjust it over here. So that's why we just made that public. And attack layer, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose enemy, so we don't see any enemy layer. So before we do that, we need to assign this enemy game object as a enemy layer. So let's select this enemy. I'll select that enemy, go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, so just click on that and click on add layer, and let's call the layer something like enemy. So let's call this one enemy, and let's go to that game object one more time, this enemy game object, and go over to inspector. As a layer, it says default, so just let's click on that and let's assign it with enemy. I'm just gonna do with this game object only, not with parent, so that's why we're gonna select no, this game object only. Now we assigned this enemy as a enemy layer game object, as you can see, and make sure you just go over to overrides of this enemy and click on apply all. So whatever changes you made into this enemy game object will also be saved into that prefab of this enemy game object. Now let's go to our player game object, and as a attack layer, as you can see, it selected nothing, so let's just click on that, and now let's choose this enemy. So the circle now gonna check for this enemy game object only, and let's go to our script one more time and let's go to bottom, and now let's replace these two slashes. So first thing, it will take the position, so let's pass attack point dot position, and the second thing, it will take the radius, so let's pass attack radius, and the third thing, it will take the layer mask, so let's pass our attack layer. And we do know as a attack layer we have chosen enemy, so the circle only gonna check for that enemy game object, and close that up with semicolon. So this function right over here, physics 2d dot overlap circle, we do know if the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object, then this function gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So let's store the value into a collider 2d, because this is a collision, we just created a collider or circle, so that's why it will work like as a collider. So that's why we're going to put it into a collider 2d variable, and we have to name it. Let's call this one something like hit, and let's set equal to this. So this hit can be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object or not. If the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object, so this function right over here gonna be true, so we storing that result or the true value into this hit parameter or hit container, so that's why this hit will be true. And if hit is true, so let's go down and we're gonna check if hit is true, it's equals to true, so and make some curly brackets, means the circle basically the circle of this player game object really colliding with this enemy game object. So what we want in that situation, we're gonna call that take damage function, and we do know what take damage function, basically this enemy game object should take damage in that situation, so that's why. So let's go to script. So for now, let's print out a message if it's correctly working or not. So let's type debug.log, and we can extract info what we collided with or the circle collided with by going to this parameter, this hit parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object the circle collided with, anything we can. So we're gonna go over to this hit, then transform, then name of the game object plus, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So to add custom message, make sure you just add this symbol which is plus, and in quotation you have to add a custom message. Say let's say take damage, takes damage, and make sure you just close that up semicolon. and we calling this function through our animation event we already calling, so we don't need to call this function. So firstly checking if the circle is really colliding or not, and if it's basically the circle colliding with that enemy game object, so what we were doing, we're going over to that game object transform component. If sorry basically if the circle is colliding with this game object, this enemy, so we just moving over to this enemy game object transform, and by this transform we just accessing the name which is enemy1, as you can see. So in the console we should able to see this message just gonna pop up right away, and top of that we just adding a custom message. So the name of the game object will be enemy1, so enemy1 takes damage. So this message just gonna pop up in the console. So make sure you just control S on your keyboard to save your code now, and let's move to Unity. But we definitely know that we're not gonna able to see our circle. To see the circle we need to use another function for it, and it's called on draw gizmo selected. We definitely know that. So if I just move over to player game object, as you can see we're not able to see the circle. To see the circle we need to use on draw gizmo selected function. So let's go to let's open up our player script one more time, and let's go to bottom. But you can do it anywhere in basically anywhere you want in your player script, and the function is on draw gizmo selected. Make sure you just do that as I did right over here, and this function's just gonna draw what we want to draw. So we want to draw the circle. To draw we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere, and this function as a first argument will take the position from where we want to draw. So let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing it will take our radius of that circle. So let's pass attack radius, and make sure you just close that up semicolon, and make sure you just assign it or not. So let's check if we assign it the point, or basically drag it the attack point to attack point field or not. So let's check it right over here. So if attack point is equals to null, means attack point field is empty. So in at that moment we need to stop drawing our circle, or else we're gonna get some error. So let's make some curly brackets. So we're gonna type return, and we do know that after return whatever line of code you write it will not be executed. So the circle will be stopped drawing from that point, as you can see, and we can choose a color of that circle we want to draw with. So I'm going to choose a different color. So I'm going to set this to choose a color we have to use this called gizmos, gizmos dot really sorry gizmos gizmos dot color, and you can set any color you like. So I'm going to set equal to color dot something like red, color dot red, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity. So the circle will be draw from this attack point with a red color with this much of radius. If we just select our player game object, and we can specify the radius right there. If we select this player game object, as you can see radius, attack radius, and let's select this player game object, go over to animation tab and select this all of this attack one by one, and match up the basically radius, match up the radius. So the radius should be a little bit larger, so let's make it somewhere around 1.45, and now let's select attack to animation clip, and make sure you just calling the attack function right over here. And what attack function is doing, basically doing just printing out the message with the circle collided with, as you can see that takes damage. And I guess in this moment, okay, it's fine, we can basically adjust. Okay, so now it's fine, totally fine, we can work on that. Now let's select the console in the bottom, let's click on this play button, and once we get attack range of this enemy game object, and try to click on this attack button, so player can attack onto this enemy game object. So let's check it. So let's jump and let's attack. As you can see, enemy 1, and the message just gets pop up which is says which we added a custom message, enemy 1 takes damage. As you can see, the message just getting pop up once we just attack on our enemy game object, as you can see. So instead of printing out message what we want, we're gonna call that take damage function from this enemy game object. And we do know what take damage function is doing. It's just subtracting from this from this enemy game object, max health from this enemy game object. So let's get out of play mode and let's click on this a message, double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to enemy class, and we do know that we have the reference. So let's go to enemy, and from there we're gonna go call this take damage function. And as an int damage, you can pass any number you like. So if you pass 3, so enemy just gonna die right away. So if you pass 2, it's gonna die I guess 2 times. And if we just put right over here 1, so enemy just gonna die after taking 3 damage. So that's why I'm gonna put 1 right over here, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this enemy class, and then we calling this take damage function, and we do know what take damage function is doing. Okay, so let's go to our player script, and make sure you just press down Control S, and now let's go to Unity, and we should able to see that right now this enemy just gonna take damage right away once we attack on this enemy game object, once we just get closer and attack. So let's have a look on that. Let's click on this play button and let's go there, basically attack on this enemy game object. So just wait, and let's move, and let's, so as you can see, damage or the heart animation just played once we attack on this enemy game object. And now if I just attack finally, basically the final attack, this enemy game object just gonna play the die animation, and after dying, after playing the whole animation clip, it just gonna destroy right away. So let's do that. So let's click on this. As you can see, it's played a die animation clip whole, and after that it just get destroyed right away from the scene view and hierarchy also. So I hope you get the idea, and let's get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to top left file and click on save, or press down Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far in your Unity editor or in your project. Make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save. So I hope you get the idea how you can just achieve this thing. Let's do the same thing for this enemy game object. This enemy should attack, so we will create a attack point, and from that point we're gonna create a circle, as like we did for our player game object. So let's do that. So let's open up our enemy script by double clicking on it. To go, let's create a function for that. Let's go somewhere around here, and make sure you just make that one public, so we can call this function from through animation event. So if we select this enemy, then move over to animation tab, we're gonna call something like right over here. So as you can see, this will be the perfect time to call that function. So that's why. So let's go to script now. Let's create a public void void, and let's call this one attack, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, basically in between these brackets, we want to create the circle. And we do know to create the circle, we're gonna use this physics 2d physics 2d dot overlap circle. And this function right over here gonna takes a point from where we want to create the circle. So let's assign those variable. Firstly, let's make a comment by double slash, and let's go to top of our class. So first thing, we need a point from where we want to create the circle. So let's create a public transform position. You can call transform, basically responsible is for position, rotation and scale. And we can call this something like attack position or attack point. Let's call this attack point. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's also make a float public float. Let's call this one attack radius, and by default I'm gonna set, or I'm gonna give something like one a unit, 1f. And the third thing, we need the layer mask, or which layer or which game object we want to target. But the problem is that basically we already created a tag point. Basically we just playing a tag. Okay, so let's do that instead of doing it over here, and let's create a public layer marks, and we can call this one something like target layer. But we already have a name called target layer, so we're gonna name it something else. Let's call it attack layer, but we also gonna have attack layer right over here. So we can type new in front of our this layer mask, so it not gonna give us any error value. So let's type new over here, new public layer mask, and we can call this one now attack layer, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. But we still get an error says attack layer, because we already have, and we can call attack layers instead. Let's remove this new from this public attack layers, or instead of calling this attack layer, let's call it layer mask instead. Layer mask, and make sure you just control S on your keyboard to save your code. Let's go to bottom, and let's remove these two slashes as a first. So we're gonna pass our attack point, so let's pass attack point dot position. Second thing is the radius, so let's pass attack radius. And the third thing, layer mask, so let's pass our layer mask, and let's close that up with semicolon. So the circle will be created from this attack position with this much of radius, and as a layer mask we're gonna choose only player. So the circle or the enemy game object should only damage our player game object. To do so, let's store this. So this can be true or false depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this player game object, then that will be true, else it will be false. So let's store into a collider 2D, because this is a collision. So let's store the result into a collider 2D variable. So let's create a collider 2D, and we can call this one attack info, and let's set equal to this. So this attack info can be true or false depending upon circle, if the circle is really colliding with the player or not. If it's, then this will be true, because this function over here gonna be true. So that's why this attack info will be true, because we directly setting it, as you can see. So we're gonna check in the next line if attack info is true. So we're gonna pass right over here attack info, and we will check if it's equals to true, or you can leave like this, it's also means true, and make some curly brackets. So basically means the circle now is really colliding with this player game object. So in that situation, this player game object should take damage. For now, let's print out a message something like we attacked on the name of the game object circle collided with. So in our case, this player. So let's go to script now, and over here we're gonna print out a message. So for printing out, we're gonna type debug.log, and into brackets we can pass the name of the game object we the circle collided with. By going over to this attack info parameter, we can extract info, name, tag, any component we're looking for, etc, etc. But for now, let's print out the name of the game object the circle collided with. So let's go to attack info, then transform that name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So make sure you just use this plus icon and make this quotation, and you can type any custom message you want. So we just printing out the name of the game object. So in our case, the circle gonna collide with this player game object, so we just going over to this player game object, then transform. Then by this transform, we just accessing the name of the game object, which in our case player, as you can see. So this right over here gonna be player, plus top of add we're gonna add a custom message, something like takes damage, we can say, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code now. And let's move to Unity. we should be able to see the circle will be draw or gonna create from that attack point of enemy game object. And we need to create the attack point, because why, we haven't created yet. So if we select this enemy game object, as you can see we don't have any attack point if we just click right over here. So let's create a attack point. To do so, let's right click on this enemy one game object and let's create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object something like attack point. And you can select an icon for that by clicking right over here. We're gonna select this one and let's select this move tool right over here, and something, let's move it somewhere around here. Now it's fine. And let's go to enemy game object. Let's go to enemy script. We can see attack point and it says none, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this attack point and drag it right there. Now we have attack point position, and we radius, basically we specified the radius which is 1, and layer mask we selected nothing. So we're gonna choose the player layer, and make sure you just select the player game object and you assign it this player as a player layer. If you haven't, what you need to do, select the player game object, go over to inspector, in the top right you can see layer and it will be by default. So what you have to do, just click on that and click on add layer, name the layer what you want. So I already have it, name it player, as you can see right over here. So go back to that player game object one more time and assign that layer which will be default to player as you name it. And after that we're gonna go over to enemy script, and as a layer mask we're gonna check for this player. So the circle only gonna check for the player game object, or the enemy game object only gonna damage this player game object. And make sure you just click on overrides and click on apply all. So the changes you made into this enemy script, or whatever changes you made into this enemy game object, will also gonna be saved into the prefab of this enemy game object. But the problem is that we cannot able to see the circle. To draw the circle, or to see the circle, we do know that we need to use another function. It's called on draw gizmo selected function. So let's go to our script, or let's open up our script one more time. And we're gonna go right over here in this anime script. As you can see, we already have on draw gizmo selected function. So let's go to bottom, and over here we're gonna draw the circle, or draw the circle. To draw, we do know we're gonna use this gizmos dot draw where sphere, and this function right over here, as a first argument it will take the position from where we want to create the circle. So let's pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing, it will take the radius. So let's pass our attack radius, and let's go. And we need to check if we assigned it this attack position or not. So let's check that first, or else we're gonna get some error. So we're gonna check if attack point, if it's equals to null, then and make some curly brackets. So in that situation, basically means that attack point field, this one right over here, is empty. So we need to stop drawing. In that situation, we need to stop drawing that circle. So that's why over here we checking if attack point is equals to null. Basically this that field is empty. So in that situation we need to stop doing this, which is drawing our circle. So that's why we're gonna type return, and we do know that after return, whatever line of code you're gonna write, it will be executed. But we do know that we assign it, so that's why this condition, if condition, will be false. That's the reason this one right over here underneath this line of code will be execute. And we can choose the color of that circle. So before we draw the circle, let's choose a color. So gizmos dot color, and I'm gonna set something like color dot red, something like that. So let's set color dot red. You can choose any color you like, and let's save the code and go to Unity. Now the circle, or the basically the circle will be drawn from that attack point. So just wait for to compile. As you can see, the circle has been drawn and we need to adjust this. So let's select the enemy game object first, and then let's choose this attack animation clip in animation tab, and let's something move it over here, and you can adjust the circle of this. So I'm gonna move this attack point, so let's select that and let's move it somewhere around here, and let's select this enemy game object one more time, and let's increase the radius of that circle to match up the sword, as you can see, or the area we attacking. So I'm gonna increase the attack radius somewhere around 1.5. I guess it seems pretty quite good number. And once you done, make sure you just call this function we just recently created in anime script, this one, or else whatever we have done right over here, it will not be execute or it will not be call out. So make sure we also have to call this. So why are we gonna call this? We're gonna call this function through our animation event. So let's go to Unity and let's move it somewhere around here. So as you can see, this would be the perfect time to call the function. And to call the function, we can see in the animation tab in the left side, add event. So we just need to click right there and we can add a event. So select that and go over to inspector, and it says no function and it says no function selected. So just click on that, and we created the attack function in enemy script. So let's go to enemy script, and then methods, basically function you can say, and let's select the attack one. And now we should able to see that message just gonna pop up in the console, says player takes damage. So I'm gonna clear the console, and now let's click on this play button in the top, and once we take damage or this enemy game object just attack on our player game object, and we do know that circle gonna collide with this player game object. So that's why that message just gonna pop up, says the name of the game object, and then we added a custom message take damage, as you can see, indeed player, and then we added a custom message which is take damage, as you can see. So if we just double click on that, we just redirecting to our script. So firstly, the name, we just accessing the name of the game object. So in our case, we know the game the name of the game object, which is player, and top of that we adding a custom message says take damage. So this will be player and takes damage. So that's why this message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, what we have to do, this player game object need to take damage. Before we take damage, we need to give some help to our player game object, as we did for this enemy game object, as we know. So if we just click attack onto this enemy game object three times, we are able to see enemy just get destroyed right away. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's open up our player script. You can create a separate script for that. So just select this player game object. I'm gonna select the player game object. Let's drag it in top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And what we're gonna do in this player, you can create a separate script for player health, something like that, by just go select the player game object, go over to inspector, and then click on this add component, then new script, name the script what you want. But I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna do inside this player script. So that's why I'm gonna open up the player script. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna give some help to our player game object. So let's go to top of our class, and let's give some help, and make sure you just make this one public so you can adjust in inspector as well. That will be int, means whole numbers 0 1 2 3 4, like those. And we can call this one max health, and by default I'm gonna give something like 5 unit, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And let's make a function for taking damage. So let's go somewhere around here underneath our jump button function, but you can just write this function anywhere you want. So I'm gonna do it right over here, and we need to make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function through another class. Basically, we're gonna do the same thing as we have done for our enemy game object. If I open up the enemy script, we can see we made a take damage function, as you can see. So we will do the same thing. So let's go to our player script, and let's make a public void, let's call this one take damage, damage, and this is gonna take an argument in damage, and let's make some curly brackets, and we're gonna subtract from our max health. Basically we're doing the same thing as we have done for our enemy game object, so we're gonna do the same thing. So I'm not gonna explain right over here, instead I'm gonna just type. So we just subtracting from this max health, this damage amount, and we need to check if we have max health already 0, then we need to stop doing this thing, we don't need to subtract anymore. So let's check it over here. So if max health is it lesser than or equal to 0, so in that situation we need to stop doing that. So we're gonna type return, and also let's make a die function. Let's go to bottom and let's make it over here. So let's make a void die, make first bracket and some curly brackets. For now what we want to do inside this function, let's print out a message in the console, something like player died. So let's type debug dot log, and we're gonna type this dot transform dot name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So let's say in quotation. So basically what we're doing, this dot transform means if we just move to, we attach our player script to this player game object. So the transform, this dot transform over here basically means this transform of our player game object, and by this transform reference we just accessing the name, which in our case player. So this dot transform dot name will be player, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So that's why we have to type this plus symbol, and we're gonna type something like say diet, so player, and top of that we're gonna add diet like that, and make sure you just close that up with some colon. And we also need to call this die function, but when we should, when we loses all of our health. So let's go to update function. Why? Because update function runs every single frame, so that's why we're gonna do right there. To keep we need to keep track our max health every single time, so that's why. So we're gonna check in update function if max health is it lesser than or equal to 0. So in that situation we're going to call the die function, and what die function is doing, it's just printing out that the player died, as you can see. So let's call it right over here. So let's call this die, and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity. And we also need to call the take damage function, but when we should, once the enemy game object attack on our player game object, at that moment we're gonna call the take damage function from this enemy class or enemy script. Sorry. So what we have to do now, we're gonna open up the enemy script. Before we do, let's select this enemy game object and then animation tab. We calling the attack function right over here. So let's open up our enemy script now by double clicking on it, and let's go to attack function. So over here, as you can see, we just printing out the name of the game object, and top of that we just adding a custom message says takes damage, basically player takes damage. So instead of printing out message, what are we gonna do, we're gonna call the take damage function from this player class or player script. So if we move to player class or player script, we can see we created a function right underneath our jump button function here, take damage. And if we call this function, and we do know that this function just subtracting from our max health by this much of damage parameter, and we can pass as a damage parameter any number we like, something like 1. So if we call this function for the first time, and we do know by default we have given to our player game object this max health 5, so 5 minus 1 will be 4. And if we call this second time, so this one is now 4, so 4 minus 1 will be 3. And if we call this third time, so this one is 3, so 3 minus will be 2. And if we call the fourth time, so this one is max health is 2, 2 minus 1 will be 1. And if we just call this take damage function for fifth time, so max health is now 5, so 5 1 max health is 1, so 1 minus 1 will be 0. Somehow max health hit will hit 0. And if it hits 0, what we're doing, so over here as you can see, if the max health is already 0 or lesser than 0, then we calling the die function, and die function just doing the rest thing, which is just printing out the message in the console says this dot transform dot name, basically player, and top of that we added a custom message says died, so player died. So we need to call this take damage function. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to enemy script, and over here we're gonna firstly check if attack info is true. What does it mean? Basically this enemy circle, sorry, if I select this enemy circle collide with this player game object, and we do know in this player game object we attach the player script. If we select this player, we can see the player script is attached to this player game object. So we're gonna check right over here, if attack info is true, means the circle is basically this enemy circle really colliding with this player game object. So in that situation this player should take damage. So we're gonna check right over here. So if attack info is true, means the circle is really colliding with that player game object. And I'm gonna check right over here, if attack info dot get component and the component we're looking for the player script basically. So that's why we're gonna type player, and we're gonna make some first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null, and make some curly brackets, and that moment we're gonna take damage. Basically in that situation player should take damage. So basically what we're doing, we do know that circle just gonna collide with this player game object, and we checking right over here by this parameter we just getting the component which is player, and we checking if this circle collide with this player game object, and we checking that if this player game object have player script. As you can see, if we just move to script, if that player, we just getting the component which is player, and we checking if this player is not equal to null. Basically if the circle this circle collide with this player game object, and this player game object don't have this player script attached, if attached, then what we have to do, we need to stop. But if this player game object has this player script attached, as you can see, if it's not equal to none, basically whatever we collided with, we just getting the component player, and we checking if the player is not equal to null, basically means the player is script is attached to that game object. So in that situation the player game object should take damage. So basically we just getting the component which is player, and we checking if it's not equal to null, means this player script is attached to our player game object. So in that moment what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to this player script, and then we're gonna call the take damage function. And we do know what take damage function is doing, it's just subtracting from our max health by any number we can just pass that amount. So we're gonna go over to attack info one more time, and we're gonna get the component which the component we looking for is player. So let's go and make first bracket and dot, in there we created the take damage function. So let's call it right over here, take damage. And as in damage parameter you can pass any number you like. So if you pass 1, so every single time it's just gonna subtract 1. So if you just pass something like 5, right away the player game object gonna die. Why? Because we have given by default 5 health to our player game object, so that's why. But I'm gonna put 1, so every single time it's just gonna subtract 1 unit. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So what we basically doing right over here, we just going over to getting the component, or basically we just moving over to this player script, and then we just calling this take damage function. Right, we have it over here. So basically we calling this function, and we do know what this function is doing. Okay, so that's the thing. So if we go to player script, sorry, anime script, and we need to save it. So make sure you just press down Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity. So we should able to see the player game object just gonna lose all of health once the enemy game object attack on our player game object. So just wait for to compile, And if I just click on this player script, we can see max health by default we have given 5, but we can adjust it over here and we can give any value we like, but I'm gonna leave with 5. And let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look, or let's take a look on that how player game object just loses all of his health. So let's get close to our enemy game object enemy. As you can see, max health became 3, 2 and 1, and once it became 0, if we select the console in the bottom, we can see player diet message just getting pop up every single time. Why? If we open up the player script, basically go over to player script, what are we doing? We checking firstly right over here if the player max health is already lesser than or equal to 0. So at that moment we calling this die function, and what die function is doing, it's just printing out the name of the game object, and top of that we added a custom message size died. So basically player plus died means player died. That's why this message just getting pop up every single time, because we calling the die function in update function, and we do know that update function calls every single time. So that's the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. The problem is that we are able to see the max health, but player won't able to see that. We need to show in UI how many health player game object, basically this player how many health player game object currently have. We need to show that up. We need to show that up into UI. Make sure, but we can see developer can see, but who gonna play the game won't able to see. So that's why we need to show this max health in UI. In order to do that, we need to create the canvas first, and we already created. As you can see, if you haven't, what you have to do, you need to go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go over to UI and then select this canvas. And after selecting this canvas, go over to inspector and scroll down, says canvas scaler and UI scale mode. You can see, just click on that and select from this constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and put in the X something like 1920 and in the Y 1080. So this UI, all of the UI things just gonna match up with this resolution. Even you just try to shrink down your game view, as you can see, indeed our button just get resizing itself from those position. So that's the thing basically. So what we have to do, we need to create the UI. To create the UI, I'm gonna select the canvas, let's drag it top of our hierarchy so I can see, and let's right click on this canvas, then go to UI and go to bottom, says legacy, and then click on this text, basically choose that, select that text and F to focus on it, and we can see the text right over here. To scale this up, to make it bigger, let's select this rectangle right over here, and let's drag and hold down also, it will resize from center as you can see. But we barely able to see the text. To make it little bit bigger or able to see, we're gonna go over to inspector, let's go to bottom, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose a white or something different color. So let's click on that. I'm gonna choose something like white, and let's you can choose any color you like. You can leave it black, red, yellow, or any color, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna go with white or something like that, and let's go to font size, and I'm gonna make it something like, let's make it 100. So as you can see, we are able to see now our text, and we're gonna set font style to bold, and a font to, I'm gonna choose any font. I'm gonna leave a link in the description of this font, you can go and check that out. I'm gonna select this normal, and let's center this font. It's not sim, it's center. To make it center, let's go to alignment and click right over here, so it's always gonna be in center. And instead of saying new text, I'm gonna say something like health, let's call it health, and I'm gonna make it a little bit small by holding down all, and let's make the font size something around 90. And what we will do now, go over to a rect transform of this text. Instead of calling this text, I'm gonna call it something like health, health text, health, text something like that, and let's go to rect transform and click right over here, and make sure you just hold down all and select this top left one. You barely, so I'm gonna choose a different color. With white I cannot able to see much, so that's why I'm gonna go over to color fill, and now we're gonna choose something around a deeper color or something like that. I hope you guys are able to see this health right over here in the game view. Now if I try to shrink down my screen, as you can see the text of this health text just resizing itself according to our screen size, and it just staying on top left all the time. So that is the reason of selecting this, going over to rig transform and then clicking right over here, and make sure you just hold down alt on your keyboard, and then you can choose any corner to move it you want to like. So I just move it top left. It's totally up to you how you want. So I hope you get the idea. And now I'm gonna move it somewhere little bit here, and let's copy this text, basically copy this, or let's duplicate this one. To duplicate, before we duplicate, let's add colon. So we're gonna add columns. I don't know, it's called colon or something like, I really apologize that. So colon, and let's duplicate. To duplicate, let's press down Control D. Firstly select the text and Control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna call this something like health amount. Let's go to inspector, let's call it something health or health amount. So I'm gonna call health amount, and by default I'm gonna set it to any number you like. I'm gonna set it to 0, and let's scroll down, and alignment I'm gonna choose this one right over here, alignment to the left side. Now if I try to put any number right over here, it's just gonna start from this left side. So I'm gonna put something like 100. We can do it 10, we can 5, any we like. So I'm gonna do it something around, I'm gonna put 0. So what we basically need, we need a reference of this text, then we can set this number any number we like. Basically we're gonna link up our max health to this text. So max health, we do know of this player game object we have 5. So 5, we can see it right over here. So we're gonna link up this max health with this health amount text, with this text. So what we need, we basically need a reference of this text, then we can set this text to our max health. Basically we can link up. So let's open up our player script one more time by double clicking on it. Let's open that up, and let's go to top of our class. And before you do that, you make sure you include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot ui, sorry, dot ui. Make sure you just include this namespace. Why? Because this text element is a ui element, and if we working with ui, we need to include this namespace in our script. It's called using unity engine dot ui. Make sure you just do that. Now let's go right inside our player class, and let's make it text variable. Make sure you just making it public so we can see in inspector, and that is a text element. Basically we need a reference of that text, so that's why we have to type the component is text component, so that's why we have to type this text. And we can call any thing, we can name it something like health amount text we can call. And let's close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code, and let's go to unity. So we should able to see an empty field just gonna pop up underneath our player script says text health amount text, and by default that will be empty. So what we have to do, we need to drag this health amount right there, so we're gonna have the reference or the link. So as you can see, health amount text, and it says none text, basically empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this health amount, not the health text right over here, health amount. We're gonna select this one, and let's drag it right there. Now we have health reference or health amount text reference, basically this one right over here, we have reference now. And now let's go over to script, and over here we're gonna move over to this update function. okay, in update function. Why? Because update function runs every single frame, and we have to update this text with our health every single time. If the if a player loses his health, then we need to set the health amount with our max health of our player game object. So that's why we're gonna move over to this update function, and then we just gonna go over to health amount text. Then we're gonna access the text, and we will set equal to max health, and close that up with semicolon. But we just getting an error. So basically this max health is a integer value, as you can see right over here, and this health text dot text is a string value. So we need to convert this max health to a string value. To convert this, we just have to use this to string and make some first brackets. So basically what we doing right over here, we just going over to health amount text dot text. Basically we just moving over to this health amount, then accessing this text, and we setting this text equal to our max health. And by we do know that max health by default we have given 5, so this one in the start of the game will be 5. So that's why this health amount text dot text, basically this one over here gonna be 5 right away when the game start. And if this max health became 4, so this one will be 4. Because why? Because we directly setting it over here, as you can see, health amount text dot text equal to max health. And now control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity and let's have a look on that. So the max health just gonna update with our health amount text will be update with our player max health. So as you can see, by default we just set it to 0, but when we start the game, this one will be 5, because the max health is 5, and we just directly setting it right over here, as you can see. So let's see that. So let's go to script, and I'm gonna clear the console. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on this text. We should able to see it just gonna right away this 0 will be 5, because max health by default we have given 5. As you can see, indeed this one became 5. But once we take damage, if we get closer to this enemy game object, as you can see, it's became 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then this message just getting pop up in the console says player died, because as you can see, players don't have any health. So that is the thing basically. I hope you get the idea of this. Now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we have a problem is that we can see the background. Basically I'm gonna give, before I do that, I'm gonna give to this player game object a large amount of health, something like 20. Let's click on this play button and take a look on the issue that I'm just gonna show you a just gonna show you that. Just wait, and let's I'm gonna kill this enemy. Let's kill this. Okay, so it's gone. And now, so as you can see, we can see some spaces right over here, as you can see, and we don't have enough background if we just get end of the level, as you can see. So we're gonna fix that. So in order to fix that, so I'm gonna get out of play mode. Firstly, to fix that, let's select the background. Let's select in hierarchy, and if to focus on that. And what we have to do, we're gonna click on this 2D in the top. Sorry, I really apologize for the background noise. It's just for a minute gonna happen, so just wait. And to fix that, what we have to do, we need to click on in the scene tab. We can see 2D in the top, so just click on that. You're gonna see able to see the perspective. So what we have to do, we need to drag all of this background too much close to this player game object to just to fix that issue. So we're gonna just click on this background. I'm gonna take the first one, which this one. So I'm gonna drag all the way up, and now let's select the second one and hold down Alt and move your mouse. You can see the environment. So I'm gonna move it a little bit somewhere, and let's drag it down, and I guess it's fine. And let's select the third background. So I'm gonna move it all the way, basically too much close to player game object, and let's move it down. And now let's select the fourth one. let's move it all the close to our player game object, and let's move it down as. So we're gonna do the same thing for all of our layers, and let's move it. And once you done, click on this 2D on the top one more time. And now if we click on this play button, we should able to see that error just gonna go out. We should not able to see right now those. Even if we are able to, then just drag them as much close you can. Just do that manually. So if we now, so I'm gonna kill the, okay, so it's gone. Okay, so we are still able to see that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna drag the background all the way up. Basically in the y-axis we're gonna drag uh, highly, and we are still able to see. So we're gonna take close this background. So let's get out of play mode, and let's select the background, and let's select this move tool right over here, and let's move it all the way up somewhere around here. And what we can do, let's click on this 2D, and let's drag it all the way up, and we're gonna do the same thing. So for this 5, let's put in the z-axis in transform. Basically go over to inspector, then transform, then z-axis. We're gonna put something -1 point 6, or let's do -2 instead, -2. And let's select this one, let's do it -3. And let's select this one, the 3 background, we're gonna put -4. Sorry, -4 is too much, seems too much close. So we're gonna put minus 3.4, 3.4 or 3.3 or 3.2. And let's select this one, let's move it something -3.5, 5, and let's move it in the y-axis so we can see. And let's select this one, the first one, and we're gonna move it -3.6, 3.6, and let's move it in the y-axis so we can see. Let's select all of this, let's move it little bit up in the y-axis so we can see. And I guess it's fine. Let's select this one, let's move it somewhere around here, and this one, sorry, let's select this one, and let's move it. Okay, so once you done, just click on this 2D one more time in the Cine tab, and we are done now. So let's click on this play button, and we should avoid that problem, and the problem should fix now by now. Let's have a look, and if it's still resist, then just play around with those numbers and you're gonna get hang of it. So let's do, okay, we getting some weird. So what we can basically do, it seems kind of bit weird. So instead of doing that, let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna put this, let's select the background one more time, let's click it right over here. So we're gonna move this one in the 10, 10, not 10, let's do it instead 5. Okay, 5. This one we're gonna do 4, this one 3. Just go over to inspector, and then play around with z-axis. I'm gonna select the 2, let's go to inspector, and in the z-axis I'm gonna put 2, and as well we're gonna do the same thing for 1. Okay, so instead of doing this, we can achieve that in another way. In order to do that, let's go to project tab, then assets, then find the backgrounds, and we have it over here. And you can select all of the backgrounds one by one, and go over to inspector and make this pixel per unit a less number. So if you make this one less, so background or this layer will be a large in size. So we can do that. So I'm gonna select all of the background by holding down shift, and let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna make something like 8. And let's go to bottom, scroll down, let's click on this apply all. As you can see, the background is now more bigger, and we have to arrange this background now. So I'm gonna select the duplicate one. I'm gonna select all of this background by holding down shift, and let's go over to inspector and uncheck, and let's just do the first one. So I'm gonna select the third one, let's click on display, basically move tool right over here, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here. Let's select the first one, and we're gonna put okay. So let's okay, so 40 is a good, so we're gonna put to 40, or we can move, okay, so 40, I guess 40. And so the duplicate one or this one will be something around 40, which is 80. So let's put 80, and let's do the same thing for our this. So I'm gonna now select, check this one. So go over to inspector. You can check this box to basically see that, or to just to disable that. You can just check this box in inspector. So I'm gonna select the duplicate one. So let's click right over here, and let's select the first one. I'm gonna select the third one, and I'm gonna put in the x-axis 80, so it will be all the way right. And I'm gonna select the first duplicate one. Let's put 40. So we're just gonna do the same thing as we have done for this the first background. So let's do one by one. So I'm gonna check this one, just manually do that. I'm gonna do 40 for the first, and let's select the third one. Let's put it 80, and let's select this one now, check this one, and let's click right over here, and we're gonna put 40, and let's select the third one. Let's put it 80, and I guess now this seems pretty quite good. And let's select the first one, and let's do with the first one we're gonna do 40. Let's select the third one. Let's put it somewhere around 80. Now this seems pretty quite good. Now what we can do, we can select all of this background. So I'm gonna select the last one, and let's select this move tool. You can move it in the y-axis if you want. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, something around 10, I guess. And let's select the fourth one. I'm gonna move it somewhere around uh, 5, I guess. 5 seems pretty okay, so 5 seems pretty good. Let's select this one, and I'm gonna move it 2. 2 seems pretty quite good. Let's select this one now. I'm gonna put it 1, or you can drag this light. I'm gonna put it 1, and let's select the first one, and I'm gonna move it all the way up somewhere around here. I guess it's fine. Okay, you just play around with this number, and you're gonna get him over hang of it. And make sure you just select the background or the parent game objects. Just select that and go over to inspector, and then overrides, and click on that, and make sure you just click on this apply all, so the changes you made will be saved into that prefab as well. Now if we just click on this play button in the top, the error or the issue will be fixed by now whatsoever. It's just gonna be fixed right away, but we can take a look of that. Let's move. Okay, we can attack. Okay, it's gone. And as you can see, the issue just get fixed. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just fix the issue. And we don't have any now. If we just move at the end of our level, we cannot see the block bar, or the spaces just gets end. We cannot see any spaces right now, and it's good by now. Let's take a look on the left side as well. Let's have a look on that. Let's jump on. Okay, we don't see, and it's fine now. I hope you get the idea. And we get some error. Okay, we need to fix that. We're gonna fix it later. Just play around with the number, and you're gonna get hang of it. I hope you get the idea, basics of it. So I'm gonna just get out of play mode, and whatever you have done so far, and if you just want to save, so just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard, so it will be saved. Or what else you can do, you can just go over to top left in Unity editor, just click on file, and then click on save. So it will be saved. Whatever you have done so far in your Unity project, it will be saved. Okay, and I hope you get the idea of this. Let's create a script, something like game manager, which will keep track of if the game is really active or not. What we want, basically we want that if the player game object totally get destroyed, we want to destroy this player game object from the hierarchy as well as in the scene view. So player game object will not be anymore in the scene view or hierarchy when player game object loses all of his health. So we're gonna create a script, something like game manager, which will keep track of is this player game object is really in the scene view or in the game or not. Before we do that, we want to destroy this player game object when it loses all of his health. To do so, let's select the player game object. So let's select this, and max health I'm gonna set it to something like 5, 5 or less number, and let's double click that player script to open up in Visual Studio. So we have over here, and we're gonna go over to die function over here. As you can see, when we loses all of his health, all of our player health, we just printing out message says player died. So after printing out message, I want to destroy the player game object right away. And we know for destroying, we have to use this destroy function, destroy sorry destroy destroy function. And this function over here will take the game object you want to destroy. So we want to destroy our player game object itself. So that's why we're gonna type this dot game object, basically referencing itself, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So once this enemy attack on our player game object 5 times, then this player game object gonna destroy right away. And after that we're gonna get some error. Let me show that. So that's why we're gonna create a script, game manager, which will just gonna keep track of the player game object is still alive or not. If it's not, then we need to do something. Before we do that, let's have a look. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's take 5 damage from this enemy game object. uh, Wait and have a look on it. So let's get close to this enemy game object. Let's have a close, and as you can 1 4 3 2 and 1 and 0. As you can see, the player game object get tied, but we are not getting any error. I don't know why we should get some error. Okay, it says none transform. Okay, so basically let's create that script even we not getting error. Let's create that to keep track of if the player game object is still alive or not. And by that we're gonna make a game over screen later, to just replay the game or go back to menu, like that. So let's go to our script. Before we do that, let's go to project tab, then assets. Assets, right click on assets, create C# script, and name it to something like game manager. I'm gonna go over to my script folder right over here. So let's go there, right click, create C# script, name it to game manager. I already have it over here. So I'm gonna go over to hierarchy, and you can attach this script any game object you like, but I'm gonna create a separate game object for this. So let's go to hierarchy, right click, then create empty game object. Let's call this game object something like game manager, and go to transform, right click and reset the transform. And let's select this game manager script and drag it right there to add component section. And now double click that to open up in Visual Studio. I'm gonna remove this start and update function, we don't need, and also these two namespaces from the top. And what we need, we're gonna create a bool parameter which can be true and false, and it will just gonna keep track of if the game is really active or not. So let's make this one public. Make sure you just make this one public so we can access this parameter or variable from another class or script, and that will be bool. It can be true or false, and we have to name it something like, we're gonna call is game active, and by default I'm gonna set it to true. Set it to true. But once the player game object lose all of his health, then we're gonna set this is game active parameter to false. So let's control S to save your code, and let's go over to player script. So over here, as you can see, firstly we printing out the die message, and after that we destroying our player game object. So before we destroy, we're gonna set that bool parameter, which is game active, to false. Why? Because the player game object now gonna be totally destroyed, so that's why the game will be no more active. So over here, we're gonna, before we destroy, we're gonna use this find object of type. Make sure you use this find object of type and make these brackets, and into these brackets we have to pass the script name. So in our case, the game manager, so let's pass game manager and make some first bracket. So firstly, what we doing, we just using this find object of type. You can use this to find any component, or sorry, any script or game object. It's totally up to you. Use this to find script. So a find object of type, and the object of type is script, in our case game manager, and there make these brackets, first brackets and dot. We're gonna access is game active parameter, and we're gonna set this one to false, and close that up with semicolon. Basically, we just going over to this game manager script and accessing this is game active parameter, and we setting this is game active parameter to false. So if we just move to player script, as you can see, is game active parameter to we setting equal to false. And make sure you just press down Control S as well in your player script to save and go back to Unity, and it's gonna take a few moments. And underneath our game manager script, we're gonna say able to see, and message just gonna pop up, says sorry, not message, basically that parameter will be appear, which is game active. As you can see, is game active and by default is checked, basically true. But if we click on this play button and take damage from this enemy game object, you're gonna able to see once this enemy game object takes 5 damage, it's this is game active parameter will be false, because by default we have given 5 damage. So let's 1 2 3 2 1 and 0. As you can see, player game object died, and if you take a look on this game manager script, we can see is game active parameter became unchecked, basically false. Why? Because we just set that parameter, and by this parameter I'm gonna get out of play mode, uh, and by this parameter we're gonna set that game over menu to be active or inactive. So we're gonna take a look on this game manager script later. And let's now deal for our camera shake. To shake our camera, what we're gonna do, let's go over to virtual camera. If we move to virtual camera, then go over to inspector, then Cine machine virtual camera, scroll down and click on this sorry, click on this noise, it says okay. So go over to noise, click on that and click on basic multi-channel burn-in. And what you have to do, right over here, you need to select noise profile. So just click on that and select this 60 say. Firstly, what you have to do, go over to noise parameter, sorry, noise section, and just click on, and it will be done. So select basic multi-channel Berlin, and after doing that, go over to noise profile, and you need to select this 60 say. And after doing that, you can play around with this number, and if I try to click on this play button, you're gonna able to see the camera will be shake right away, and the amplitude, or the, you can say, magnitude of that shake will be 1. As you can see, indeed shaking. If we just scroll down, sorry, if we just move over to noise in the inspector and increase this amplitude gain, we can see it's basically its camera just shaking more, and we can play around with this number. If we just increase the frequency again, as you can see, indeed camera is shaking lot more. So what we have to do, we're gonna put amplitude gain, amplitude, I'm gonna set the frequency to 2, and if we set this amplitude gain to 0, as you can see, camera just stop camera gets stop shaking. So we need to play around with this. Before we do, we need a reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera, and by that we're gonna go over to this basic multi-channel per nil, and then we're gonna set this amplitude gain to something like 4, and for some period of time, and after that we're gonna set back to 0. And as you can see, once we set this 1 to 0, it just camera just not shaking. So that's the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Make sure you just get out of play mode, go over to Cinemachine virtual camera one more time, scroll down and select I'm gonna set this amplitude gain by default 0, so the camera will not be shake right away the game start. And we're gonna set or this value when we just take damage, or once this enemy game object just attack on our player. And frequency again, I'm gonna set something like 2 to increase the intensity of that shake. So let's create a camera shake script to shake our camera, or you can do anywhere or any with any script, but it's much preferable to do or create a individual script for camera shake. To do so, let's go to project app, assets, and then script, or just right click on assets and create a C# script. Name it to something like camera shake. I already have it over here. And you can create an empty game object in hierarchy, or what else you can do, you can attach this camera shake script to any game object of your hierarchy. So I'm going to select this virtual camera. Okay, so let's create a separate game object for that as well, so it will be fine. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object as the name of script, which is camera shake. Let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform, and let's select this camera shake script and drag it right there, basically to add component section. Or what else you can do, you just can do just click on add component and find the name of find the script by typing the name of the script, which is camera shake, and attach that. I already attached, so I'm going to double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we gonna do, we're gonna remove these two namespaces in the top. Instead we need to use using Cinemachine. Why? We're gonna play with Cinemachine. Basically we need this virtual camera. If we move over to hierarchy and this virtual camera, we need this Cinemachine virtual camera. So basically we're gonna play with Cinemachine. So that's why in our script we need to include this namespace. It's called using Cinemachine. Make sure you just do that and close that up with semicolon. And what we're gonna do now, we need a reference of this Cinemachine virtual camera. Cinemachine virtual camera. Then we can go over to this basic multi-channel per lane. Then we can set this amplitude gain. So let's go to our script, and for that we're gonna create a shake function. Before we do that, let's grab the reference. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public Cinemachine virtual camera. Sorry, Cinemachine virtual camera, and we can call this something like vcam. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code, and go over to Unity. And what we have to do now, in this camera shake game object or this camera shake script, we're gonna see an empty field of, if we select this camera shake, I'm gonna select that and drag it top of my hierarchy so we can see it. So as you can see, camera shake and vcam, and it says none. So what we have to do, we're gonna select this virtual camera and let's drag it right there. Now we have virtual camera, Cinemachine virtual camera. Basically this Cinemachine virtual camera reference, now we have it. And what we can do now, we can go over to this basic multi-channel per lane, and we can set this amplitude gain. So let's go to our script and let's make a function for that. So let's go to bottom, something right over here. You can do anywhere you want, and make sure you just make this one public, so you can call it through any script or any class. And we want to call this function from any script or any class, and this function just gonna shake our camera. So that's why. And for function we're gonna type void, and let's say something like shake. and this function is gonna take two argument. Firstly, it will take the duration, you can say, and the second thing, it will take intensity, basically how much intensity we want of our shaking. So that's the thing. So let's pass float duration and comma. I hope I'm spelling it correct. I'm really apologize for that as well. And the second thing, it will take intensity. So let's pass intensity and make this first, or sorry, curly brackets. And float duration, later when you call this shake function as a duration, you can pass any value like something like zero point 0.1, some smaller number we want to shake, basically how much time we want to shake. So we're gonna shake a little bit small time or much less time. We don't want it anymore, so we're gonna pass as a duration something a less number, and we as a intensity we can pass any number we like, something like how much intensity we want of the set. Later on we can replace this intensity with a real value, something like 1 2 3 4, like that. As well as for this duration, we're gonna pass something like zero point 0.2 or zero point 0.1 f, something like that, you can say. And over here, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go over to this vcam, and we're gonna create a variable right over here to keep track of the start time of the shaking. So let's create a private. It doesn't need to be public, instead we're gonna make it private. You can set this one to public, so I'm gonna for explanation, I'm gonna make this one public. Float, I'm gonna call this time something like start time, and I'm not gonna set any value, so by default this one will be 0. So over here, let's go to this function, save function. So I'm gonna set this start time, time, sorry, start time equal to start time equal to duration, and make sure you just close that up with some semicolon. So start time by default this one will be 0, okay. And as a duration, let's suppose you pass point something like zero point 0.1, so the start time right over here will be 0.1. And after that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to this vcam. Basically what we have to do, if we move to unity and then virtual camera inspector and scroll down, we have to go over this basic multi-channel Perlin of this cinemachine virtual camera, and then we can set this amplitude gain. So let's go to unity, sorry, scripting. Let's go to scripting, and what we will do, we will go over to vcam, and let's dot, we have to use this not get component. Make sure you using get cinemachine component instead, cinemachine component. And the component we're looking for is a basic multi-channel Berlin, basically this one. So that's why we're gonna put over here basic cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, and make sure you just make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. So vcam dot get cinemachine component, and the component we're looking for cinemachine virtual cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin. Firstly, we just moving over to this cinemachine virtual camera and then accessing this component which is basic multi-channel Berlin. And now we can access this amplitude gain, and we can set it to some value, something like we're gonna set it to intensity. So let's go to script one more time, and let's store this thing into a another cinemachine virtual cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin. So let's create a cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, sorry, cinemachine machine, sorry, we have to type cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, and we can call it something like Berlin, and let's set equal to this. So basically what we're doing, we just storing this basic cinemachine multi-channel Berlin right over here. We storing this into this cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, basically into this Berlin. This work like as a container. Now we can go over to that container. Firstly, we taking the cinemachine basic multi-channel Berlin, and we storing that into this Berlin container. Now what we're gonna do, after that we're gonna go over to that Berlin and dot, and we can access the amplitude gain. So we're gonna access the amplitude gain dot we have to use, and then amplitude gain. Basically, we firstly we store it at this basic multi-channel Perlin into this Perlin, and then we going over to this basic multi-channel Perlin, or where we store it into that container which is Perlin, and then accessing this amplitude gain this one, and we can set any value you like we like. So we're gonna set equal to this intensity. We're gonna set equal to this intensity, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So intensity by we can pass any number we like when we gonna call this function. Something like we can set it to 4, we can set it to 3, and we do know if we set this one to 4, the camera shake will be much higher, and if we set this one to a less number, the camera shake intense will be a little bit less. So that is the thing. Now control S to save your code, and what we have to do right now, we need to call this function. But when we gonna call this function, when a player game object is taking damage. So let's go to Unity now, and make sure you just press down control S to save your code, and we're gonna go over to our player script, basically where we taking damage, or where this enemy game object just attacking. So I'm gonna open up the, let's go to player, and let's open up our player script. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we're gonna go over to, as you can see over here, player game object is taking damage. So over here we're gonna call that a shake function, and we do know as what shake function is doing, it's just shaking our camera. So we do know that we have to use this find object of type name, and the object or the script we're looking for is a camera shake. So let's type right into this arrows, which is camera shake, and let's make this first bracket, and we have to call the function. So let's type dot which is the shake function. So let's call it and make first bracket. So duration, you can pass any number you want. Basically the duration you want to shake the camera. So we're gonna do it something like 4.1 0.12 second, a smaller number, and comma, as an intensity we can choose any number we like. So I'm gonna set it to something like, I'm gonna give 4. So the intensity of the camera shake will be a little bit higher, but you can choose any number you like. So that's why we just made this argument in between these brackets, so later on we can replace them easily with any number we like. So that's why some functions take argument. Basically you can give argument into brackets, and later on you can replace them easily. So let's go to our player script one more time, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And let me explain one more time what I'm just doing right over here. Firstly, we finding object of type which is camera shake. Basically we just going over to this camera shake script, and then calling this function, the camera shake, this shake function, and we know what this function is doing. It's just going over to that basic multi-channel Perlin, and we storing that basic multi-channel Perlin into this Perlin container. You can say this animation basic multi-channel Perlin or this container. Then we going over to that container or that basic multi-channel Perlin, then accessing the amplitude gain, and we setting equal to our intensity, and we have chosen as an intensity 4. So the camera shake intense will be 4 unit. So basically that's the thing we're doing. So let's go over to player script, and make sure you just control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity. So we should able to see with 4 amount of unit, we should able to see that gonna our camera just gonna shake with 4 unit of intense. So let's have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top, and once we take damage, this the camera will shake right away, our virtual camera or the Cine machine camera. So let's check it. So if we just get closer to our enemy, as you can see the camera is shaking, but the problem is that camera is shaking forever. So we need to stop that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode To stop that, let's go to our camera shake script. So let's go to camera shake script, and we created this start time, as you can see, to keep track of the duration or the shake. So we're gonna go over to this update function, and over here we're gonna check. Basically, we created this start time variable to keep track of when we started the shaking, and the duration over here you can see. So when we shake our camera, basically when we call this function, so start time will be equal to duration, and duration we have given 1.2. So that's why this start time gonna be 1.2. So let's go over to this update function, and we're gonna check it right over here. So we will check if start time, we will check if it's if start time is lesser than or equal to 0 f. If that is the case, we're gonna do something. But we do know that when we start, basically when we start the game, sorry, actually we have to do this. Start time, if it's greater than or greater than 0 f. So what we gonna do, so if start time is greater than, so when we call this shake function, and we do know that start time will be 1.2 because this duration we have passed 1.2. So that's why this start time gonna be 1.2, sorry, 0.12, point 0.12. So this start time gonna be 0.12. So this start time over here gonna be true because start time is 0.12. So that's why, and 0.2 we do know that it's greater than 0 f. So in that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna subtract from this start time with some unit until and unless it's become 0. So we're gonna subtract from this start time, sorry, start time minus equal time dot delta time. So basically we just subtracting our change in frame rate every single unit. Firstly, we checking if the start time is greater than 0, and we do know once we call this function, this start time will be 0.12 because this duration is 0.12, and we directly setting it. So that's why this start time is 0.12, which is greater than 0 f. So what we're doing, we're just subtracting from this start time every single unit with this much of the change in frame rate. So somehow this start time gonna hit 0. So if it hits 0, so we're gonna check right over here as well. So if start time if it's lesser than or equal to 0, and make some curly brackets, so in that situation, so it's somehow this start time gonna hit 0. Why? Because every single unit we subtracting from this start time this much of unit, which is time dot delta time, as you can see, minus equal time dot delta time. But once this start time right over here becomes a 0 or lesser than 0, what we're gonna do, we're gonna stop shaking our camera. So we're gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here. So basically, firstly, what we're doing, we're just taking this basic multi-channel plugin. If we just select this virtual camera in hierarchy Unity, we're just taking this Cinemation virtual basically this basic multi-channel plugin, and we storing that plugin into this plugin parameter, and then we accessing the amplitude gain, basically this one right over here, amplitude gain. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set this 1 to 0, and we do know that once we set this 1 to 0, the camera will stop shaking. So that's why we're just going to amplitude gain, and we're gonna set equal to, now we're not gonna set equal to intensity, instead we're gonna set equal to 0. So the camera will be stop shaking, and the duration will be 0.12 because as start time over here gonna be 0.12 once we call this function, because as a duration we have passed 0.12. If we just go to clear script and then where we shaking, as you can see right over here, shake, and duration as a duration parameter we pass 0.12. So that's why this start time right over here gonna be 0.12, and over here we checking 0.2 is definitely greater than 0 f. So in that situation, what we doing, we firstly subtracting until and unless it hits 0. Once it hits 0, then we just going over to that basic multi-channel plugin one more time, and we storing into this, and then we going over to basically accessing this amplitude gain, and we setting back to 0. and once we set to 0, we do know that camera will stop shaking. So that's the thing. And we're doing inside update function, because update function runs every single frame and it will just gonna keep track of every single frame. So that's why. And I'm gonna remove this comments and this start function we don't need. And make sure you just press down Control S to save your code and move to Unity. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done you're gonna able to see that after 0.12 or the duration, the camera will stop shaking right away. So let's have a look. And if I just click on this play button in the top, and you can choose a number you like for intensity and the duration. And just wait for to compile. And now 1 2, as you can see, camera just get stop shaking once the duration is complete, as you can see. And one we take, and as you can see, the camera game object just get destroyed. Sorry, player game object just get destroyed, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. And you can call this function basically save function anywhere you want, something like when you just collide with traps, anything like that. So you can just do this thing. If I just move over to player script and uh, just use if we just scroll down, just use these things, and by find object of type and camera check, and then call this function, and this function will do the rest thing, which just basically shaking our camera. So I hope you get the idea of this, that how you can shake your camera, and you can call this function, shake function, anywhere you want. And if we just move to Unity, and make sure you just press down Control S, so whatever you have done so far, it will be saved with your project. Basically it will be saved. So let's go to top left file, then click on save, or press down Control S to save. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can shake your camera in Unity with Cinemachine, with Cinemachine virtual camera. So that's the thing. Let's create some shock trap. Okay, I have created a enemy right over here. I have done the same way as we did for the first enemy. Just do the thing, basically create, you can drag the second enemy. I will have a link in the description of this enemy too as well. In the description you can go and check that out. For now I'm gonna disable this enemy, so let's select that. And by control, instead let's make it our you can say hierarchy a lot more cleaner. To do so, let's right click on hierarchy or hit this plus icon. Let's call this game object something like enemies. Let's call enemies, and go over to inspector transform, right click and reset the transform. I'm gonna drag this enemy game object in the top of my hierarchy, and I'm gonna select by both of this enemy by holding down control and select that, and just move it over to that enemy. And to make it our a little more cool, we can just create an empty game object, and we can drag all of this game object right there. So our hierarchy will be lot more cleaner. I'm gonna disable this enemy game object, so let's select that and go over to inspector and uncheck this box. As you can see, it's gone by now. And let's create some saw trap. So I'm gonna go over to project tab, then assets, sprites. I have it over here, so I'm gonna select the sprite sheet. So let's select that, go over to inspector, scroll down, click on this sprite editor. As you can see, we have our saw, and it slices, or it's already slices. So I'm gonna click on this arrow. As you can see, already slice it individually. So I'm gonna select the scene tab one more time, and let's select the saw from right over here, this one, and let's drag it into the scene view. As you can see, it seems pretty big. So to make it lesser, we're gonna select the sprite sheet, go over to inspector, and make this pixel per unit a large number. Large pixel per unit number means the sprite will be less, or small, you can say. So let's make it something around 164, and let's scroll down, let's click on this apply all. Now it's gonna be a small, still it's kind of seems like pretty big, so let's make it pixel per unit 200, and let's click on this apply button one more time. And now it's I guess now it's okay. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag it on top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And let's create a script for this to move it something up and down or horizontally, something like that. Before we do it, we're gonna add some component. First thing, we're gonna add a rigid body, and we will set that rigid body to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. So let's do that. So let's click on this add component, and let's find over the rigid body 2D, and let's set the body type to kinematic, so not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And we're gonna set collision detection to continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And let's add another component, so let's click on this add component and find circle collider for collision detection, and we can edit the collider as the size of our sprite. So I'm gonna make the radius around 1.15, 1.15 or 1.12, I guess it's okay. And once you done, you can make sure just check this is trigger box, or you can check it, uncheck it, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna check this box is trigger, and I'm gonna assign this shaw clean. So firstly, I'm gonna name this shaw trap, so let's call this one shaw trap, short trap, and let's assign this with some certain tag. I'm gonna assign with this basically this short trap as a trap tag. To do so, let's go over to inspector, then tags, it says untag, so let's click right there and click on add tag. Let's hit this plus icon, and I'm gonna call this one trap, and let's click on that save and go over to that game object one more time and assign that tag which is says untag as a trap. Now we assign it this trap or this short trap as a trap tag. And now what we have to do, we're going to move this up and down, so we will create 2 point something right over here and over here, and we want to move this game object, or sorry, this is a game object basically. This shaw from those between those 2 points, we're gonna move this. So let's create those 2 points. Before we do that, let's create an empty game object first. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object. Let's call this one something like points holder or point, something like that. Go over to transform, right click and reset the transform. I'm going to drag this point as well in the top of my hierarchy, and I can select an icon for this. So I'm going to go over to inspector, let's click on this box, and I'm going to choose this yellow one, so as you can see. And now let's right click on this point and create an empty child game object, and let's select this child game object and let's move it somewhere around here. And you can select an icon for this as well. So I'm going to go over to inspector, let's click on this box, and I'm going to choose this green one, and let's duplicate this point because we're gonna make 2 points, and from those 2 points we're gonna move this shaw trap. So let's select this point and control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here. I guess it's pretty fine now, and let's create a script for this short trap to move it between these 2 points. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, and I'm gonna go over to script folder, right click, create C# script, name it to something like a short trap or shaw. I already have created right over here, so I'm going to select this short trap game object, and let's select this script and drag it to add component section. And now let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. To move that, what we will do, if we move to Unity and go over to this point and click right over here, so this game object, basically this point is the first point, or you can say the index of this point is 0 and the index of this point is 1. So if we want to move to this point, so we need to pass the index of it. Before we do that, let's go to script basically, and to move that we need to use this firstly let's grab both of this point. basically this point and this point as well. So let's go to top of our class. I'm going to remove these two namespaces in the top, we don't need it, as well as this start function. Instead we need these 2 points. Why? Because we want to move this short trap between these 2 points, so that's why. So let's go to script and let's make a public, and the point is basically position, you can say. So we have to type transform means position, you can assume. And we have more than 1 point, as you can see we have over here and over here as well. So we have more than one. So to grab both of those points we need to make this array. So basically this square brackets, this transform array, we created the square brackets. Now we can drag as many points as we want. So if we have more than one, then we need to make an array. Basically array can hold multiple, it can be game objects, it can be position, it can be name, it can be integer values, anything like that. So if we want to hold more than one object, then we need to make this array. Basically it will work like container and we can put one by one, and we have to name the array. So let's call this one something like points and close that up with semicolon. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go before we do, let's control S to save your code, and let's move to Unity, because we need to drag those points one by one. Then we can move this short wrap between these 2 points as we want, and we can define the speed as well. Just have a look on it. And now if we select this short wrap, as you can see point and array point array points array, and it says list is empty. So what we can do, we can select this first game object and drag it one by one right over here. Instead of doing that, I'm gonna do, or we will do a more approachable way. Let's suppose you have more than something like 10 position. So in case you need to you have to work one by one, basically you need to drag one by one, and it's gonna take a lot of time. So that's why we're gonna use another way to achieve that. So let's remove this point. To remove, let's click on this minus. Instead of doing this, let's right click on this source script and click on properties. Or what else you can do, you can just go to source script. In the right section you can see 3 dots, so just click on that and click on properties. So I'm just gonna right click and properties. Now as you can see, the script just gets separated individually. Now what we can do, if even we select this game object, we can we just not losing our this script. So that is the cool thing. So now what we can do, we can just hold down shift and select both of them and drag it right into that array. Now as you can see, so the first element 0, or the index, you can say this one, basically this one is the first position or the index of it, as you can see 0, and this is the second position, and you can see index is 1 or element 1, as you can see right over here. So I'm gonna cut this tab now. Let's open up the sort trip. Now we have both of this point reference, so let's just double click that to open up. And to move that, we're gonna use vector2 dot move towards. So firstly we're gonna go over to transform dot position, and we will set equal to, so transform dot position right over here means current position of this short wrap. Basically this current position of this short wrap, basically we just moving over to this transform, then position, accessing this position, and we will set this position equal to move. Let's suppose we want to move to this point, to basically the first point. So in order to move, we're gonna use this vector2, sorry, vector2 dot move towards function, and this function right over here, as the first argument it will take the current position. So we're gonna pass transform dot position, and the second thing, it will take the target position or where you want to go. Let's suppose we want to go to the first point. So what we have to do, firstly we need to type the array name, which is point. So let's type these points, and we need to make this square brackets. So if you pass in between this square bracket 0, so 0 we do know is the first point, or 0 index is basically the first point. If we put right over here 1, 1 basically means the down one or this second point. So let's suppose we want to go to the first point, so we're gonna put right over here 0, and make sure after closing with square brackets you type dot position, because that is a position, because this array we just putting all of the position into this array, so that's why after brackets we need to type position. And the third argument, it will take the speed, how much speed you want to go to that point. So we can put right over here 3f. So instead of doing hard coding, we need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So instead of doing that, let's go to top of our class and let's make a variable for our speed. So let's create a public float. Let's call this one something like speed, and by default I'm gonna give 3f, and let's put right over here speed, and speed we do know is 3f. And we also need to multiply this speed with time dot delta time. Why? To make frame rate independent. So that's why we're gonna multiply time dot delta time, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now move to Unity. So we should able to see that this short wrap just gonna move to the first point right away, and we can adjust the speed underneath our short script. So that's why we just made that field public, and we should able to see that field. As you can see speed, and by default we have given 3. I'm gonna give a less value, something like 1.5. and now if we click on this play button in the top, we should able to see that to see that this shot just gonna move to this point. As you can see, indeed it just gets moved right over here and it gets centered. So what we want to do, if this short wrap position of this short wrap position and this point position, it's some kind of some smaller number, something like that, in that situation what we're gonna do, we're gonna change this as this 0 with 1, and we do know if we just put right over here 1 basically the second position, so this shot just gonna move to the second position. So to do that, we're gonna get out of play mode. We're gonna create a index variable, and that index variable will keep track of this position basically. So let's go to our script and let's make a public. It doesn't need to be public, instead you can make it private, and I'm gonna call public that will be int whole number, and I'm gonna call this something like show index or index point, point index. Let's call it index point, something like that. And by default I'm gonna give 0. We do know that first point, and over here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna replace this 0 with index point, and index point by default we have given 0, so this one right over here gonna be 0. So that's why short wrap will just gonna move over to first point, and after moving the first point we're gonna check the distance between this show and this position. We're gonna check between, if it's some smaller number, something like that, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna increase this index point 1. So we're gonna put this index just gonna add up to this index point by 1 unit, so the index point will be 1. And we do know if this right over here becomes 1, so the transform dot position means current position of our short trap just gonna move over to that second position with this much of speed. So we need to increase that. In order to increase that, we need to firstly check the distance between this short trap and this first position. We will check if the distance is too much less, then we're gonna increase the index by 1, and we do know the second position index is 1, and if we set it to 1, so this short trap just gonna move over to next point or the bottom one or the second position. So let's do that. So we're gonna check it right over here. So let's check if to check, we're gonna use this vector2 dot distance function, and we do know that this function will take two position and it will compare between them. Firstly, we're gonna pass our own position, which is transform dot position, comma, and the second position is the first point position. So we're gonna pass points, the array name. We need to make this square brackets, and we're gonna pass right over here index point. And index point by default we have given 0, so this one over here will be 0. So points 0, basically referencing this point, or this position you can say. So this if the distance between our own position and this position, if it's lesser than, and make sure you just type dot position over here, and the distance between them, if it's some smaller number, something like we can check for 0.1f, we can check for 0.01f, something like that. I'm going to check for 0.1f. If that is the case, so make some curly brackets. What we're gonna do, basically the distance between this short wrap and this position a little bit less, basically we just compare between them, and the checking the distance between, if it's lesser than 0.1, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna increase the this index point by 1. And if we set this to 1, so the right over here gonna be 1, so the current position just gonna move, basically our short wrap just gonna move to the next point with this much of speed. So that is the thing. So we're gonna uh, increase right over here. So we're gonna put in index point plus plus or plus equal 1, you can type, or what else you can do, you can just do plus plus, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Basically we just increasing index point by 1. So index point right over here is 0 for the first time, so 0 plus 1 over here gonna be 1. So the now index point is 1, so this one right over here gonna be 1. So that's why it's our short wrap just gonna move to the next point. But the problem is that over here is again checking. So this is our current position, and point index point is now 1. Basically this, now we checking our this short wrap with this position, and if it's lesser than 0.1, and what we're doing, we just keep increasing our index point by 1. So this one is already 1, so 1 plus 1 right over here gonna be 2. So, and we do know we don't have third point, if we just duplicate this one, so that position index will be 2, but we don't have, as you can see. So we're gonna get some error. This show just gonna try to move to the third point, and we do know that we don't have any third point. So in that situation, what we gonna do, we're gonna set this index point one more time to 0. Once we reaches to the second position, then we are gonna set index point one more time to 0. And if we set that, and we do know if that once became 0, so this short trap just gonna move over to the first point over again. So it's just gonna loop around this. Once we are over here, then we just gonna set this index point to 0 and 0. So this short trap just gonna move between this point forever. So let's do that. So we're gonna check it right over here. So if index point if it's equals to points dot length, so if that is the case, so make some curly bracket. So index point we don't know right over here gonna be 2 right now. So once we are over here, so the index point will be 2, and we checking right over here if this index point is equals to points dot length. Basically points dot length over here referencing how many points we have, as you can see, 2 points, this 1 and 2. So this one once over here become 2. So we checking if this index point is equals to 2, and we definitely this index point will be 2. So if it's 2 equals to 2, so the condition over here getting true. If that is the case, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this index point one more time to 0. And we do know if we so set this to 0, so the index point right over here gonna be 0. So the our short wrap just gonna move to the first point one more time with this much of speed. So that is the thing. So let's go right over here. So we're gonna set this index point one more time to 0, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see that this show just gonna move between these 2 points forever. Once we are checking with second point, then we're setting back index point to 0, and we know once we set to 0 it will move over to first point one more time. As you can see, index point by default we just set 0. We can set 1, and if we set 1, so this short trap just gonna move to this point instead of the first point. But I'm gonna leave with this 0, and let's have a look. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's give it a look, have a look, or let's check that out. uh, as you can see, it's moving to the first point, and once it gets right over here, so as you can see, it's moving one more time to the first point, and it just doing forever or moving between this point forever, so that the movement just getting looped. So that is the thing what we want to achieve, and I hope you get the idea that how you can move any game object between 2 points. Even you can create a third point. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the second point, and let's suppose we want to duplicate this one. To duplicate, so let's select that point and control D to duplicate, and we can move it somewhere around here. Now we have 3 points, so make sure you just go over to short trap and drag the third point as well as right over here into this point array, or else this short trap just not gonna move to that point because we don't have that point into our array. But if you do want, then select the third point and drag it into that array. So third point index, as you can see, is now 2. So once the show is right over here, what we're doing, we're checking index point. So index point is now 2, and with this third point index is 2. So if that is the case, what we're doing, we're setting back index point to one more time 0, and if we set this to 0, we do know that this short trap just gonna move over to that first point once again. So it's just gonna loop around between this point. So let's try, or let's take a look on that. Let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. So just wait, and now we can see, and it's moving to the first point, going over to second point, and then moving over to third point. And once it's move to third point, it's moving over again to first point. Why? Because we're checking the distance between this shaw and this right over here, and if it's, then we again setting that index point to 0, and we do know if we set that to 0, it's gonna move to the first point one more time. So basically that is the thing, and you can create as many point as you want. It's totally up to you, and make sure you just drag all of those points into this array. So we're gonna have all of those points, then we can move to those points. So that is the logic behind it. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Instead, I don't want the third one. I'm gonna delete that third point, as well as let's go to short trap and short script, and let's remove this third point by selecting that and just click on this minus icon in inspector. So make sure you just do that. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this 2 point, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, I guess. And this seems pretty cool, and let's select this short trap one more time, and let's move it somewhere around here. And what we want, if we collide with this short trap, and we do know that we assigned this short trap as a trap, as you can see. So what we want, we need to take damage, or what we want to destroy our player game object right away. To do so, let's open up our player script now, and make sure you just make this point as well as prefab, so you will have it. And if you lost somehow from the scene view or hierarchy, you have to work from scratch. So that's why just select that points, those points, and drag it into that prefab folder or into that assets folder. It's totally up to you. Make sure you just do that, and as well as do with this short trap. So let's select that short trap. Let's go over to project tab, assets, and prefab, and let's select this short trap and drag it right there. We just made a copy, so if we just lost from the scene view or hierarchy, we can restore it directly from to that prefab folder. So that is the thing. So make sure you just do that. And now what we're gonna do, and go over to file in the top left and make sure you just click on this save to save your project. Whatever you have done so far, it's just gonna save right away. So let's create let's open up our player script. So let's select this player and let's double click that player script to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we want, if we just collide with this short wrap, at that moment we want to destroy our player game object right away, because it's gonna collide with this short wrap. To do so, let's go to our script and let's go over to, let's use on trigger enter to the function. Why? Because if we select this short wrap, we added a circle collider. If we move over to inspector, then circle collider, and we check this box which says is trigger, we just check. So that's why we're gonna use on trigger enter to the function in our player script, and that function get called when we trigger with something. If we trigger with this shaw, then that function just gonna call out right away, or collide with this shaw, that function just gonna trigger. So that is the thing. So let's select our player game object and let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio, and let's go somewhere in the bottom. You can do anywhere in you want in your player script, it's totally up to you. I'm gonna go underneath on collision enter, and I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. So the function is on trigger enter 2D. Make sure you just typing as I did over here, on trigger enter 2D function, and this function get called when we trigger with something, and we definitely gonna trigger with this shaw trap if we just collide with this shaw or trigger with this shaw. So that's the thing, and we can extract info as well by going to this collision parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object we collided with, anything we can do. So I'm gonna check right over here. So if collision, sorry, collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to trap, then make some curly brackets. So what we want to do in that situation, so what we have done over here, as you can see, and we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something or collide, and we checking right over here, whatever we collided with, we going to that game object and then accessing the tag of that game object, and we checking if that tag is equals to trap. And we do know that if we select this short trap, we assign it this short trap as a trap tag. As you can see, if we just move over to inspector, and you can see it right over here, as you can see trap. So we definitely gonna trigger with that. So in that situation, what we want to do, we want to destroy our player game object right away. So we can call this die function, and die function just doing the rest thing. Firstly, it's just printing out the message in the console says die, and then we setting is game active parameter false to check the game is really active or not, and after that we just destroying our player game object right away. So we're gonna call this die function, and die function will do this thing. So let's call it right over here once we trigger or collide with that trap. So let's call this one die and make first bracket, close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So we should able to see that once we trigger or collide with this trap, right away we're gonna destroy our player game object, because we calling that this the die function, and die function just doing the rest thing. So let's check it. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. Wait for to compile, and now if we just get closer to that trap or trigger with that trap, as you can see our player game object get destroyed right away. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And what we can do, we can make this point a little bit farther away, so we can just scan pass through to get end of the level. We can just make between these 2 points a little bit more space. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's select the first point or the second one. I'm gonna select the first point. So let's go to points, and I'm gonna select the first point. Let's drag it little bit further away, as well as I'm gonna select the second point and let's move it little bit away. And now I guess it's fine and we can just pass through. And let's create some other traps as well, and make sure you just go to points and go over to inspector and click on overrides and click on apply all, so the changes you made will be saved into that prefab of this points game object as well. So let's click on this apply all, and let's create other traps. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, then sprites, and I have it over here, traps. So I'm gonna select any fire trap. We have punch trap, shot trap, toxic. I'm gonna select the fire one, so let's select that. Let's select this one. I'm gonna select, okay, so this one seems pretty cool. I'm gonna select that, go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. As you can see, we have our fire trap, and we need to cut them individually because we have a sprite sheet. To do so, let's select sprite mode to multiple because we have more than one sprite, and let's choose pixel per unit to something like 16. And after doing that, let's go over to filter mode and choose point of filter because this is an pixel art. And after doing that, let's go to bottom and click on this apply button. And what we have to do now, we need to cut them individually. So in the top left we can see slice, so let's click on that and select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has one row, and 3 6 9 12 columns. So let's put 12 columns right over here and one row. Let's click on this slice and then click on this apply in the top right. And if we just move over to Cine tab, and what we can do, we just gonna go to that sprite sheet and let's click on this arrow because we just cut them off individually. So I'm gonna select the first one. Let's select that and drag it into this in view. But the problem is that it seems like behind our ground. What we can do, I'm going to drag this game object in top of my hierarchy so I can see, and let's call this one to fire trap instead of fire trap level 3. I'm going to call this one fire trap. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this all the way behind. It seems like our fire trap is behind our ground. To do so, or to drag it all the way up, we're gonna go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and go to additional settings, sorting layer. Just click on that and click on add sorting layer, and we're gonna make a trap sorting layer as well, a trap setting layer, and we will drag it all the way up. So let's hit this plus icon, let's create a trap, and we can take this behind, all the way behind, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna drag this trap layer all the way up, even in front of this ground. So let's go to fire trap or that trap one more time, and let's assign this fire trap as a trap layer. So let's go to sprite renderer and let's choose trap, and we're gonna do the same thing for our short trap. So let's select this short trap and let's assign this short trap as a trap layer. So let's go over to sprite renderer and sorting layer, let's choose trap, and make sure you just go over to overrides and click on apply all. Now let's go to our fire trap, and if to focus on that, and what we have to do now, we need to make the animation. To make the animation, we're gonna do a in pretty fast way. To do so, let's go to project tab one more time, assets and sprites, then traps. I have it over here. So we're gonna select all of the sprites of this fire trap by holding down shift and just place it top of this fire trap game object, and it will create the animation right away. So we're gonna go over to that assets folder. In assets folder, we created this animation folder, so let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create another subfolder for our trap. So let's right click, new folder, let's call this traps animation. And now what we're gonna do, let's open that up subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So I'm gonna name it something like fire trap animation, and just click on that save. And if we move over to animation tab and then just click on this play button, as you can see, indeed the animation just playing right away. So I hope you get the idea of this. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna add some components to this game object. Firstly, what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a rigid body. So let's select this fire trap, go over to inspector, let's click on this add component, let's find rigid body 2D, and let's make the gravity scale something like we can make it, instead body type says dynamic, I'm gonna set it to kinematic. So it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous. And let's another component for our what you can say, it's a box collider for collision detection. To do so, let's click on this add component and let's find box collider 2D, and we have to adjust this box collider 2D as the size of our sprite sheet, sorry, sprite animation. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, select the fire trap and go over to animation tab and just play around with this bar or this line, and we're gonna adjust this. So let's go over to box collider, let's click on edit collider, let's edit the collider as the size of something like this. I guess it's pretty fine. And make sure you just click on this is trigger to check, and we're gonna assign this fire trap as a trap tag as we have done for that short trap. So let's go over to inspector, click on untag, and then we can assign this fire trap as a fire trap. And what I want to do, I wanna assign I just wanna set this active, this box collider something, I guess something right over here, something, okay, something right over here. I'm gonna set this box collider to active, something around that. So what we're gonna do, instead we're gonna copy this, select the fire tab and go over to animation tab. And what we will do, make sure you just click on this red button to record your animation. And we're gonna select all of this by control C, copying, and let's move it somewhere around here and scroll your mouse to zoom in and out. So I'm gonna move it somewhere in one, and let's control V for pasting it. So I'm gonna move, let's make a move somewhere to fill this position. And if we just click on this play button, we can see indeed animation is playing. And make sure you just click on this red button to capture your animation. And what we want to do now, by default I'm gonna set this box to unchecked, something like this. So the player so this fire trap not gonna detect any collision, so we can just pass through this fire trap. But if we somewhere around here, once we just you can say something like once we uh, what you can say, just playing our fire, or just exploding our extracting our fire, you can say something like that. At that moment I'm gonna set that box to be active, so this fire trap just gonna detect collision or just gonna collide with this player game object. So to do so, by default I have unchecked, as you can see this box collider, so it's not gonna detect any collision. And we're gonna move over to animation tab, and somewhere around here I'm gonna set that box to be active. To do so, let's click on this red button to capture our animation, and over here I'm gonna check this box, and now it's active. And if we just click on this record button, and if we hit this play button, as you can see, by default something right over here in the animation box is not active, or that collider. But once it's or something right over here, this box collider just gets active, as you can see. And once it's get active, it's just gonna destroy our player game object, or it's just gonna detect collision. So that is the thing, make sure you just do that. And now if we just click on this play button, we can pass through this fire trap until and unless it just extracting fire from that trap, you can say. And once it's done, our player game object just gonna die right away, because this is, we assigned this trap as well as with fire trap. So let's have a look. so we're not dying. But as you can see, once we just die it, or once this box just get active, we die it right away. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just as well make this one prefab. To do so, let's select this fire trap, and we're gonna drag it into that prefab folder. So sorry, what we have to find the prefab folder. So let's go to project tab, assets, and we have it over here. So let's select this fire trap and drag it right into that prefab folder. Just make that one prefab as well, so you don't need to work from scratch, and you can just do that right away. So I hope you get the idea of this, how you can make these fire traps to do something, or basically to destroy your player game object right away. And let's go to file in the top left, then click on this save button, or hit Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far, so it will be saved. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just make these fire traps. And what we want to do, we want to shake our camera once we just collide with this fire trap, or trigger with this fire trap, or get in. We just want to shake our camera. To do so, let's open up our player script. So double clicking on it, and where we dying over here. As you can see, we destroying our player game object right away. Before we destroy, we also want to shake our camera. To do so, we are gonna go over to this camera shake script, and then we're gonna call this shake function, and shake function will shake our camera, and we can choose an intensity and the duration of the shake as well. So let's go to our player script, and over there we're gonna use this find object of type. So let's use this find object of type, and into arrows we have to pass the script name. So the script we're looking for is the camera shake. So let's type that and make first bracket, and then dot we're gonna call the shake function. So let's call the shake function, and for duration I'm gonna put something around 0.1 second, sorry, 0.1, basically 10 times less from our 1 second. And comma, we can choose an intensity. So once we dying, I'm gonna choose a intensity number, a bigger number, something like 4. So I'm gonna do it 4, and let's close that off with some my colon. What we doing, let me explain. So basically we find object of type, which is our camera script, sorry, camera shake. So basically we just moving over to this camera shake animation, sorry, script, and then we calling this shake function, and we don't know what shake function is doing. So make sure you just go to player script and Control S to save your code whatever you have done, and now go to Unity. So once we just collide or trigger with this fire trap, we're gonna die right away. And after dying, we shaking our camera with more intensely, or with more intense, basically. Have a look on that as well. So let's click on this play button. Once it's done, our script compiling, we're gonna click on this play button to see that. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. So just wait for to compile. So now if we trigger, as you can see, the camera gets checked once we collide with that fire trap. We're gonna check next time as well. So let's do that. So let's click on this play button one more time, and let's have a look on that one more time as well. Once again, we're gonna check that if it's working fine or not. It's gonna work out fine and okay. So let's have a look. As you can see, indeed the camera gets checked, and it makes our game lot more cool. So that is the thing of shaking our camera. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just save your code by hitting Control S on your keyboard, so it will save your work whatever you have done so far. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can make these traps and move some traps to make the level, or to make the hard part of the game. Let's make the hierarchy a little more clean. To do so, let's go to hierarchy. Firstly, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object and let's call this one something like traps holder. We can call traps holder. Go over to transform, right click and reset it. I'm gonna drag this traps holder game object in top of my hierarchy, and let's select all of this trap, fire trap and the short trap. I'm gonna select that and drag it top of this trap holder, and now we can collapse it one, and our hierarchies is now little more clean. We can create multiple game objects to make it even more uh, cleaner, you can say, or to make it more organized. Let's create an empty game object as well. So let's right click or hit this plus icon. I'm gonna create an empty game object and I'm gonna call this game object something like uh, you can call holder. I'm gonna call it holder instead. Let's go to transform. Let's right click and reset the transform. I'm gonna select all of this game object backgrounds, player backgrounds, main camera, virtual camera, and this event system, event game manager. Let's select all of them, and also this game camera sec, sorry, camera sec, player background, virtual camera, main camera, game manager, event system, and this grid. Let's select all of them and just drag it top of that game object holder. As you can see, if I just click right over here, and now our hierarchy seems lot more cleaner. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far with Unity editor. It will be saved, and now we can see it's lot more cleaner. So I'm going to select this traps holder, and if we click on this play button, we're gonna see that and these traps just gonna play right away. Basically this fire trap will fire up in the space, as well as our short trap just gonna move up and down, as you can see indeed these are doing. So what we're gonna do now, for now let's deactivate this, and once we gonna make our game, then we're gonna reactive this as well. So let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna select this trap holder. Let's select that, go over to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck. Basically I'm just deactivating all of these traps, or just setting them inactive. And now we can go for, or we can create our collectible coins. To do so, let's go to project tab, assets, and then sprites, and we have it over here. So I'm gonna go right there. We have let's find coin. So I'm gonna go over to assets, then items. In items folder we have, so I'm gonna just click on right there, and I'm gonna find the coin right over here. We have coin large and this coin small, sorry, it is small, and coin small and coin large. So I'm gonna select any of them. Let's select that the first one and drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy. I'm gonna drag it scene into somewhere around here. As you can see, this is our coin and it seems pretty small. So what we have to do, we're going to select all of the coin by holding down shift, coin sprite, and go over to inspector, and we will make this pixel per unit a less number. So less pixel size mean this sprite will be large. So we're going to put something around 32, and let's scroll to the bottom and click on this apply all, and now it's a little bit big, but the problem is that it seems blurry. To get rid of that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select all of the sprite one more time, and let's go over to inspector, and there we will choose this filter mode to point no filter. And after doing that, make sure you just click on this apply button one more time, and now as you can see it's gone. But if you see a less pixel, or a less pixel, basically what you have to do, you just click on this override. For Android override, just check this box, and over here choose max size to 16384. Just click on that and click on apply all, and make sure you just doing it with all of the sprite. Now we are done, and I'm gonna call this something like frame to coin. Let's call this one coin child. We're gonna call this one coin child. Why? Because we will create an empty game object, or you can say child parent, and we will make this one as a child of that game object, because we want to create some animation to this coin child game object, which firstly will be the spinning one and the second one will be the collectible one. Once the player collide with this coin, then this coin should play that collectible or fading out animation. To do so, let's create a empty game object first. Let's right click on hierarchy, let's create an empty game object and let's call this one coin parent, or I'm gonna call it instead coin. Let's call it coin. Let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform. I'm gonna select this move tool right over here and I'm gonna move it somewhere here, and you can select an icon for that as well. So go over to inspector, click on this box and I'm going to choose this green one, and let's select this coin child now and just drag it onto top of this coin game object, or this coin parent you can say. And now let's select the coin child, go over to transform, right click and reset it. Now it just reset and we are ready to create our animation. Make sure you just select the child one, not the parent one which we created, not the parent one. Select the coin child or this image or the coin sprite, select that, and we have to create the animation. To make it more easily, what we're gonna do, we're gonna approach a different way. Basically we will choose all of this sprite by holding down shift, individual sprite, select all of them by holding down shift and just drag it top of this coin child game object, not the parent one. Make sure just do that, basically do that, drag it onto this coin child game object and it will create the animation right away. So we're going to move over to assets folder, and in assets folder we created this animation folder as you can see. So let's open that up by double clicking and let's create a subfolder for our coin animation. So let's right click, new folder, and let's call this folder something like coin and space animation, and let's open that up subfolder as well. So I'm gonna double click that to open it up. So this animation will be the spinning one, so we will call something coin spinning, coin spinning, coin spinning, and click on save. Now it's just gonna create the animation right away. To see that, let's select the coin child, go over to animation tab and click on this play button to see the animation. As you see, as you can see, indeed the coin just spinning and it's more cool. Let's create other animation, the other one which will be the collected one. Basically it will go up and gonna fade out. To do so, let's select coin child game object one more time, go over to in animation tab and click right over here says coin spinning. Let's click on create a new clip, and we're gonna call this clip something like coin collected or coin fade, coin fade out, coin fade I'm gonna say, or fade out. It's totally up to you what you want to call. So I'm gonna call something like coin fade out, and let's click on this save button. And what we're gonna do in this animation clip, we're gonna move over to something 1 second, and make sure you just click on this record button or red button to record your animation. So let's click on that and let's select the coin child, not the parent one. Let's select that and move it over into y-axis somewhere around here I guess. And after doing that, let's select the coin child game object, move over to inspector, then sprite renderer, then click on this color fill, and we're gonna go over to a channel and we will bring it or gonna shrink it down to 0. As you can see, the coin indeed get fade out. So if we now click on this play button, as we can see it's just going in the up direction, and after 1 second it's just fading out over time. So that's the thing. So I hope you get the idea, and once you done, just click on that record button one more time to capture the animation. Now we basically we created both of those animation. And if we select this animator tab, now we can see coin is spinning is the default one and coin fade out. So we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin fade out, but once this player game object collide with this coin. Before we do that, we're gonna add some components to this coin game object. Firstly, obvious one, we're gonna add a rigid body and we will set the gravity scale to 0 so it's not gonna fall down. And the second one is a collider. Sorry, I'm just having the tea. So I'm gonna select the parent one, not the child one. Make sure you just do that. Select the parent one, go over to inspector and click on add component. Let's click on this add component and let's find right there rigid body 2D, and let's click on this rigid body 2D, and I'm going to set this body type to kinematic, so it's not going to fall down due to our gravity. And let's select this collision detection to continuous, so it will continuously gonna detect any collision. And after that we're gonna go over to basically we will add one more component, which is circle collider or any collider we are looking for to add. So let's click on this add component and let's find right there circle collider 2D, and make sure you just click on this edit collider, and you can adjust the collider as the size of your coin sprite. So I'm gonna make the radius as something like 0.45. I guess 0.45 seems pretty great. And once you're done, make sure you just click on this is trigger box, or this coin just gonna register our player. That is the thing. So I hope you get the idea. And what we need to do, we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin fade out. But when the player game object collide with this coin, then we're gonna make from this coin spinning to coin fade out. And make sure you just select the game object, and make sure you just check this box is trigger. So we're gonna check for any trigger, or if the player just trigger with this coin game object, then this coin should be collected. Now let's make the transition. So let's select this coin child one, not the parent one. And what we have to do, we're going to make transition from this coin spinning to coin fade out. So let's right click on coin spinning and make transition to coin fade out, and let's select this arrow and let's go over to inspector, and over there we're gonna untick this has exit time, because as soon as player trigger with this coin should be collected and should play that fade out animation of coin. And we're gonna set this transition duration to 0 because we don't want any delay, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the coin collected, or sorry, coin fade out or coin collected. To do so, let's choose a parameter for that. So let's go to animator tab, let's click on this plus icon and let's choose trigger. We're gonna choose a trigger, so let's click on that and let's call this one something like collected or something trigger we can call, sorry. And let's choose this condition. So we're going to click on this plus icon and we're going to choose this trigger. And now if we click on this play button, we should able to see the coin spinning animation just gonna play right away, because that one is a default one. And what we have to do, we're gonna assign this coin game object as a coin tag. Before we do that, let's have a look. As you can see, coin is spinning, it just indeed is spinning, as you can see. And now if I try to trigger this parameter, basically in animator tab of this coin child game object, if I try to trigger this trigger parameter, as you can see that fade out animation just played. But the problem is that play animation just playing over again and again and again. Basically the animation is just looping, so we're gonna uncheck the looping time. To do so, let's get out of play mode and let's go to project tab, then assets, and in there we created a subfolder in animation folder. So let's go right there, so this coin animation, so we can see both of this animation right over here. So this one is coin fade out, so we don't wanna loop this one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck this loop time. And for this coin spinning one, we will leave it, because the coin should be coin should play spinning animation over time again and again, basically looping. It just should loop our animation. And what we have to do, we're gonna assign this coin game object as a coin tag. To do so, let's select the coin game object, select the parent one, not the child one. Select the parent one, go over to inspector, let's click on this untag, let's click on add tag, let's click on this click on this plus icon, and let's call it something like coin. Then save it. So go over to that coin game object one more time, and let's assign this coin as a coin tag. So I'm gonna assign this as a coin tag, which we recently uh, 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 recently created a tag, which is in our case this coin, and make sure you just make this one a child. Select the coin game object and drag it into that prefab folder. Firstly, go over to project tab, then assets, and into this prefab folder I'm going to drag this coin. So let's select that and drag it into that prefab folder. Now it's done. So what we have to do now, we're gonna open up our player script. So I'm gonna go over to this holder game object, and over there we have player script. So let's select that and let's click on this player script by double clicking on it, and you can create another script for that as well. uh, we should create another script in it doing inside player script. So let's go to our Unity, and let's go over to project tab, assets, and let's go to script folder. You can just right click on these assets, then create C# script and name it to something like coin manager. I'm gonna go over to this script folder. Let's right click there, create C# script, and I'm gonna call this one to coin manager. And let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. It's gonna take a few moments for loading up our script. Once it's done, we need to code that. So as you can see, we have start and update function by default. And let's go to Unity one more time, because we need to attach this script to any game object we like. I'm gonna attach this game object to player script. You can attach this game object to any you can attach this script to any game object in hierarchy. It's totally up to you, but I'm gonna attach that script to this player game object. So let's select that script, and let's select that script and drag it to add component section of this player game object. Now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio, and I'm gonna remove these two namespaces from the top we donated, and as well as this start function. Instead, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a parameter which will keep track of how much coin we collected so far. So I'm gonna make a public that will be int whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4, and we can call this one current coin. And by default I'm gonna set this one to 0. Why? Because when we start the game we're gonna have 0 coin, so that's why by default I'm just setting it to 0. Or you can leave like this, it also means 0 if you don't assign with anything, but I'm gonna do like this. So I'm gonna set it to 0. And now we're gonna go over to, I'm gonna leave the update function because we're gonna use this update function later. I'm gonna go in the bottom, and over here we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D function. Why? Because this function get called when we trigger with something, and we do know that if this player game object trigger with this you can say this coin game object, then this coin should be collected, or we just have to increase our current coin by 1 unit. So that is the thing. So to do so, let's go over to this on trigger, and we attach this script to our player game object, as you can see. So so we just directly have the reference, and we can extract info or whatever we collided with or trigger it with by going to this collision parameter. And we can call it something, instead of collision we can call it something like other. It's totally up to you what you want to call. So I'm gonna check it right over here. If other dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to something like coin, if that is the case, then make some curly brackets. So what we're doing basically right over here, so we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something, and we checking by this other parameter, we checking if other dot game object that tag. So if we something, let's suppose we trigger with this game object, so we going over to this game object and accessing the tag of this game object, which the tag is coin, as you can see. So and we checking if that tag, if it's equals to coin, as you can see, and we do know that we gonna trigger with that coin game object, and that coin game object has tag coin, so we definitely gonna trigger with that. So what we have to do right now, we need to increase this current coin by 1 unit, and after that we need to destroy that coin game object right away after collecting it. Or basically we need to play the animation, which is we do know fading out the animation. Firstly we will collect that and we're gonna play fading out animation, and after that what we're gonna do, we're gonna basically we're gonna destroy that coin game object after collecting it or playing the whole animation of fading out. So let's increase this current coin. So current coin plus equal 1, basically we just increasing 1. So in the first time we have current coin is 0, so once we trigger with that coin, so current coin is 0, so 0 plus 1 gonna be 1, so this current coin gonna keep increasing by 1 unit. And after that what we have to do, we need to play that fading out animation. To do so, if we go over to Unity and select this coin game object and select this animation tab, we cannot see and select this animator. Basically we don't have any animation clip to this coin game object, this coin parent. Instead we created the animation in the child game object. As you can see, if I select this coin child game object, we can see we have coin spinning animation and coin fading out animation in animation tab, as you can see. So that's why we need to go over to this coin game object child game object. So if you just put 0, 0 basically means the first child, and we only have one child of this coin game object, so we're gonna pass 0, 0 basically referencing this coin child game object. And by this we're gonna go over to this coin child game object, and then we will access this animator component, and after it we will trigger this coin basically this trigger parameter. And we do know that if we trigger this one, it will play this coin fading out animation right away. So basically we need to go over to this child game object of this coin, and then animator, and then we can set this or gonna trigger this parameter, which is trigger, as you can see. So that is the thing. So let's go to script. So we will go to that other dot game object dot transform dot get child we will use, and the child is looking for 0, 0 basically means the first child, and we only have one child, basically the 0, basically 0 basically referencing that coin child game object. So and then we're gonna access the component, which is we have to use this dot get component, and the component we are looking for is a animator. So let's type into this arrows animator, sorry, animator, and make first bracket. And by the basically what we doing right over here, we doing we just going over to the game object we trigger it with. So we definitely gonna trigger with this coin game object. So by this coin game object, we just moving over to this transform, and by this transform reference we getting this child, as you can see, going over to transform, then getting the child, and then we just getting the component which we looking for this animator. And after that we're gonna use this set trigger parameter, a set trigger parameter, and this parameter will trigger the parameter we want to trigger. So in our case this trigger parameter, as you can see. So in quotation, in between this bracket in quotation, we have to pass the parameter name, which is trigger. So let's pass that, and make sure you just close that off with some semicolon. So firstly we increase it our current coin by 1, and then we just playing that fading out animation or just triggering that parameter, so it will play the collected animation clip. And after that collecting it or applying 100% animation clip of that this fading out coin fade out, we need to destroy this coin game object right away from this scene view now, because we don't need it, we already collected that one. To destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function. So destroy, and this function will take the game object as a first argument we want to destroy. So in our case that coin game object, so we have to pass this other dot game object. Other dot game object basically means the game object we trigger it with that coin. So over here other dot game object means that coin game object, and comma and the time. So after 1 second we just completing the whole animation clip of fading out. So that's why we're gonna put 1f, basically means 1 second. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. Now let's go to Unity, and we should able to see that current coin just gonna increase by 1 unit. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, so now if we just select our player game object, so I'm gonna go over to this folder. Let's click right over here, let's select this player game object. As you can see, coin manager and current coin by default is 0. Now if I just click on this play button in the top and try to trigger with this coin game object, so this game object firstly we just increasing our current coin by 1 unit, and after that we just destroying it. So basically we just playing that animation clip. So let's check it. So if I just collect, as you can see, indeed current coin we increase it by 1, and then we just destroying it from the scene view. As you can see, we cannot see, as well as from the hierarchy. So I hope you get the idea of that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if you want to check with multiples, so we're gonna duplicate this coin multiple times. So let's select that and control D to duplicate. I'm gonna select that coin one more time. Let's select that and let's move it somewhere around here. Let's control D one more time, and we have 3 coins now. I'm gonna select all of them by holding down shift, and let's move it in the bottom a little bit. And now if we select this player game object, so current coin is 0. So if we collect all of this, then current coin will be 3, because we have 3 coin, as you can see. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look one more time. So just wait for to compile, and if we collect 3 coins, so as you can see current coin is 1, and now if I just try to collect this one, current coin becomes 2, and then this one, and so on. So current coin is now 3. But we can see, but who will play the game will not able to see. So the player will not able to see how many coins they collected so far. So we need to show that this current coin, instead of showing right over here, we're going to show it right over here as well. We need to show that up in UI, so player can see how many coins they collected so far. To do so, let's get out of play mode, and we're going to create a text for that. So let's go over to canvas. If you haven't created the canvas, let me explain one more time. So what you have to do, you need to go over to hierarchy, right click, and then go to UI and select this canvas. And after selecting this canvas, select the canvas, go over to inspector, scroll down, says canvas scaler, and then select a UI scale mode to constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and put in the X 1920 and in the Y 1080. And after doing that, what you have to do, just right click on this canvas, then go over to UI and scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this text. And we will call this text something like current coin text. We can call, let's call it current coin text, and let's select that, and if to focus on it. So this is our, we cannot able to see, so let's scale this up. Let's select this rect tool right over here and hold down, also it will scale from the center, as you can see. And we cannot able to see our text. To see that, let's go over to inspector, scroll down, we're gonna make this font size something bigger, something 100, something like that. And let's select font style to bold, and we're gonna choose alignments, this one center, and we're gonna choose a dark color, something like that. And let's choose another font. I will have a link in the description of these fonts, you can go ahead and check that out. So I'm gonna select any of them. I'm gonna select this one, I guess it's pretty fine. And let's move this one to the top left corner. To do so, we're gonna go over to rect transform in inspector and click right over here and hold down all and click this top left one. And now we're gonna move this down somewhere around here, I guess. And if we try to scale down our screen, as you can see, the text just resizing itself or expanding uh, according to our screen size, and it just staying on that top left, it just staying onto that top left section, as you can see. So that is the thing of selecting this, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, I guess. And let's instead let's change the text inside of that. Says new text, I'm gonna set it to 0. And Bolto, I'm gonna choose normal, so it's gonna be fine, I guess. And if would be nice if we have a image of our coin. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna right click on this canvas one more time, go over to UI, and then select this image, and let's call this image something like image coin image. And then we're gonna replace this coin image with white square to our coin. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, items right over here. I'm gonna go right there, and then coin large. So let's select the first one, any of them you can select. So I'm gonna select the first one, let's select that and drag it into that image, say source image, just drag it right there. Now as you can see, just instantly change it. And let's scroll down and click on this set native size, and we're gonna do the same thing. So let's go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down all and select this top left, and let's move this one somewhere around here. I'm gonna make this one a little bit bigger. So in the width, a rect transform, I'm gonna choose 200. In the height, let's do 200. I guess it's pretty much big. Let's scale down a little bit. So I'm gonna do 150 in the x, 150 in the height, basically width and height. And let's move it somewhere around here. Now I guess it's pretty okay, okay, and seems great. So this is our coin image and current coin text. So if we select this current coin text in the canvas and move over to this text, we can change the value right over here, as you can see. So as we need a reference of this text as we did for our health. So we have to reference, or we have to grab the reference of this text, and we can change the text inside over here. We can change to 2, we can change to 3. Basically we're gonna link up this text with our current coin. So by default I'm gonna set it to 0, or you can set any number. But if you link up with your current coin, how many current coin you gonna have, the text will be changed with that. So I'm gonna do with 0, let's leave it to 0. And let's open up that coin manager script. So I'm gonna go over to player. So let's, over here we have player, so let's select the player. And firstly, before we do, let's do that first. So let's double click that to open up in Visual Studio. So we need a reference of that text. So before we do that, we have to include this namespace in top of our class. You can do it underneath this using Unity engine, or else you can do it top, it doesn't matter. So we have to include this using Unity engine dot UI namespace. Why? Because that is a UI element, that text is a UI element, so that's why we need to include this called using Unity engine dot UI. And we need a reference of this text, so we're going to go inside of this coin manager script, and let's create a text field right over here. So let's make a public text, and we can call this one current coin text. Let's call this one current coin text. Let's close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity. So we will able to see underneath our coin manager script a text, current coin text just gonna pop up. So what we have to do right there, we need to drag that text reference right there. So we will have the reference, then we can link up with this current coin. So just wait. And as you can see, current coin text, and it says none text, basically empty. So we're gonna go over to this canvas. Before we do that, let's select the player script and right click on this coin manager script, and then click on properties. So our this script just gonna be separated, and it would be more easy to do. Now we're gonna go over to this canvas, then this current coin text, So let's select that and drag it into that field. It says none. Now we just drag it this current coin text right there. Now we have a reference of this text element. And now let's cut this step, and if we select this player, as you can see, current coin text is now we have the reference of current coin text, basically this current coin text. So what we have to do right now, let's select this player game object and make sure you just go to overrides and click on it and click on apply all. So the changes you made or the script you attach, it will be attached into player game object prefab of this player game object as well. So let's click on this apply all. And now what we have to do, let's go to script in coin manager and let's go over to this update function. And now we will go over to, or gonna move over to that current coin text. Let's access the text dot text and let's set equal to this current coin. And this current coin is a integer value, as you can see right over here, and this is right here is a string value. So that's why we need to convert this integer value to a string. To do so, let's type dot to string. Now it's gonna convert, and make sure you just make this first bracket. So what we have done over here, we're just going over to that current coin text dot text. Basically we're just going over to this current coin text, then accessing this text, and then we're setting this text equal to this current coin. And let's suppose current coin is now 1, so the text right there gonna be 1, because as you can see we directly setting basically whatever the current coin is, we just storing that current coin number into this text current coin text element. So that's why it's gonna change with our current coin. Basically we have a link now, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save whatever you have done so far, so it will be saved. And now let's have a look on it. So just wait, and we're gonna have a look. So as you can see now, if we click on this play button in the top, and let's collect some coins right over here. And let's collect some coins. So as you can see, this coin image after the image of our coin, we can see the text becomes 1, and if we collect this one, then it becomes 2, and then 3, and it just goes on. So I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just show that up in UI. And what we have to do right now, we need to make a game over screen. Basically once the player game object loses all of his health, we need to destroy or we need to we need have basically we need a game over screen. To do so, what we will do, we're gonna select this canvas. Let's right click on this canvas and let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object something like mobile UI. Let's call it instead UI. And let's go to rect transform, select this one and hold down all and select this bottom right one, so it's gonna stretch with our canvas, as you can see. Now what we will do, we will select all of these game objects, these buttons, this text, UI, health text, all of them, and just place it top of that UI. Now our UI, and we can collapse it once, as you can see. Now our canvas seems lot more clean, and now we are ready to create our game over screen. To do so, let's right click on canvas and let's create an empty game object, and we can call this game object something like game over screen or game over screen or UI. Let's call it instead game over UI. And what we will do inside, before we do, let's select this game over UI, go over to inspector and click on right over here, hold down alt and select this bottom right one, so it will stretch with our canvas. And what we have to do now, and make sure you just take this UI and drag it into that prefab folder, so if you lost somehow, you're gonna restore that instantly. So that is the thing. So we're gonna take this UI, let's drag it into that prefab folder. Now we have the copy. If we lost, we don't need to work from scratch. And now let's select this game over UI. Let's right click on that, go over to UI, and then go to bottom legacy and then choose this button button. And what we will do, we will call this button something like, before we do, let's scale this. Hold down alt so it will scale from the center, as you can see. And we're gonna call this button something like retry button. So let's select that button, and let's go over to inspector. Instead of button, let's call this one retry retry. And we're gonna go, let's click right over here and let's select the text, and we're gonna increase the text size. To do so, let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna make the font size something like 50, I guess. And let's font style to choose bold. I'm gonna increase the font size a little bit up, something like that, 70. And let's scale this button. Let's select the button and hold down all so it will scale up or down from the center, as you can see. I'm gonna make the font size of this text a little bit higher, something 100. And let's select font style to bold. Oh, we already selected. And I'm gonna choose a different bold, and we will call this button, instead of button we're gonna call this one, sorry, this is not be, will be, we're gonna call a retry button. I'm gonna make this font size a little bit less, and I guess it's fine now. And I'm gonna move this button somewhere around here, so this will be retry button hour. And let's duplicate this button. So let's select this button, control D to duplicate, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. I guess just play around with those numbers and you're gonna get hang of it. So I'm gonna move this somewhere around here. Okay, and I'm gonna call this button something else. So this will be our menu button. So let's call this one menu, and let's change the text inside of that. So let's select that text and let's call this one menu, sorry, menu. So I hope you get the idea. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this one as well prefab. So let's select that and drag it into that prefab folder or into assets. Now it's done. So this is what we want. We want to basically uncheck this. Basically we want to deactive. If we select this game over menu, game over UI, go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck. Basically we want to disable. But once this player game object loses all of his health, then we're gonna set this one to be active like this. And if we click on this retry button, we want to reload our level or the level we are in. And if we click on this menu button, then we just want to go back to our menu scene. So basically that is the logic. And by default we want this to be inactive because we don't want right away to retry. Instead we want to play the game, and once the player game object loses all of his health, then we gonna active this game over menu, you can say. So by default I'm gonna uncheck this. So I hope you get the idea, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save the project. Press down Ctrl S to save the project. What we want, once the player game object died, we want this game over menu, game over UI to be active. To do so, let's open up our player script, and we need a reference of this game over UI, game object reference. Then we can set this one to be active, basically checked or unchecked. So that is the thing. So let's select the player game object. Let's double click, sorry, not this coin manager script. Instead we're gonna go over to player game player script, and over here as you can see we dying. So we need a reference of that game over UI. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public game object, that is a game object, and we can call this one game over UI, something like that. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna go over to die function, basically where player is dying over here. So after shaking our camera or right over before we die, we're gonna set that one to be active. So we're gonna go over to that game over UI, and dot, we will use this set active function. And this function will take the value, basically it can be true or false. If we set it to true, basically checked, it will be checked. And we do know that if we checked it, that game over UI will be active right away. So that's why I'm gonna set it to true. Let's set it to true and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity and make sure you just drag the reference. Basically, you have to drag this game over UI to that game over UI field. Uh, Firstly, we need the reference, then we can set this one game over UI to be active or inactive. So now if we select this player script, just click on this player script. As you can see, game over UI and it says none. So what we have to do now, we're gonna select this game over UI and let's drag it right there. And we're gonna go over to this traps holder now, and we're gonna check this in inspector. Basically we do want to be active so we can take damage. And let's have a look. So let's click on this play button in the top and try to die. Basically die that game over, this game over UI just gonna be active right away. So let's have a look on it. So if we just collide with this wire, as you can see, indeed this game over UI just get active right away. If we select this game over UI, as you can see in inspector, it just get checked. But the problem is that if we try to click on this retry button, we're not reloading our game level. And if we try to click on this menu button, we're not going over to menu scene. So we need to create this. So for this tutorial, I'm not gonna create any menu scene. Instead, I will have a video in the description. You can go ahead and check that out, and in there I have explained how you can create a menu and you are good to go. So for now we're gonna deal with this retry button. A retry button. So let's do that. Let's get out of play mode first. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this game over UI. Let's check this for now. Basically let's set this one to be active manually, and I'm gonna go over to this retry button, and we're gonna when we click on this retry button, I'm gonna hook this retry button with some certain function. Basically if we click on this retry button, we want this level to load one more time. To do so, let's create a script for that. Let's go to project tab, assets, right click on assets or right click on scripts. Let's create create and C# script and name it something like game over UI. I already have created right over here. I have. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this game over UI and let's select this script and drag it to add component section. And you can attach this script to any game object you like. It's totally up to you. And once you're done, let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So I'm gonna remove this start and update function we don't need, and also these two namespaces in the top. Instead we need to use a namespace called using Unity engine dot scene management. So let's include that, using Unity engine dot scene management, and make sure you just close that off with semicolon. Why? Because we just gonna play around with level, or you can say scene. So that's why we need to include this namespace called using Unity engine dot scene management. And we're gonna go over to inside this game over UI class, and we will make a function. And make sure you just make this public so you can call through button. And for function, we do know, we're gonna type void and we have to call the function. So let's call it something like retry button, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we want to load the level one more time. Basically if we move to Unity and click on this retry button, we want to load the level one more time. So what we have to do, let's go to script. To load that level or the scene, we have to use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this scene function right over here in brackets gonna take the build index or the name of the scene in quotation. So how you can see that? To see that, go to Unity, and in the top left in Unity you can see file. So just click on that and then click on build settings in the bottom, or the shortcut key you can see Control Shift plus B. So just click on that and you're gonna see the name right over here in build settings tab, as you can see. So the scene name is sample scene, or the level you can call, or as well as you can see the build index of it in the right section, as you can see. So you can pass the build index or the name of the scene, or you can rename this sample scene to something else. To do so, you need to go over to assets, then scene, just right click on the scene which is sample scene. We can see, right click and rename. You can rename that as well, but I'm not gonna do that. So let's go to script now. So what we can do, we can do in quotation, we can pass the scene name which is sample scene or build index, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead, we're gonna use this scene manager, scene manager, scene manager dot get active scene, and then make this bracket dot build index. We need to type, sorry, dot build index, and make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. So what we basically doing, we just getting the scene which we are currently in, and the build index of it we just getting. So as you can see, scene manager dot get active scene, basically which scene we are currently in. So we do know we are currently in this sample scene, and the build index of it we have seen is 0. So we just getting the build index. So the build index right over here gonna be 0. Why? Because we are in sample scene and the sample scene build index is 0. So that's why this right over here gonna be 0. So, and we do know this scene manager dot load scene is gonna take the build index or the name of the scene. So this one is by just gonna be 0. So this one is 0. So we just loading the sample scene, because the sample scene build index is 0. So that is the thing. And make sure just control S to press basically to save your code. Now let's go to Unity, and we should able to see, and we need to hook that function with this retry button, or else that function just not gonna call out and the thing will not be happen. So just wait, as you can see now. So if we select this retry button now, let's go to inspector, scroll down on click, and we have to hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case, this game over UI. So let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. So let's just click on that, and we're gonna go over to game over UI script or the class, and in there we created this retry button function, as you can see. So just select that. Basically we just calling this retry button function, and we do know what retry button function is doing. It just loading the scene or the level we are currently in. So now we have done, and by default what we want this one to be deactive. So let's select this game over UI, and let's uncheck, basically deactive that. Let's click on this play button, and let's have a look on that. So once we try to click on that basically retry button, we should able to see the level just gonna load up one more time. So let's do that, or let's check it. As you can see that retry or the game over UI just get active. And now what we can do, if we click on this retry button now, as you can see the game just loaded up one more time. So basically that's the thing. I hope you get the idea of this, and we can play around, and that's a pretty good move. So I hope you get the idea. Now what we have to do, we need to create the level. So let's do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's make our level. To do so, I'm gonna select any game object, something like this player, and in the F to focus on that. And we have coins. I'm gonna move this trap somewhere. So let's go to traps holder. I'm gonna select this fire trap, and let's move it somewhere. I guess over here seems pretty fine, so I'm gonna leave with that. And I'm gonna take one of this coin, and let's select this move tool right over here in scene tab, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Let's select this one, and I'm gonna move this one somewhere. Let's select this one. Just play around with the level, or just make it. And I'm gonna select this one. Let's select that, and let's select this one as well. Let's move it somewhere around here, and we can duplicate this coin. To do so, let's control D to duplicate, and we can move this. Let's select or Control D to duplicate one more time, and I'm gonna move this one right over here. Let's duplicate by Control D, and we can just duplicate that somewhere around here. Control D to one more time duplicate, and let's select both of them by holding down Shift and Control D to duplicate, and let's move it here one more time, and let's move it somewhere around here. And I hope you get the idea that you getting it. And now to make the hierarchy little more clean, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create an empty game object of coin, and then we're gonna drag all of this coin right there, so the hierarchy will be lot more cleaner. So let's create an empty game object. So let's right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this one something like coins or coins holder, and let's go to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform. And now we're gonna select all of this coin by holding down Shift and just place it top of that coin. Now we can collapse it at once by clicking right over here, and I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy, and now it's great. And we are ready to just place our traps right now. So we're gonna go over to traps holder, and I guess it's fine. And we have short trap right over here, and I'm gonna select some fire traps from that prefab folder. So I'm gonna select that one, and let's move it somewhere around here. And what we're gonna do now, I guess the levels is pretty fine and okay, and we can create a saw something right over here. So I'm gonna select a saw. Let's select that from that prefab folder. Let's select that. I really apologize for vibrating my phone. It's just gonna uh, do for a minute. I have a call, but I can take that. I really apologize guys for that. So I'm gonna select this saw right now. I'm gonna select that, and let's drag it right there. And I have a lot of voices or noises coming just background. I really apologize. Basically I'm just doing in my house, and there are a lot of windows just open up, and just kids just playing around. So that's the thing. I really apologize for all of these things happening. So I'm gonna select so this is our saw trap. So what I'm gonna do, let's create a 2 point to move this saw between those 2 points. So let's go over to hierarchy, then we're gonna go over to that points at this point we created. So I'm gonna right click, let's create an empty child game object, and I'm gonna select that child game object, F to focus on that, and let's move this child game object somewhere around here. Let's go to inspector and click on this box, and I'm gonna choose this green one, and let's select this point and Control D to duplicate, and let's move it in the down section. And now we're gonna select this saw which we drag it. Let's go over to inspector. As you can see point, and it says none transform. So we're gonna select this first point, and let's drag it right there which we duplicated, and let's select the third one, fourth one basically, and let's drag it right over here. And now it's fine, and we are ready to play our game. And I'm gonna make some coins right over here. Basically we're gonna drag. So let's select this coin, drag it from that folder, and drag it. You can drag it right over here directly, as you can see. And we're gonna go over to this point. Let's go over to overrides, click on apply all, and let's do with all of our, basically all of game object. I'm gonna select both of these traps, and let's drag it on top of this traps holder to make our hierarchy lot more cleaner. And now I guess it's pretty fine, and we can do with enemies. So I'm gonna select this enemy, and let's check this one, and we have enemy right over here, as you can see. So this is our first enemy, and I'm gonna select some enemies from that folder. So I'm gonna select something right over here. So I'm gonna select this one. Let's drag it somewhere around here. And what we have to do, as you can see, if we select this enemy game object which we recently drag it, and go over to inspector then enemy script, we can see player and it says none transform. Basically this enemy script don't have player transform, means position. So what we have to do now, we're gonna select our player game object. So we're gonna go over to this folder, and we're gonna select this player and let's drag it right there into that player transform says none transform. Now we have player position, and we can drag one more enemy, we can if we want, but I guess it's fine and okay. I'm gonna drag one more enemy, so this will be ninja one. So I'm gonna go over to that ninja, sorry, enemy 2. Let's select that and drag it somewhere around here. I'm gonna drag it here, and let's click on this enemy script, and it says player none transform. So we're gonna select this player and let's drag it right there. Now we have created our whole level, and make sure you just press down Ctrl S in your Unity project so it will be saved. And we can play this game now by just clicking in the top this play button, and it's gonna play our game right away. So just have a look on that, and we can play around. And I guess it's pretty fine. Okay, we tried. Let's click on this retry, and the level looks pretty fine, as you can see. So what we can do, you can create an game object, something like portion or a key, to just move to next level. I'm not gonna do that because this tutorial already crossed many hours, I guess. So that is the thing. I will have a video in the description how you can create multiple levels in Unity game engine, and you can just go ahead with it. You can create some game object or a final point, something at the end of the level, and if you just collide with, then you can just load up the next level. I will have a video of brackets as well in the description. You can go and check that out. And and right now what we have to do, we need to make our game. Basically we need to make it ready for our Play Store. To do so, before we make for Play Store, we're gonna make the APK. To make the APK, what we have to do, we're gonna go over to top left file, go over to top left file, and make sure you just click on this save button to save your project, and then click on this file, then go over to build settings, and make sure you just in Android. If it's not, select this Android and then click on switch platform. You're gonna see the button somewhere around here, and after doing that, make sure you just click on this player settings. We need to do some changes, and you have to name it company name to default. You can make it default in APK, but once you just want to upload the game on Play Store, make sure you just change this company name with something else. Make sure you just do that, and we have to name the product, and I'm gonna call this something like 2D platformer a game, or we can say something like Fight Night. I'm gonna call this one Fight Night, and version is 1. So for the first time, leave it to 1, and you can select an icon and you can drag it right over here. So make sure you just make a icon. So for now, I'm just gonna choose any icon. So I'm gonna go over to this project tab, then assets, and I'm gonna go over to this preview, and then sorry, I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna go over to this environment, and we have a preview, I guess, right over here. Enemies background. Okay, so I'm gonna select this background and I'm gonna drag it right into this default icon section. As you can see, now it's done, and we're gonna go over to icon. We can just leave that icon, and what we have to do after that, just wait, and make sure you just plugged your phone with your laptop or PC with an USB. Make sure you just do that, else it will not work. Basically once you just want to export the game, it's not gonna work. And make sure in your mobile the developer option and the USB debugging is on. Make sure you check that is on. And now let's go to resolution and presentation. We're gonna leave it to full screen window, and we're gonna leave this. We don't need to do, but we have to change some settings in this orientation. So this is a landscape mode game, so that's why we're gonna uncheck this portrait and portrait upside down. So that's why we're gonna uncheck these two, and we're gonna check this and we're gonna leave these two boxes. And if your game is portrait mode, then uncheck this landscape right and left, uncheck this and check this portrait upside down and portrait one. And we don't need to do any settings in resolution presentation. Now let's go to splash image, and over here what we have to do, we can preview that. If we click on this preview button, as you can see, the Unity logo just played. And if we click on this preview, we can see that. So just wait for, and we can choose a logo if we want to do so. In the logos, as you can see in the bottom, we can hit this plus icon and we can drag any logo we want. To do so, let's click on this plus icon and we can drag a logo we want to play. So I'm gonna choose something like this player. I'm gonna choose that player, something like, let's select that and drag it right there. As you can see, now if I just click on this preview, as you can see, the logo is top of our Unity logo, and we can just rearrange this order. We can add multiple logos as we want, and you can change the background color of this as well, but I'm not gonna do that. We can click on preview, and I'm also gonna remove this logo. I don't want, so let's click on this minus icon to remove that. And now I guess you get the idea of this splash image section. So now let's go over to next stage or next step, which is other setting. So let's scroll down. What we need to, over here, as you can see, it says the package name must follow the conversation. Basically, you have to firstly type this com, then dot your company name. So make sure you just name this something else with default company. So I'm gonna call it something like bat code, and you can make spaces between this. So we're gonna go right there and com, and the company name, I'm gonna type bat code. So let's type bat code, and dot the package name, basically the product name or the application you building or the game name, you can say. So in my case, I just did fight night, so I'm gonna type right over here fight night, and we can leave this version 1.0. and make sure once you making your game, for the next time you increase this bundle version code to from 1 to 2, and the list just goes on. Make sure you just do that. Once you making, for the next time you increase this bundle version code. And minimum API level, choose something like 0.5, 5.1 Android. And for this target API level, choose the highest one like 34. 34, I guess for now Google Play Console accept 34 or 35. And if you don't know how to increase your API level, so I'm gonna have a video in the description. You can also go and check that out, and how you can increase this target API level. And make sure you just choose the highest, or the Play Console just prefers to do. So we're gonna choose 34 for now. I guess 34 is fine, and we can go over to script backend, and we're gonna leave it to mono. And once we created the ABB bundle, then we have to select this ILCPP. For now we can just leave that, because we just making the APK for now. And now let's go to bottom, basically scroll down, and let's go to publishing setting. And over here we need to create a key store manager. So what we have to do right over here, just click on this key store manager, and make sure you just click, and if you do have the existing key, then you can select this existing. But if you just creating the for the first time, then you can just click on this key store and then go to create new, and you can just click on this anywhere. So I'm gonna click anywhere, and I'm gonna go to project Android, and we have all of the folders we can see assets. So I'm gonna create another folder for to saving our key store and the password. So I'm gonna right click, new folder. Let's call this folder to something like password, password folder, password and key store, key store key store. And then open that up by double clicking on it, and we can leave it to user, and make sure you just click on save, and you have to make the password. So I'm gonna make it something like 1 2 3 4. Make sure you just make the password strong. So I'm gonna make something like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and we have to confirm the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And alias you can choose any name. So I'm gonna make something like pat. You can, and make sure you just put the passcode right, the password right over here as well. So which is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and we're gonna put it over here as well, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And now once you done, you don't need to do these settings. And once you making the abb file, then just do this or play around, and you're gonna get hang of it, of this organization which is pat code. And after doing this, make sure you just click on this add key, and it will be added right away. And we need to provide the password right now. So just wait for to compile, just wait for to compile. It's gonna take a few moments for our adding our key. So make sure you just click on this yes. And now what we have to do, it's gonna take, so password just fill that automatically as you can see. And you can take a overlook if you just did in a right way, or if you did a mistake, then make sure you just go over to this section once again. Make sure you just clear and go over to editor. If we just go to editor, and a device, it says none, make sure you just click on this any Android device. Make sure you just do that. And in your phone you have to make sure that basically USB, you just plugged your phone with an USB. To do so, I'm gonna plug my phone with an USB, and the developer option mode is on. So make sure you just do that. So we're gonna on that. Okay, so once it's done, and once you done all with all of these things, you uncheck this Google Play, because we're making the APK for now. Later we're gonna make APP bundle, which is needed for our Google Play to upload. And once you done with all of the things, make sure you just click on this build and run. And you can save this APK anywhere you want, but I'm gonna create a separate folder in this project folder, basically where we created our project. So we're gonna make a build folder for our Android. So let's right click, new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder something like Android build built. And now let's open that up folder by double clicking, and we have to name the APK. So I'm gonna call it something like night fight night. And make sure you just click on this save, and it's gonna create our APK right away, and it's gonna export. So as you can see, we're just getting an error. Make sure your device is plugged in. Basically you need to move in basically what developer option. Basically, to do so, I'm gonna cancel for now. Let's cancel that. We have to on our debug mode. To do so, we're gonna go over to our settings. We're gonna go over to settings, then about phone, and we need to on our developer option need to be on. Make sure you just do that. So I have to go. Okay. Okay, developer option is on. So find the developer option. I really apologize. I just not plugged my phone, so I'm gonna go right there. Sorry. Developer option, about phone. Okay, we not getting. I really apologize. I'm just taking a little bit time. One step. So I'm gonna go over to additional setting, but in your case it's gonna work out okay. Make sure you just on the debug mode. I'm not gonna do that. Basically, make sure the debug mode is on. So I'm not able to find that. So I will have a video in the description as well, how you can make the APK, and how you should plug to your phone to your with your laptop or PC. You need to do that, and I'm gonna give the instruction basically what settings you need to do before you just export your APK or the ABB bundle in your phone. I'm gonna give the instruction of that, and you can just go ahead and it's pretty fine. Now my phone debugging is on. So what we're gonna do now, let's go to top left file, build settings, and then player. Let's click on this player settings right over here. But basically check all of the things, it's okay or not. Okay or not, basically we all did in right away, so I guess it's okay right now. And let's go to build and run. Basically let's click on this build and run, and we're ready to create. Let's go to Android tutorial. I have created this Android build folder, as you can see. So let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio, and let's click on this save, and we are creating our APK. And it's gonna take something like 4 minutes, I guess 4 to 5 minutes, and you are done. You are done, and you can play your game right away. I hope you get the idea. Actually, I had a problem. Uh, I wasn't had debugging option on, so that's why developer option. I just did it. Basically, I just turned that on, and it's fine, as you can see right now. I'm gonna see you right there once the APK is totally I'm gonna see you right there. I can open up the game. As say you can see, the game gets open up, so I can play. We can go left and right, we can collect coin. As you can see, we can attack on enemy game object and it's get die. Let's attack this one, and the camera is shaking, so we can collect coins. And as you can see, camera indeed attacking and the camera is shaking. So let's attack this one, and let's attack this one as well. Okay, we get died, and we can retry. So the game is working fine on our mobile as well. We can jump, as you can see. Time to make a ABB file for our Play Store. To do so, let's go to top left one more time, then click on this build settings, and then click on this player settings. Make sure you are in Android. If it's not, then select this Android and click on switch platform, and then click on this player setting in the bottom, and we need to change some settings in our player. So firstly, make sure you just name the company name with something else, with your studio or something else you like, and then name the product and leave it version 1. Scroll down. We basically we're gonna go over to other settings because we have done this resolution and presentation while we made our APK. So we're gonna go over to the important settings that we need to do. So let's go to down, and over here, as you can see, package name, you have to type com, then dot the company name, and then dot the product name or the game name. You have to type that, and version leave it to 1. And once you make for the second time, just do it 1.1 or something like 1.2, and just increase by 1 point 1, and also increase this bundle version 1 to 2 once you make for the second time. Increases by 1 unit. If you making the game for the second time, just then put over here bundle version code 2, and select minimum API level to any something like 7. You can choose, I'm gonna leave it to 5, and make sure you target API level, choose highest, not lowest, something like 35. I guess right now it's Play Store accepting, I don't know, but I will have a link in the description how you can just upgrade this API level, target API level, and make sure it just compiled with our Google Play Console policy. And after doing that, make sure you scripting backend, choose ILCPP or CPP, basically C++. Our code just gonna convert into C sharp to C++. So we're gonna choose ILCPP, I guess. I don't know much. ILCPP, and after choosing that, we're gonna go little bit down. Make sure you check this ARM64. Make sure you just check, else it and not Play Console not gonna accept. Make sure you just check this ARM64, and you can uncheck this ARMv7. It's totally up to you. I'm gonna leave, but make sure you just check this one ARM64 if you making for Play Store. Now scroll down. Scroll down a little more, and what we're gonna do, let's see if we have mistakes here, if we done any mistakes. I don't think we did, and it's okay. So let's go to publishing settings now, and we have to provide our password right over here. We created that key store as you seen, so we need to provide the password right over here. So before we provide, we're gonna select that key store. To do so, let's click on select, then browse where we created. So we created a key store or password and key store folder, as you can see right over here. So let's open that up. Let's select this user and click on open. Now it's get open, and we need to provide the password. So the password was 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and then alias is bad, so I'm gonna leave that. And we also have to provide the password right over here as well. So the password is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and now it's fine. And make sure you just take a overlook on each of this section, it's fine or not. Make sure you do that. So icon, we just drag it, this one, resolution and presentation, I'm gonna leave portrait upside down. If you sorry, if your game is portrait, then check this portrait upside down, as well as portrait, and uncheck this landscape right and left. But this game is a landscape mode, so that's why I just uncheck this portrait and portrait upside down, and I just take this landscape right and left. So I hope you get the idea. And after doing all of these things, let's cut this, and make sure you just take this one, build app bundle Google Play. So it will make our bundle, or the app file will be ready for our Google Play. So make sure you just check this box, and after checking that, click on this build and run in the bottom, and we need to choose a folder where we want to save. So we're going to go to Android tutorial. We created a Android build folder, so let's open that up by double clicking, and you can see the format of the file is AAB, as you can see, and we have to name that. We're gonna call as the name app, which is Fight Night, and after doing that, click on save, and it will just gonna create our ABB. So we get an error. Basically we need to make sure that our phone is plugged with an USB with our laptop or PC. If it's not, make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna plug to my phone. So I'm gonna plug to my phone, and if we retry now, so just wait and see that, and it's gonna work out. Okay, so it's working out. Okay, so I hope you get the idea how you can just make that AAB bundle for Play Store to upload that. And this gonna take around something around 20 minutes. It's totally gonna depend upon on your system. If you do have a fast system, then it's gonna take a little time, but if you don't have, then it's gonna take around somewhere between 20 to 30 minutes. I hope you get the idea. And i I want to thank you all of guys watching this video till the end. This is a long hour tutorial, and we made it to the end. And I want to thank you all of you guys watching this tutorial, how you can make a game for Android or for mobile with touch inputs. And lastly, I want to thank you all of you guys. So thank you so much you guys for watching this video till the end. So I will see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.